Sedgemoor District Council's Development Committee.
I think, Layla, you may be on mute.
That's because I was dismissing something else, sorry. It is requested that all participants of this meeting turn their mobile phones to off or silent. Hopefully those present will hear the meeting. However, in the event of a technical failure, the chairman will adjourn the meeting and set a new time to reinstate the meeting. Please note that the meeting is being recorded. All those present will remain muted until the chairman allows them to speak. Only members of the public that have registered to speak can make representation to the committee. The format of the meeting will be as per the agenda published, and a copy of the officer presentations can be found on the committee webpage. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Can I also welcome you to the Development Committee? I'm Councillor Filmer, I'm Chairman of the committee. Just a few background details of how the committee will work today before we get on to the agenda itself. Each application will be taken in turn with the officers outlining the application. There will then be a public speaking time, and then members will debate and decide on the application itself. Just a reminder for members of the committee, if you wish to speak during an application discussion, please can you indicate during the online chat and try not to avoid the hand raised if you can. It's just we can keep a better track of who wishes to speak in what order, and I will call you in turn when you indicate. During the debate, there will be a proposer and a seconder to the resolution. The members will then vote on this proposal in turn, confirming that they've been present throughout the application being considered, and will vote either for, against, or abstain. The votes will then be counted, and we'll then announce the result. I'll now introduce the officers and councillors who will be taking part in the meeting and ask them to confirm that they can see and hear me and to introduce themselves. So if we start, please, with Stuart Howlett, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Stuart Howlett. I'm the Head of Planning at Sedgemoor, and I can confirm I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dawn de Vries.
Thank you very much. I'm Dawn de Vries. I'm the Principal Planning Officer for the West and presenting the first two applications. I can confirm I can see and hear everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Amelia Elvey.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, I'm Amelia Elvey. I am the Planning Officer for the West, and I can confirm that I can see and hear everybody.
Thank you. Shanta Parsons.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Shanta Parsons. I'm the Senior Planning Officer for the West. I can confirm I can see and hear everybody.
And I believe we have with us today Ben Sunderland from County Highways.
Good morning, Chairman. I can confirm that I can hear and see everybody. I am the Principal Planning Liaison Officer with Highways Development Management at Somerset County Council.
Thank you very much. From our legal team, we have Dawn Lehman.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Dawn Lehman. I'm the legal advisor to the committee, and I can confirm that I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Thank you. And from our Democratic Services, we have Layla Nicholson.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Layla Nicholson. I'm the committee manager for this meeting today. I can confirm that I can see and hear everything.
Thank you. And if we then move to the members of the committee itself, so if we start with Councillor Granter.
Yes, good morning, Chairman. Yes, I'm Graham Granter, representing the Fairfax ward here in Bridgewater. I can confirm I can see and hear everybody loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Good morning, Chairman. I'm Alec Glassford, representing Fairfax ward, and I can see and hear everything.
Councillor Pearce.
Good morning, everyone. Councillor Cathy Pearce, Westover ward, Bridgewater, and I confirm I can see and hear everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Yes, good morning, Chairman and everyone. It's Councillor Liz Scott here from Axvale ward near Axbridge, and I can confirm I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Sedgemoor District Councillor Alistair Hendry for Burnham-on-Sea Central. Thank you.
And Councillor Facey.
Yes, good morning. Councillor Mike Facey, representing Burnham-on-Sea North. And I can confirm, Chairman, I can see and hear all. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Is Councillor Murphy with us?
think,
Well,
Chairman, he was having technical problems, so he's obviously still trying to get in at the moment.
okay, we'll come back to Mike in a moment. So, Councillor Revens.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Bill Revens from North Elliston Ward, confirming I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yes, Councillor Stuart Kingham of the West Bowdens, and I can confirm I can hear and see all.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Morning, committee. Morning, officers. Councillor Alan Bradford, representing North Elliston Ward. I can hear and see everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Good morning, everyone. Brian Bolt, ward member for Cannington and Wemden. I can see and hear the meeting.
And Councillor Grimes.
Good morning, Chairman. Councillor Tony Grimes, Deputy Chairman, representing Borough Ward. I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that makes me the last one to mention, Councillor Filmer. Again, I've seen and heard all the comments that members and officers have made. Just also to confirm, there are a number with us today of other councillors who are present, who are here either to speak or just to attend the meeting. And we have a number of members of the public, again, some of whom are here registered to speak, and some of whom are here to just listen to the proceedings. And we also have with us the portfolio holder for development today. That brings us to the end of the list of members. I will just go back and just check whether Councillor Murphy has joined us.
Yeah.
I am here, Mr. Chairman. Clive Computers has got me in.
Excellent. And just to confirm, Councillor Murphy, you can see and hear everything that's going on?
I can see and hear everything that's going on.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Right, members, that brings us to the agenda itself. So if we take the first item on the agenda, which is apologies for absence, Mrs. Nicholson, are there any apologies that you've received?
Thank you, Chairman. I've received apologies from Councillor Lee Gibson and Councillor Liz Perry.
Thank you very much, and all other members are present and accounted for. So if we move on then to item 2, which is the minutes. Members, you've had circulated the minutes of the meeting of the 13th of October. Are there any amendments that you have to those minutes? If not, could I look for a proposer that they are accepted as a true and accurate record? Yep, Councillor Bradford, thank you. Is that seconded? Someone would like to indicate? Yep, I've got Councillor Bolt.
Yes, that's seconded.
Thank you very much. And what I will do is I would ask if there are any members that disagree with that to indicate. And if not, we will take those as a true and accurate record. I'm not seeing anyone indicate that they wish to dissent from those, so we'll take those as read as a true and accurate record. Item 3 on our agenda is urgent business. There is no urgent business that isn't already covered on our agenda today. Item 4 is public speaking time for members of the public. For those of you who've registered to speak today, what we'll do is we'll take the applications in turn. The officers will give the background and detail to the application, and then we will ask the speakers to address the committee. What we will do at that stage is we'll ask you to turn on your microphone and just confirm that we can hear you, and also we'll then allow you to address the committee. We will do that for 3 minutes. So what we'll then have happen is after 2 minutes have happened, Mrs. Nicholson will ring a bell to let you know there's a minute to go, and that's what it will sound like. So once you hear that, it is the reminder that you've got 60 seconds left on the timer for you just to wind up your comments before you come to the end of your allocated time. If we move then on to the next item on the agenda, which is the declarations of interest, and I would ask if the members, if you could indicate in the chat if there are any declarations that you wish to declare, please, for this morning's procedures. Yeah, I've got Councillor Pearce, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I declare a personal interest as a member of Bridgewater Town Council for the application on page 1 for the Quantock Road application. But I haven't taken part in any discussions.
Thank you very much. I think Councillor Revens, you were indicating.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, page 42, the North Petherton application. Just confirming that I've taken no part in any conversations as a ward member or as a North Petherton Town Councillor regarding this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other declarations that members have got? I'm not seeing any indication at the moment. Councillor Facey. I think you're on mute, Councillor Facey.
Again, yeah, having troubles with the chat box, Chairman. Chairman, yeah, page 59, application in Burnham-on-Sea, the town of Burnham-on-Sea. I'm a ward councillor for Burnham-on-Sea, but I do not take any part of planning meetings at Burnham, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, I think you've been trying to indicate.
I have trouble with this thing as well this morning. Yeah. The same as Councillor Evans, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. I've got Councillor Murphy, I believe.
Yeah, I have the same story, Mr. Chairman. Page 59, I'm a town councillor and I see that the application is in Burnham-on-Sea, so I declare that. But I haven't discussed it or attended any meetings. I should say
Thank you. Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, on personal interest on page 1 as a member of Bridgewater Town Council, but took no part in the discussions regarding that application.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Hendry, you indicated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also page 59 and Burnham-on-Sea Central. It's not far from me. I haven't spoken to anybody at all about this. Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. I need to declare a similar interest on page 67. It falls within my ward, but I've taken no part. I'm just trying to see if there are any other members indicating. I think Councillor Granter, we've covered you, so if you could put your hand down. And Councillor Murphy, I think we've got your declaration. I'm not seeing anybody else. I will just say at this point to members, there appears to obviously be some issue for some members in terms of the chat. So obviously, if you can't get the chat to work, by all means try and use the electronic hand, and we'll do our best to keep going and pick people up in order. But obviously, you'll just have to bear with us. We might be a little bit more problematic, bearing in mind we've got, by the look of it, some IT issues this morning. Right, that brings us to the end of the declarations as far as I can see, although there is still a hand up somewhere and I can't see whose it is. Bear with me just one moment. No, I've got a rogue hand somewhere, but I can't see whose it is. So if anyone has got their hand up, could you just tell me who it is?
At the moment, we've got Councillor Grant and Councillor Murphy, both with their hands up. They need to be.
That's not showing on mine. Councillor
Oh,
Murphy.
I see. I can't remove them.
No. Okay. All right. Well, we'll carry on. We'll see how we go. Okay. Right, members. That takes us to the end of the declarations of interest. If we move then on to the planning applications themselves, the first application we have is on page 1. We're in Durley, and Mrs. De Vries, would you like to introduce this one for us, please?
Thank you very much. I should now be sharing the homepage if everyone can see that.
Yeah, we've got the cover sheet.
Lovely. Okay. So the application's a hybrid application. It's land to the south of Quantock Road. It's part in full and part in outline. So there's a full element for 114 dwellings and a signalised crossing of Quantock Road, associated infrastructure, landscaping and public open space. The outline element is with all matters reserved for up to 240 dwellings with infrastructure, landscaping and open space. So the applications before members, as there were objections from Wymondham Parish Council and Durley Parish Council on insufficient information regarding pedestrian and cycle connections from this site to the surrounding area, traffic generation, highway safety concerns, environmental impacts and policy concerns in terms of public open space. Bridgewater Town Council also objected to the application on insufficient parking provision, the size of the flats within the development, and Enmore Parish Council support the application subject to the railings on the highway not impeding delivery or emergency vehicles. Councillor Lilly and Councillor Slocum also object to the application due to the impact on the A39, and the design of the development being out of keeping with the 1960s and 1970s surrounding dwellings. So the main considerations of this application is principle of development, size and design relative to the scale and character of the surrounding area, impact on heritage assets, impact on the adjoining properties, highway considerations, impact on landscape and ecology, and flood risk and drainage. So this identifies the location of the site that forms the southern part of the B2 allocation, which is in the local plan. So the hatched line members can see running through is the existing public right-of-way, runs through this site, crosses Quantock Road and into the northern part of the allocation. This crossing is currently uncontrolled, so pedestrians using this have to cut across Quantock Road with no sort of safety controls in place. The east side of the path within the application site falls into the parish of Bridgewater. The west of the path falls into Durley parish, and on the opposite side of the road, west and north of the path, is Wemden parish. So members can get an understanding in terms of where the site sits relative to parish boundaries. So this is an aerial shot of the site with the cemetery forming the eastern boundary and is identified by the cross-hatched paths. The adjoining rectangular parcel of land is proposed to be retained as open space with residential development on the remaining 3 land parcels. So as this is a hybrid application, phase 1, which is in detail, forms the central large land parcel and the parcel adjoining the cemetery, and the adjoining 2 parcels heading to the west are in outline. So this is the application. It's the southern part of the allocation. So the detailed element of this scheme is the east orange block, as shown in the above image, and the outline is being sought for the western block. So under policy B2, there is support in sort of this policy for approximately 1,200 dwellings, affordable housing, primary school and a secondary site, a neighbourhood centre, public open space, formal and informal recreation, and structured planting to the western boundary. So the allocation was also subject to a development and design principles document, which was approved by full council in March 2018. So the heads of terms for this application confirm at the end of the report that the site will secure 30% affordable housing, public open space and play spaces comparable to the scale of the development, an education contribution to go towards the delivery of the primary school, a community contribution for the community land, and an off-site contribution for infrastructure. That's infrastructure improvements and to sort out capacity issues at Dunbar. This is in addition to the provision of the traffic light junction at the entrance of the site. So based on the details provided, officers are satisfied that through the allocation and subject to compliance with the above, the principle of development is considered to be acceptable. So moving to size, scale and design. This is some drone footage of the site. The lighter field parcel forms the extent of the development. A member can see the relationship to the neighbours and to the rear boundary of the site. So from this footage, you can see the outline field parcels and the one subject to the detailed consent. And Quantock Road and the remaining allocation is shown to the left side of the screen. So the green central parcel with the vehicle tracks that we're just passing over now.
Dawn, is it? I'm not. We appear to be. I don't know whether it's just myself, but I'm only seeing individual pictures. Occasionally, it's not flowing as a drone footage. I'll stand to be corrected if others are seeing that, but I'm just seeing odd elements of it. So you're not necessarily seeing everything that you were talking to just then.
Do you want me to try and restart it from the beginning of the slides again?
It might. Well, if you could, certainly if we could try and redo the drone footage just to see if we can get that flowing again. It started properly and then it just came to a grinding halt.
So it started again.
Yes.
So this lighter parcel is the edge of the site. This is the relationship to the neighbours, and this parcel with the sort of electric cables is the detailed element of the scheme.
Okay, thank you.
So Quantock Road, you can see flowing to the side there, and the left-hand side is the other part of the allocation. And so this field we're over at the moment is the detailed element of the site, with the green rectangle next to it also part of the detailed application.
Yeah, game line's frozen at the moment.
Is it frozen for everybody else?
Yeah, I think it is, Chairman.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, it started moving again. We're now looking at this, I believe it's the cemetery area. So,
I've paused mine at the cemetery.
right, I think we've caught up with you.
Okay, I will press play again. So the footage should be turning to show the boundaries of the properties that are fronting onto the detailed element.
Yes, that's doing.
And this is the boundaries that front onto the residential development of the detailed element. Okay, and the lightest land parcel in the distance that members can see, so these two land parcels, they're the subject of the outline application. And fields beyond that are allocated as part of the overall allocation as green space and the secondary education infrastructure. So members who attended the site visit will recall that the land slopes up to the south from Quantock Road. Right. So this slide shows the full application area that we would have just seen through the aerials to be in green and the outline element to be purple. The below image underneath it was the indicative layout submitted as part of the original application, although the detailed layout has changed through negotiation of the scheme. But it's just to give members an impression as to how the site would work in its entirety. This section here is the open green space and an attenuation pond adjoining the cemetery. This element's the detailed element of the scheme, and then this element is the outline element of the scheme. So just to provide some further context in terms of photographs from the ground, the top image shows a view across the north boundary of the site, which is approximately in the location of the access, with a landscape boundary which forms the edge of the retained open space just on the horizon. And the bottom image shows a view looking southeast into the site, where you can see the ridge lines of the adjoining properties just on the very edge. And then within the site, the top image on this slide shows a view looking south on the western boundary of the detailed element, and the bottom image shows a view to the northwest, looking across the outline element of the scheme. So the furthest land parcel that members would have just seen is just this one in the distance here. So in terms of layout, the detailed element includes a rectangular land parcel adjoining the cemetery, which is proposed to be used for biodiversity net gain, providing an attenuation pond and a pedestrian path to connect the site to Quantock Road. The proposed development itself is set back from the road and arranged as a number of sort of cul-de-sacs with an onward connection shown to phase 2. The plans were amended during the application to arrange dwellings on the southern boundary so that they had a back-to-back relationship with the existing residential development, and the play area was enhanced and relocated from the front of the site towards the rear to avoid an elevated play space in close proximity to the highway and provide greater accessibility given the location of the existing public right-of-way, which is in the southwest corner of the detailed scheme. The application was supported with a street scene, which shows a mix of design, materials and scale of development. So street scene 1, which is the one at the top, shows a partial street scene from the road frontage. So these would be orientated towards Quantock Road. Street scene 2 and 3 are partial street scenes of the main road within the development. So you can see there's a couple of sort of 3-story units in there. And towards the back end of the site, there's a greater use of red brick. So where the open space and cemetery boundary is, which is street scene 5, That's used to reflect the Bridgewater characteristics, and red brick and render dwellings to the rear boundary, which is street scene 4, and street scene 6 are the dwellings that lead up to the public open space. So given the mix of materials and the detail in the dwellings, officers are satisfied that the development is considered to appear appropriate in terms of design. So this slide details the storey heights. So members will see the orange buildings, which are the 3-storey properties referenced earlier. The majority of the development is 2-storey, with some single-storey outbuildings shown in pink. There are a few 3-storey terraces located either side of the main corridor, but they are considered to provide a degree of variety and legibility to the scheme. Due to the topography of the site, a number of sections have also been provided. This slide shows section AA, which runs from the edge of Quantock Road to Heathcombe Road. So members will note the top image shows an increase in the land levels at the front of the site and use of retaining structures with less significant changes in levels towards the bottom of the to the far edge of the site, so shown in the bottom image. As a result, the proposed 2-storey dwellings are considered to be appropriate in terms of scale and massing relative to the adjoining development. So for members' information, so this property here, that's the outline of an existing property on Heathcombe Road, and this is the relationship to the proposed 2-storey property, which due to the change in levels is set significantly down, and it's got a good back-to-back distance, which we'll come on to later, but that's the relationship between the single-storey and the 2-storey. And this slide shows a section from the internal road within the development through to one of the chalet properties in Tetton Close. Due to the change in levels and the lower level of the application site, again, the scale and massing of the 2-storey development on the boundary is considered to be acceptable, and officers therefore consider the application to be an appropriate size, scale and design. So again, for members, that's the existing chalet property on Tetton Close, and that's the relationship to the 2-storey development. So moving to impact on heritage assets, Southwest Heritage Centre have confirmed there's no objection in respect of archaeology. The site does adjoin the Bridgewater Cemetery, but there is a green buffer maintained with an attenuation pond and footpath running through. So as a result of the retention of that open space, there's not considered to be any adverse impact on the setting of the cemetery. Turning to impact on neighbours, these are the properties that adjoin the edge of the detailed element of the scheme and comprise a mixture of bungalows and chalet-style dwellings. So members will note there's a predominantly landscaped edge to the boundary and more mature planting in the corner of the 2 land parcels. So this is the corner edge of the site, which is quite a decent amount of landscaping. So these shots are taken from the roadside, so members will note the elevated level of this site and the high ridge heights of these dwellings. So notwithstanding the fact that bungalows and chalet bungalows, they're quite high on the ridge line when viewed from the street scene. And this is a wider shot of the properties fronting the outline element of the scheme with the detailed element behind the existing tree boundary. And these are the boundaries of the properties fronting onto the development for the outline element. And again, you can see it's a variation of post and rail fencing and hedging. So in terms of direct impact on neighbours from the detailed element of the scheme, the layout of the detailed element would allow for a formalised boundary and then an area of landscaping behind the properties. Due to the setback of the development from the A road and the location of the site next to open land to the east and west, the main consideration falls to the properties that are at the south boundary. The redesign of the development resulted in a back-to-back arrangement with these properties, and officers are satisfied, given the sections, that there would be no dominance issues, and the separation distances range from 30 to 23 metres at the closest point, and therefore raises no concern in terms of overlooking or invasion of privacy. Concern was also raised regarding the location of the play space. This is to be located over 20 metres from any of the surrounding properties, and due to its location in an area of open green, would result in development being set at distance from some of the properties in Tetton Close and Hestercombe Close. So moving on to highway safety, the above slide shows visibility taken from the existing setback of the site east of where the proposed access is due to go. Concern was raised in a number of comments in terms of highway safety and traffic generation. The access arrangement shown on this application mirrors that of the previous resolution for the northern part of the site and would, when delivered in its entirety, provide a four-arm traffic light junction with a pedestrian crossing point to allow for safe continuation of the public right-of-way over Quantock Road. The junction has been subject to a safety audit by County Highways and no objection was raised in respect of generation, network capacity or highway safety. The trip rates and impact were considered in isolation and in culmination with the surrounding development, and officers are satisfied that the off-site impacts could be addressed through financial contributions to Dumble and public right-of-way improvements. So this slide just shows the layout of the site and what is currently proposed to be adopted. Modelling was undertaken by Highways England during the application, which did raise capacity issues in terms of the junction of 23, which would occur through the local plan period. So a funding mechanism has been agreed and would be secured for this development through the Section 106. And Highways England recommended a grampian condition on this application to limit delivery to ensure that infrastructure works were undertaken. So a recommendation has now been proposed and agreed by Executive and full Council to future fund the scheme, increasing the degree of certainty for these works. There are ongoing discussions between County to commission the design and build, and a combination of this and the agreed delivery programme, a grampian condition may not be necessary. So as this matter is still in discussion, any recommendation would be subject to resolution of this point. So currently we are not imposing the grampian, but it is subject to further approval. If this approval can't be sought, then the condition could be imposed. But we're asking that delegated authority is given to officers to allow for this discussion to conclude. So in respect to the internal layout, details were submitted in terms of tracking of visibility and radii, and County have confirmed no objection from a highway safety perspective. Although there may be some adoptability issues, these will be subject to further consents from County. Parking was raised as an objection on the application and by third parties, and overall for the site there's over 220 spaces, which is considered to be appropriate for the scale of development proposed. So subject to conditions and a legal agreement to secure the mitigation and subject to the further approval from Highways England, there is no objection on highway safety grounds to the development. In terms of landscape and ecology, the site was noted by Natural England to be in close proximity to a number of European sites and was subject to habitat regulations assessment at plan level prior to its allocation. So this concluded that policies within the local plan would secure appropriate provision of open space to alleviate any significant impact. The National Planning Policy Framework requires biodiversity enhancement, and a condition is imposed requiring bird and bat boxes in addition to bee bricks. The ecology report supporting the application highlighted the potential for dormice on site and European protected species licence is therefore required. This would include a method statement and a work schedule, and again is controlled by condition. There's also a construction environment management plan that's been conditioned to set out precautionary working methods for reptiles, breeding birds, bats and badgers. And given the discrepancies in the landscaping scheme and the mitigation required, a landscaping condition is also proposed to ensure the development is undertaken in accordance with the mitigation strategy. Landscape and visual impact assessment considered the visual impact from the AONB, which lies to the west of the site. The existing west hedge boundary for the detailed application is retained through this application, and the west and southwest element of the site is still an outline and would be subject to detailed consideration for future applications. Native hedgerows and trees are indicated to the front of the site with tree planting either side of the attenuation pond. The open green space to the east has retained planting surrounding the site and additional tree planting within the ground. There's also additional planting proposed in the location of the joint lap and leap area in the southwest corner of the site. Based on the above and subject to the conditions recommended, officers are satisfied that the detailed element of the development would be acceptable and future reserve matters are required to be considered following consent of the outline element. In terms of flood risk and drainage, the sequential test has been passed due to the site forming part of a local plan allocation. Wessex Water have confirmed they agree in principle the foul water connection, and the IDB have confirmed flow rates for the development and have agreed that they're permissible. The lead local flood authority confirmed they were satisfied with surface water drainage scheme in principle and recommended a pre-commencement condition, and the Environment Agency have raised no objection. So based on this and subject to the imposition of the surface water condition, officers are satisfied the development would comply with policy D1. So in conclusion, the application seeks consent for a part detailed and part outline permission on a parcel of land which forms an allocated site. The scale of development is supported by policy B2 and will go towards meeting the council's strategic need for housing during the plan period. The development provides policy compliant affordable housing and contributions towards education, community facilities and off-site infrastructure works. The principle of development is therefore considered to be acceptable. As presented, the development presents a range of housing designs and materials which are considered sufficiently varied to provide interest within the street scene and would allow the transition of this site into the wider character of the surrounding area. The site would not have any archaeological implications and there's a sufficient buffer to ensure no adverse impact on the setting of the cemetery. Whilst the development is two-storey on the southern boundary and adjoining neighbours are bungalow or chalet style dwellings, given the topography of the land and the back-to-back distances, there's not considered to be any adverse impact on the adjoining properties as a result of the proposal. The access to this site and the impact of this development on the local network in isolation and cumulatively with surrounding development has been considered and deemed acceptable. The impact on the wider network is being mitigated through contributions secured through the 106, and discussions are ongoing in respect to the need for the Grampian condition. So this will need to be delegated to officers. The application is controlled with a number of conditions to ensure appropriate landscaping, habitat mitigation and biodiversity net gain. Subject to these conditions, the development is considered to be compliant with policy. And the statutory consultees have been satisfied in respect of surface and foul water drainage and flood risk. The application is therefore recommended for conditional approval, subject to the conditions in a legal agreement to secure the benefits, and delegated authority is requested to resolve the need to impose the Highways England Grampian. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As you'll see, we have a couple of speakers this morning on this application. So the first one of those is Councillor Lilly. If Councillor Lee, if you could just turn on your microphone and confirm that it's working for us, please.
I can hear you, Bob.
Excellent, we can hear you too. So just to remind you, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee. You'll hear the bell go when there's 1 minute of that time left to go, so start whenever you're ready. Thanks.
Good morning. Good morning. As the ward councillors and also as local residents, Councillor Slocum and myself both fully appreciate the comments raised by residents. And whilst we understand the national need for further housing, we do object to this planning application in question due to these planning reasons. Given the significant planning application recently granted on the other side of the A39, we believe the timing of this application is poor and would urge a delay. Together, alongside this application, there will be in the region of just over 1,000 homes, and we strongly believe this is overdevelopment at this time. There is no doubt to us that the ongoing, long-term and already delayed construction of HPC has significantly increased traffic on this already historically busy A road. The worker uplift of a further 2,500 people at the site will put immediate and further strain on the locality, with an obvious increase in vehicle movements. This traffic flow will often be at unsociable hours and will also impact on the health and well-being of local residents and also on the local environment, and will further impact on climate change. With the prospect of more residential houses as a result of this development, the negative impact of the worker uplift will vastly affect even more people. We also believe the current poor design of the proposed properties will not be in keeping with the existing houses and bungalows in the neighbouring Heathcombe Road, Tetham Close and Hesselcombe Close, which were constructed in the 1960s and 70s. The design, in fact, is totally out of keeping with the static housing that this proposal will be adjacent to. We believe that the proposed new build property should be of the same high quality that is sensitive to the visual aspect of the area. Furthermore, we hope adequate attention has been given to the parking arrangements. We note similar modern housing developments throughout the district frequently have inadequate levels of parking. For example, short driveways, which make it difficult to park an average sized car, and too many curves to the roads, which do not allow for vehicles to be parked correctly. In turn, this obstructs the highway and roads and leads to difficulties for pedestrians in negotiating pavements, in particular wheelchair users and parents and carers with pushchairs. We feel this vitally needs addressing on safety grounds. Whilst it may look pleasing to the eye on the planning drawings, the reality is dangerous and can also lead to conflicts between residents, which again is a health and wellbeing issue. Residents have also expressed their real anger and frustration at the same issue when living in other modern, decent homes. They feel the road infrastructure completely lets the actual housing down. We also hope the developers have listened to our concerns about the siting of the play area, and we urge them to position this in the middle of the development with safety paramount, already away from the already mentioned very dangerous A39. Taking into account all of these factors, we really have no choice but to object to this development on planning grounds. We thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and perfectly timed. We come to our next speaker, which is Josh Ashwin.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. So again, start when you're ready and you'll hear the bell go when there's 1 minute left.
Good morning. As I said, thank you, Chair. My name is Josh Ashwin. I'm Technical Director at Persimmon Homes, Severn Valley. This is just a brief statement to basically support everything that the officers already mentioned in the comprehensive officers report. As mentioned already, the site is allocated as part of the strategic housing allocation B2. Again, as detailed by the officer, it's split into first phase detailed application for 114 dwellings and a second phase further outlined for a further 240 dwellings. Purpose of the hybrid application is to ensure that housing delivery can be delivered immediately following relevant planning consents and highway consents and contribute to the council's 5-year housing land supply. I'll just cover off a couple of matters around highways and design. As stated, the site access is off a new signal control junction, which includes a further access to development land on the north. The detailed junction design includes separate turning lanes in both directions for both the south and the north. This is subject to 278 approval from the county highways, but I note that they have no objection to the principle. Highways modelling has been undertaken on the proposed junction and the wider Bridgewater network, and whilst it's recognised that there are wider network capacity issues, this is part of a cumulative impact and it will be mitigated through financial contributions, which will be delivered by the Highways Authority. And again, I note that highways have no objection subject to conditions. In relation to design, a design and access statement has been prepared, which demonstrates how both the detailed element and the further outline element has been designed to accord with the site constraints and opportunities, as well as the principles set out in the development and design principles for land west of Bridgewater, which was adopted in 2018. As mentioned, the design of the development has evolved from the initial submission with consultation with officers, members and the parish councils. Most significant changes along the southern boundary, and as demonstrated by the sections, the ridge height of the 2-storey dwellings are very similar to those of the single-storey dwellings on the existing housing, and they having a limited impact on residential amenity. The proposal will deliver a range of benefits, including market and affordable housing, accessible open space, strong pedestrian and cycle links, play areas, SIL and Section 106 contributions, further expenditure on construction and investment into the wider area. So I commend the officer's report and its recommendation to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions, please?
Chairman, I've got no chat, so I can't communicate at the moment.
Okay, Councillor Kingham, do you want to go off first, and we'll then
Yeah.
look for other. Carry on.
Yep, thank you, Chairman. To me, again, this is very much a very typical Persimmon Homes development. Very plain. When you look at the ridge line, there's a straight line. There's no deviations. You've got a few houses with chimneys in. and I don't think that it's completely in keeping with Bridgewater. I think, as Councillor Lilly said, you know, the design doesn't sort of do anything for the rest of the houses around the area. At the moment, I'm not completely in favour of the application, but I will keep my views until later.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Hendry and then Councillor Pearce. Councillor Hendry.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you first to the case officer for a very detailed presentation. I actually have done a lot of homework on this. However, after listening to what's been said by the case officer and a few speakers, that's drastically cut down my homework because a lot of things have been dealt with anyway. I'm just going to whip through this really quick because loads of things said have been answered. There was points pointed out in the original documentation about the demand from HPC. That has never been proved yet because that site is actually still ongoing, so that's immaterial one way or another. If I just move swiftly on, because I've got loads here, but just for this minute in time, the affordable housing manager is very much on board with this. They did have a problem with the size of the one-bed units, but that's been addressed anyway. It's put up to 45 square meters, so they're on board, and I think there's about 30% affordable housing anyway, which is a good thing. As a case officer pointed out, statutory consultees are all on board with this, and we have housing stock targets up to 2032, and this falls into complementing that. Now, I know there's a lot of other issues. I get that, I understand that too, but we can come back to that later on. I don't have much more to say than that just at this minute, so I'll leave it there for now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Pearce and then Councillor Bradford. So Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I've got a few questions. It's always sad to see agricultural land taken up for housing, but I do appreciate that we need to accommodate a growing population. So I guess it's sort of making the best of the opportunities or situation as we go. So two questions really are, since the local plan was adopted, there have been changes, and one being the declaration of a climate emergency. And as been said in the by previous speakers, disappointment in the design of the building, the orientation of the houses does lend itself to solar gain. And in keeping with policy S5, which is about minimising greenhouse gas emissions, I wanted to know more about how this will be achieved with this development, and will it be linked to gas supply? The other thing is, as has been mentioned in the presentation, is the close proximity to the cemetery. And since the local plan was adopted, the town council have taken on entire management of the cemetery, and sadly it's becoming clear that the burial space will be taken up probably sooner than anticipated. So it's really a question whether any land, the land adjoining the cemetery, if there's any potential for that to be transferred to the town council as part of a section 106 agreement. And I also share concerns about the traffic on the A39, which is already busy. And also, final question is, a mention has been made of Grampian, and I'm really sorry, I probably should know this, but could you remind me what Grampian is, please?
No problem. So Mrs. De Vries.
Lovely, thank you. I'll see if I can take them one at a time so I can make sure I've covered them all. In terms of gas supply, we don't tend to get involved at planning in terms of that level of detail. In terms of greenhouse gas and design and the climate change emergency, in terms of what's different, members should see on the list of conditions we have recommended, I think it's condition 33, the sustainability statement to go on. So for future phases of approval of reserved matters, we get confirmation of the sustainability features that have been worked in. In terms of layout of the development, while solar gain is sort of beneficial in terms of certain layouts, because of the constraints of the site with the neighbouring property, a number of the units did start out with a sort of east-west orientation, but ended up being flipped to the benefit of the neighbours, because there were some concerns about the relationship to the neighbouring properties along the south boundary. So the layout, whilst looking at solar benefits, also has to take into consideration the constraints of the site. In terms of the construction of the units, that is controlled through building regulations, and through building regulations there are sort of further enhancements, if you like, to the force of the regulations that are going in, because the government is trying to seek the carbon reduction through any means that it can. So planning can do a certain amount, but in terms of the construction of the actual building, that's controlled through building regulations, and they would have to be compliant with the current building regulations that are in force. In trying to discourage people from car use, we obviously have to allow them access to car to enable them to get access to reasonable facilities. The allocation does have a primary school and a community area on the opposite side of the road, which is in reasonable walking distance from this site. And with the signalised traffic crossing, it's a safe route for children and parents and things. So you would encourage them or hope that they would sort of walk it rather than jump in the car to sit in traffic lights to get across to the opposite side of the road. And there are pedestrian links within and through the site. So through the open green space, we've got the pedestrian link through here, and we've obviously got pedestrian links through to the public right of way to the bottom and sort of around the play spaces, and quite a lot of open green space for sort of children to run and play in. There is a better landscape plan. This doesn't actually show any landscaping to the front. There's quite a lot of landscaping to the front, as was shown on the landscaping plan I showed earlier, but it's not unfortunately shown on the layout plan. And I'm just seeing if that covers where we got to. Design wise, I appreciate, I'm just going to go back quickly to the street scenes. So from the street scenes, these properties do look completely different from the 1960s and 1970s properties. Whilst you can access the site from those dwellings, it doesn't sit within a street scene with those properties. So design is a consideration. If members were concerned about the design, I think my question would be, are you so concerned that the design in itself is unacceptable that you would sustain a refusal on that basis alone if that were your concerns? But it does sit next to the 1960s and 1970s properties, but isn't viewed as part of, because it's a back-to-back development site rather than an integrated site that sort of continues on from that development. And then in terms of traffic, discussions are currently ongoing in terms of HPC uplift and what that means for capacity, but that has all been considered as part of the access arrangements for the site. And obviously as a hybrid application, it's looking for the detailed element for the first 114, I think, houses, and outline for the rest. So whilst it's a lot of houses to consent, and I heard the comment earlier about the opposite side of the allocation already sort of having resolution to grant, whilst it is potentially a lot of development, it is allocated development to be delivered through this local plan. And as a hybrid proposal, it means the construction would be staggered. So it wouldn't be one big net influx of construction traffic. It would happen over a period of time. I think that covered all your points, but if I've missed anything, please let me know.
A couple of things I think was the cemetery issue,
cemetery,
and the Grampian conditions.
Yes, sorry, I didn't write down the Grampian. So the cemetery, the land within the red outline is within the control of the applicant. This area of land is quite important for this development in terms of biodiversity net gain and mitigation. So a lot of the biodiversity measures and the landscaping and the nice, pleasant open green space for these future residents is being provided integral to that rectangle of space. So I would be nervous in terms of the impacts of the scheme if we were to start suggesting that the developer hands it back to anyone for a cemetery expansion. It does have value in terms of what it's providing in connection with the development, and it is within the control of the applicant. So it's not something that would automatically or could be transferred back at this stage. And the Grampian condition is effectively junction 23 has got capacity issues if we're factoring in all of the local plan growth. So junction 23 can take an increase in vehicle movements, but at a certain point it'll reach capacity and it'll stop functioning. and then it'll impact on sort of vehicles coming off and going onto the motorway. So we've run calculations to try and figure out where that impact hits, and then developments that are going to impact on that arrangement are either being let go with no grampians, or they are being grampioned, so they effectively get capped in terms of what amount of development they can deliver to make sure that the junction doesn't go over capacity. So because of the capacity that's already been factored in for other sites, this one I think was due to be grampioned for no occupation until the delivery of Dumble. The council's been more proactive in terms of agreeing to future fund it, and has started discussions with county in terms of design and build programme. And depending on timing of delivery, it's looking likely at the moment, there's a high degree of certainty at the moment that the Dumble works could be delivered ahead of schedule, which could remove the need for the gramping condition. But that hasn't yet been agreed between ourselves and Highways England. So that's why we're requesting delegated authority to allow us to get to the point where Highways England are comfortable that there's a degree of certainty in terms of the delivery of the improvements, to the extent that there wouldn't be an impact if we consented stuff without a gramping condition. Does that make sense?
Anything else, Councillor Pearce? Are you happy with?
No, thank you. Thanks. That's answered everything. Thanks.
Okay. I've got Councillors Bradford, Hendry, Revens, Scott and Murphy. So starting with Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Dawn, for that presentation again. Things are a lot clearer now, I think. It's a long time ago, I think, that 5 or 6 of us went on a site visit for a walk around this particular area. It must have been like 18 months ago, probably, I would think. Dawn led us around, and, you know, it was such a pace that we were able to pick quite a lot of things up, actually. My own opinion here, once again, we haven't got joined up thinking. You're asking us today to do a grant 114 homes, yes, and 240 for outline. Now, if these things all came together as one unit, wouldn't it be a lot better to get a better site in itself to get what you want? From the roads, from the infrastructure, in particular the play areas, rather than have these little muggers, which are very important. I'm going to blast North Petherton now and say they just put something in at North Petherton everybody seemed to be very envious of. Wouldn't it be better to do a thing like that in the middle of an estate with all this? So the whole lot becomes as one. And I feel by adding bits and pieces all the time, and surely we've learnt by our mistakes down the other side of Bridgewater that things just don't marry up sometimes, and perhaps at some stage another developer may be taking this over. I don't know. I just don't know, and I suspect very much with the contribution to a Dunbar roundabout that there's certain things are having to be cut somewhere else because of the financial implications. And it's good things are moving on, because if all the professors are right, that in the budget tomorrow there's going to be a lot more help regarding affordable houses, and it's important to keep our area going in supplying these things. But I do feel, I've been saying this for a long time in Sedgemoor, there's too many of these developments that go on with bits and pieces rather than one developer taking it as a chunk. And it's a bit like a farmer building a barn and putting 2 or 3 little bits and pieces on the side, and it looks right, and you can never get things right. And I just wish somebody sort of listen sometimes, that to go in and have one major impact on the whole area and make it look just a little bit better, and everything else could be improved. Your trees could be planted how they should be, your hedges, your access roads, rather than bits and pieces. And I'm going to keep on about this because it's a very integral part of some of the development I've been involved in for the last 7 or 8 years as a Sedgemoor planning officer sometimes. And, you know, and the greatest respect to Persimmon there, and they're devils of this, actually seem to be moving in with one little development to start with and add bits and pieces on, and it very often doesn't marry in. And listening to the local district council this morning, there's a lot of things to be taken into consideration. A lot of people to watch in there. That's a major road, A39. Be used tremendous at the moment, and in the future it's going to be used a lot more if the increase in Hinkley Point workers seem to be. So, and we had to get it right. We really had to get it right. And a bit of land on the side of the cemetery, I think Councillor Pearce was right there what she said, and people aren't going to stop being with us, are they? You know, and at some stage they're going to want some land elsewhere, and at some stage, you know, and things. It might have been better if that all had been shunted a bit that way, out towards Cannington, leaving provision for a bit more cemetery there, and took the whole lot in as one hit. That's all I want to say at this present time. I reserve the right to come back, Mr. Chairman, okay?
Yeah, Mrs. Therese, do you want to comment on the hybrid?
And being one of the 5 or 6 on the visit, you know, we did get a fair assessment of what was going on there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you. Just on the hybrid, just for certainty for members, in terms of the nature of the application, I'm just going to go back to, so it is a hybrid. So this bit's the detail for the 114. This bit future residential development for the rest of the phase, and beyond that it's education land and green land. So the legal agreement for this application that's being recommended at the end of the document, sort of just before the conditions, with all the bullet points in terms of what's being secured, that's being secured for the extent. So that's being secured for the extent of this red outline in its entirety. So it is one allocation, but it's split over 2 sites. So if I go to the allocation, so this part of the allocation, members saw at a previous meeting, and that included this primary school area. So it excluded this section of the development, but included the extent of sort of this area as part of that application. This includes this extent of area for this application. So there are, it's quite significant chunks of the allocation that's being secured by 2 applications. There is a logic in terms of trying to put one allocation in one application, but logistically that does involve a lot of different landowners and a lot of different developers. So it's not always possible to coordinate it. But we do have 2 significant sections of the allocation. This one's got resolution already. It's this one that's before members at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn, for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologise for those dogs barking in the background, by the way. A few points here I'd just like to ask Mr. Ashwin. That's one point for him, and you can answer it at the end here. The county rights of way officer picked up.
Just to clarify, Councillor Hendry, you can ask the questions of Mr. DeVries, but we can't ask the applicant to come back in. It's only the planning officers at this stage.
Of course, no, sorry, that's my mistake. I do apologise for that. We'll come back to John DeVries. The county rights of way officer picked up on a point asking for a safe method of crossing the A39 should be a condition. Has that been dealt with, or will it be dealt with, or is it just a non-entity? That's the first thing. Second, the impact, somebody pointed out that it's going to have an impact on the values of property, the existing ones. Well, as far as I'm aware, that can't be used as a reason for refusal anyway. The design of the 60s and 70s houses on the other side, across the way, you can never marry that up with new properties anyway. That's just not going to happen up and down the country. You can't have old ones, 40, 50 years old, and expect you're going to marry it up with new ones. Things like that just cannot happen. It can't be. House number 56 on the original development is around 26 metres apart from the new one, which is a very acceptable space, and that's the closest point of all. The affordable housing manager, his opinion should be taken into consideration because affordable homes are very much needed too. And the manager has stated he's acceptable with anything, although he's not here present today. So I think his opinion should be valid also. And if we just go back to the A39 crossing, please, and can ask Don DeVries.
Thank you. In terms of the public right of way, on this image, members should be able to see this orange dashed line that sort of goes into the site at this far corner. And currently it's shown extending to the back of these properties and going across here. So that's the current public right of way, which currently is not controlled. So, you know, you have to sort of look either side of Quantock Road. Members will know when we did the site visit, it's quite a busy road the majority of the time, and you'd have to sort of wait for an opening and sort of dash across Quantock Road. Currently, that's the existing arrangement. The public rights of way officer team during the application did request either an underpass or a bridge to go over Quantock Road. That wasn't part of any sort of pre-application negotiation. And in terms of what the scheme is providing, they will have to apply for a diversion of the right of way, and the right of way would divert via the signalised crossing. So you would reach this point at the development, push a button and wait for it to go green, and then safely cross the road using this crossing point. You can then go back down to the public right of way that will run to the back of what will be the school on the opposite side, or you can go into the adjoining development site, which would then have the community facilities as well. But it's a compromised approach, but it is a safe crossing to Quantock Road, which they don't currently have. It's not a bridge and it's not an underpass because the development wouldn't be able to support the cost of that. So there is a safe crossing, but it's not what the public rights of way officer was originally requesting.
Okay, thank you for that. At this moment in time, yes, I can't see any huge problem. To be in favour of this for me at this moment outweighs to be against it. But thank you for the moment.
Thank you. Just to ask Mr. Sunderland, is there anything you wanted to add in terms of the crossing or the highway junction from the highway's point of view?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's nothing further that I need to add at the moment from all the points that have been raised. Dawn has covered a lot of the queries and questions that have come forward. I would reiterate the point, obviously, that by putting in this four-armed junction with signals, any pedestrian movements from one side of the A39 to the other side of the A39 would obviously be a lot more beneficial than an uncontrolled crossing as is at the moment.
Thank you very much. In terms of members, I've got Councillors Revens, Scott, Murphy, and then Bolt. So we'll come to Councillor Revens first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the officers for their presentation this morning. Really helpful. This is a huge allocation in the local plan at 1,200 houses, and obviously we're only looking at a part of that allocation, and it is, you know, trying to see the big jigsaw as well as the detail of this it does take some thinking about. I've got a number of questions I'd like to explore, if I may. My first is around the signal junction, which is obviously much needed in order to bring forward the whole of this allocation. Will the timing of that signal junction be prior to any developments commencing, or will there be development going on while that signal junction is before it's in place? I notice that we've got one of the play areas in this application. There is supposed to, I think, be a mugger and another lap in this allocation. I'm just concerned that by bringing it in piecemeal, we won't see community facilities like the mugger being brought in early enough in terms of the development, and hope that will be expedited sooner rather than later. I noticed there was a phrase that implied that some of the roads in this development would remain as private roads, and that concerns me, because it implies to me that we may have roads that are below the standard, the minimum standards that we see on other developments. Well, the minimum standards aren't really very good anyway, so I hope we're not storing up problems for the future with parking and road maintenance. I'm pleased to hear the officer's response on sustainability. There was nothing in the report about S4 and S5, and that concerns me. And it'd be really great if we could see those ideas written down in advance of meetings. I noticed we have got them in other applications today, which is really pleasing to see. On education, it says that there are negotiations ongoing about primary provision. Can we understand a little bit more about where those negotiations are? There is a primary school planned in the allocation on the different application. Once we got commencement, we will have children that need educating. Will the school be in place? Similarly, with the secondary school places, 50 secondary school places are needed for this application. I know there is in the long term a plan for education facilities to the west of this site, but what's the timescales on that? Where will the children from this development go to school? Because I don't think that school will be built by the time that this is put in place. I note that this has affordable housing below 30%. Now that is going to be made up at the future application, we're told. If we keep being told that the final application will have 100% affordable housing, and then they'll come back and say it's not viable. So I'm a little bit disappointed to see it's below 30%. And we've got provision of community services, the neighbourhood centre, which is we're getting £22,250 for. Can we just clarify what is meant by a neighbourhood centre and what that money will be going to? And I noticed that £65,000 is going for around about 4 miles away. I'm just concerned that we're using this to get money for to remove the grampian condition on junction 23 when the community infrastructure needs to be put in place to build proper communities. So some quite considerable concerns about what we've been presented with this morning, and I think it might be helpful to get the bigger picture as well as this application on a number of points. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mrs. De Vries?
Thank you. What I will do is pass to Ben after I've spoken about private drives. So the areas not highlighted on this plan, sort of this area, this area, this area, sort of these parking courtyards, they're not proposed to be allocated at the moment in this area as well. They're down as private drives, but I'll defer to Ben to explain to members in terms of what that is and what that means. Similarly, I think I'll defer to Ben in terms of potential timing for access works and the process that they would have to go through in terms of gaining sort of highway consents to enable them to start work on the highway. In respect to the other queries raised, with regards to the mugger, so the play area that is shown sort of to this bottom hand corner, it's a combined lap and leap. So it's a local area of play and a local equipped area of play. So it's for small children and slightly larger children. It did originally at first submission start off as a combined lap, leap and mugger in this location. But because of the sort of topography of the land, muggers are required to be flat and play spaces are required to be flat. So it ended up being a really, really elevated raised platform quite close to Quantock Road, which we pushed against in terms of local authority. We didn't think it was a good idea to have quite a high raised platform of child play space right next to the main trafficked route for this site. So that resulted in the play space being relocated back to this area. There's not enough space here with the housing as they've got laid out to have a mugger as well, because there are minimum separation distances that you need from a mugger from surrounding residential developments. So for this play area needs to be at least 20 metres from any of the surrounding properties, which it is. The mugger has been relocated into phase 2, and the developer is aware that it's required to be delivered in phase 2, and how and where it's delivered will be subject to future approval of reserve matters applications. In terms of the absence of policies S4 and S5, I apologise, that was me. I probably left it out. As you can see, it's quite a cumbersome report. It's quite long-winded and quite policy heavy. So it was. I will endeavour to cover S4 and S5 in future applications towards members. In terms of education, there is a requirement for this site to deliver a financial contribution to county education. That will go towards the delivery of the school on the site on the opposite side of the road. So it's direct provision of the primary school that's connected to the need from the development on the opposite side of the road and the developer on this side of the road. On the opposite side of the road, they are in depth conversations in terms of the timings and triggers as part of the 106 to when county can get on site and start delivering. So that is in control, but it's in control through a different application, not this application. But there is provision for it to be on site. In terms of secondary, from county's current comments, there's no requirement for the secondary provision to be provided at the moment. Obviously, it is allocated as part of the local plan for an additional secondary site, but until there's need, they won't be taking sort of movement in terms of delivery of that site. And in terms of community infrastructure, there is a contribution that's in the heads terms from this site towards the community infrastructure. You know, perhaps it's not as significant as we would like, but it is a contribution towards community infrastructure as part of this development, because there's an understanding that residents from this development will be reliant on those facilities when they get up and operational. And in terms of affordable housing, because it's one application covering the outline and the detailed element, the 106 does require 30% provision on site. So even if the detailed element is marginally below 30% in terms of on-site delivery, the site as a whole will be delivering 30% because that's as set out in the 106 and that's as agreed with the developer. I think that's covered everything unless I missed something.
Okay, if we come to Mr. Sunderland, just to look at the phasing of the highways access and the adoption of the highways.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dawn. I'd just quickly like to point out that the drawing that's shown on screen at the moment relates to the Section 38 application process. This is the extent of the highway the developer has put forward for adoption. Where Dawn has the mouse at the moment, you can see there's a clear delineation between the proposed access works and the internal estate roads. This is because they're secured under two separate mechanisms. So the access will be dealt with under a Section 278 legal agreement, which will eventually become an adopted highway as well. Once that has become adopted highway, the Section 38 process deals with the internal estate roads. So we can't have islands of highways. So, for example, we would have to adopt the access in order for the internal estate roads to also be adopted. You couldn't have a separation between highways, so there couldn't be an island of highway. So that's why the access isn't shown as being proposed as being adopted, because it's being dealt with under two separate mechanisms. In terms of the internal estate roads, as Dawn pointed out, there are some accesses which some areas which are being proposed to be private drives. These are areas which would serve no benefit for the Highway Authority to adopt and maintain under the public purse, because they would just be only serving a few dwellings. Now, the site would be subject to the Advance Payments Code, so any of the roads that are being built would be secured through the Advance Payments Code. So we would have to take a bond forward to look after that, and then obviously as soon as any roads that have been put forward to adoption to adoptable standard, we would be able to release that. But also roads that aren't being secured, there would have to be an agreement or a management scheme in place. So there are mechanisms there to cover. So I'm sorry, I forget the name of the councillor which mentioned about the roads. I think it was Councillor Evans, about the roads being to certain standards. So once the road has been constructed and have technical approval to those standards, it becomes a public highway. That's public highway. That's then manageable at our expense. And obviously we look after that, but the private areas would have a management company being put in place, and we would want to see that secured as part of the Section 38 agreements there. In terms of the timings when it comes to the junction, we would certainly want to ensure that this junction was in place prior to any occupation. Obviously, this relates to the full aspect of the hybrid application. This again would be secured and dealt with under the Section 106 if the councillors are minded to grant approval for the application. Obviously, if this is then in place prior to first occupation, depending on the timings to the site to the north as well, depends on which site builds the actual access itself, but it would be, in theory, potentially just an additional arm onto the signalised junction that's proposed for the access to the north as well.
Councillor Evans?
Yeah, may I come back? I'm just anxious about this prior to first occupation rather than prior to construction, because I have experience of prior to occupation conditions being treated pragmatically, I think is the phrase that I've had from officers in the past, and I'm very keen that this junction go in and there be no hitches or hold-ups, and that we have clout that we can use against developers in order to make sure that the highways infrastructure is delivered. I think those of us, we're very aware that this road takes a lot of hammer anyway. HPC is going to have an uplift, which is going to impact on that road. Also, we are going to see a significant increase in people holidaying at home, I suspect, over the next few years, and the A39 for many years has been hammered by holiday maker traffic as well. If we've got construction vehicles and then residents starting to use this, and we still got ongoing, I want to see something that is maybe if we can put it in as a condition here or something, I would really like to see some way that we can hammer this into chisel it into tablets of stone, please.
Just quickly to come back on that one, certainly we would want the access to be fully operational before and that includes all the signalised aspects of it, to be fully operational before first occupation. Obviously, the developer will need to have a means of access for the construction vehicles as well. It would be unreasonable to expect the developer to have fully completed the junction and then have all the construction traffic going across it, and then having to redo the top course and the top level of the access there. So there will be an element of a construction access needed, and then when it gets to a certain point, that the junction would be completed, ready for that first occupation. But again, as you quite rightly say, obviously that is something that can be sorted through negotiations of the Section 106 agreement, or if you councillors are minded to include it as part of conditions with this application.
Mrs. De Vries?
Thank you. I was going to say there is currently a condition on there in terms of condition, I think it's 27, that says none of the development shall be occupied. I understand Councillor Revan's concern. The majority of the access at the moment is shown to be constructed within the site. So the majority of the access would be constructed off highway, and then they would have to book a highway space with county to be able to sort of close it off and create the signalised junction onto the highway itself. In terms of planning impacts, they have to have a construction access into the site to be able to do that. But the generation impact from the development in terms of occupation won't happen and is controlled by condition. But the sign off of legal agreements through county and the booking of road space is through county highways, but it would be done in a way to ensure highway safety.
Yes, of course, I would echo that and say obviously highway safety would be paramount. During the technical approval process, that is something that's looked at. That is completely post-planning permission as well. That the developer would sit down with the highway authority and we would discuss the appropriate times to construct the access. I believe there is an embargo on the A39 over the summer months to deal with the increase of holiday traffic. I think the embargo runs from April till September. I believe it may be a couple of months either side of that. So the developer wouldn't be able to do any work on the access on the road until the winter months, when the vehicle levels were likely to be much lower due to the traffic holiday going to Minehead on the A39. So that's one aspect to take into consideration. When it comes to the technical approval side of things, obviously everything would be looked at in depth at the same time, and the safest course of action will be put forward to the highway authority and the developer, to the agreement of both the highway authority and the developer, to progress it in such a way that it can be completed on the network with minimal fuss and with the utmost care of safety.
Thank you. Dawn, could you just remind me of the condition that you signposted me to? I think I misheard the number and I'm looking at something that doesn't seem to apply.
I think it's condition 27, access in accordance with the approved plans. I'll just double check that with. So the proposed access shall be constructed generally in accordance with details shown on the submitted plan. 903 revision A shall be available for use before first occupation. Once constructed, the access shall be maintained thereafter in a condition in that condition at all times.
Okay, I'm just reading that and it doesn't feel quite as watertight as I would like it to, and I'm not quite sure why.
The robustness often comes through the 106, but the 106 will reflect the conditions, but the conditions are kind of a double security, if you like. It's not necessary to have it as a condition if we're securing it in the 106, but the conditions members can see up front, whereas the 106 would secure it legally as well.
Yeah, I think that's my big concern on this one. For me, if you can't nail down that the access needs to be properly in there before the first occupation, and seeing this condition, it just feels slightly woolly to me. Okay, I'll give it some thought, and maybe if another member would be minded to support an amendment for a condition just to tighten that up. Thank you.
I think certainly it is something that we would want to make sure is solid, bearing in mind, as has been said, the busyness of the road network that we're connecting to here. We wouldn't be wanting to see something happening without that being in place. So I think officers and the applicants have certainly heard that concern, and I think in our Section 106 negotiations, that is a clear point that we need to be making sure that is underlined. I've got a number of councillors still to go, so we've got Councillor Scott, Murphy, Bolt, and then Hendry, and I will probably be looking for some form of recommendation to come forward. So, Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, one of my concerns was with the access, because having a small development just off of one of our roads, it did actually cause quite a lot of problems. So this is a very busy road, so that definitely needs to be addressed. And I don't think I can support it unless it is in more concrete detail. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of disruption here because it's part of the plan. 1,200 houses to be built, but supply and demand, I guess they will be phased and how it will be built. I welcome the sort of green space around this development. That's welcome. It'll give the people a better area to live. With regard to the design, I guess, we can't have everything looking the same. The developers have done their best, and I like the way the houses are spaced out. Actually, they're not all in one big group, so that's good. Going back to what Councillor Lilly said, was they were concerned about the parking, on-site parking, because the houses are built quite close to the front of the road. There doesn't seem to be any space for cars to be parked in front of the houses. So I guess it's all off-road parking, apart from these little lay-by bits, which accommodate some cars. Could the officer just confirm that there is adequate parking off-road for cars? Also, there is another footpath that goes across the green space and crosses the Quantock Road. Will that be a controlled crossing, or is that just like a zebra crossing? And I think that's probably all that's, yeah, I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Drews.
Thank you. In terms of the parking spaces members can see, obviously there's two parking sort of courtyard areas, if you like. So there's a parking courtyard area in this location. There's another one in this location. Beyond that is predominantly parking to the front of the properties or to the side of the properties. All the parking spaces that members can see have been designed to county standards. So there is sufficient parking spaces per bed numbers for the development as proposed, and predominantly the parking is all expected to be off the surrounding highway network within the plan, either the parking courtyards or specifically next to or in front of the residential properties that have been applied for. In terms of the public right of way, I think the hatched orange shows the existing route. The expectation was that the existing route would be diverted probably at this point to connect through to the safe crossing area, which is just across here. So it would just be a case of diverting that section of the right of way to get to this point to cross the road safely and then go back again.
I think, Mrs. Drews, there's a footpath that goes down on the right-hand side of the plan as we're looking at it. With when it comes out onto the road, what's the connection there?
There is a pavement at that point that it can connect onto.
But no crossing across the main road.
No crossing across the main road at that point.
Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you. That's clarified that. I mean, presumably you did mention that there was going to be a footpath gain in the area. Is that just basically the controlled crossing, or will there be other footpaths?
In terms of the 106 header terms that's at the back of the report, there is a contribution to go towards a public right-of-way improvement. I haven't got it on one of the plans that members can see at the moment. It's one of the ones that actually provides a connection link through to the other side of the allocation. So there's an existing public right-of-way that hasn't particularly got any surfacing, so it was upgrading works to that connection to allow the better connectivity of the site allocation as a whole. And it's a partial contribution towards that, and the other half of the contribution is coming from the northern side of the allocation.
And presumably, is that footpath and cycleway?
It's currently just a footpath, so it was upgrading the surface of the existing footpath to be formally adopted as a cycleway. I think there's minimum cycleway widths that Ben might be better to advise on, but I think there are minimum widths for cycleways, and I'm not sure whether the existing network has the width that they would need.
Yes, thank you, Dawn. We would require the necessary widths, especially anything adjacent to the A39, and I don't believe there is the capacity there for that to be put in place to have a footway cycleway link with land ownership and highway ownership taking into account.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at this. I've expanded the map a little bit of the layout of the, I think is it the 114, is that the one on the bottom? I have to say, it makes my heart cry in some ways when I look at the planning that's been given to the block parking. There are some areas with, 6 or 8 block parking, double parking block areas, and I find it, obviously this is a new, we see lots of projects coming towards us, coming through us with this type of thing. Whether it's saving land or not, I really don't know, but to me, it is not conducive to even village living. I mean, this is, in my opinion, looking at it from the very, very beginning when I saw this, when I looked at it privately, I was very upset about the actual design and layout, which is simple, but it doesn't have a centre at all. And I remember I was quite taken with Councillor Lilly, who spoke and said she was concerned about the short drives. She was concerned about the difficult negotiating for wheelchairs and prams. And I can see that quite clearly. I mean, this is not really a walker's paradise. It's a car-driven area. Everything's cars all over the place, which I am quite disturbed about. And I cannot understand why people cannot create a village with a play area in the centre and not to the outskirts. And clearly that's an opinion. It's not something which is legal but as I listened to the arguments developing and the comments, I think there's a great deal of confusion reigning in this. I think Dawn de Vries is fantastic at making presentations. I must admit, I congratulate her. It's such a lot of detail in a very heavy application. But certainly, even after everything is going backwards and forwards and explained, the concerns of everybody put forward, I don't think I could vote for this at this stage. I think there's so much information coming backwards and forwards, and it's uncertain. People talking about the safety of the crossings, and the A39 in particular is not as catered for as I would like it to be. So I would have to say that I feel that we need something more of a structured information rather than this huge diatribe in the beginning and lots of questions back, forwards, and the developer coming in and backs and forwards. I'm not content with this. I'm very uncomfortable with this application as it stands at the moment. There are too many unanswered questions as far as I'm concerned. So I'm going to leave it at that and say that I will not be supporting this. I cannot. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Thank you, Chairman. A few questions. One goes on about the what somebody's just raised, cycleways. Now, I understood there was going to be cycleways as part of the connectivity across to the Cokerhurst site, and the fact that the right of way hasn't been sorted out yet. Whose responsibility is that? Is that the developer, or is that county or Sedgemoor?
It's a separate application that the developer does, usually post resolution or post consent. Members may be familiar with Lakeside. There was a public right of way for that one that also required diversion. It can either be dealt with as part of the application. They could have applied to formally divert it as part of the planning application, If they don't, which they haven't in this case, then they have to go through a separate diversion order process with county rights of way, with SDC sometimes being consultation.
Will they be required to do that before they can start building as part of the 106?
They will be required to do that before they impede the existing public right of way. So it's at any point that they're going to cut off or block the existing right of way, they have to apply for a diversion order.
Thank you. The next question I've got, and it just might be my memory, looking at the red line which goes across onto the northern side of the Quantock Road, is that not an overlap of the Cokerhurst site?
It's an overlap of the existing highway. So at the moment, the existing A road sort of runs across in this location. So the majority of this junction, if being constructed on this side, would be constructed in the majority on land owned by Persimmon.
Right.
But the rest of it is highway land. So the red outline goes to the extent of the highway land only. So it doesn't go onto third party land beyond that.
Okay, a question possibly Mr. Sunderland would be able to answer. The light phasing, will that be phased with the Whitegate roundabout so that we don't end up with just a continuous traffic jam on the NDR or the other roads feeding it?
Sorry, could you just repeat that question again?
Will the lights be phased with the Whitegate roundabout lights? That's the roundabout at the end of the NDR.
Mm-hmm. The honest answer is I don't know to that one. I haven't seen in my recent going back over the application, but that is something that can be looked at as part of the 106 agreements is Scoot, which would then link the traffic signals between junctions to ensure that there's a decent flow between them.
So that would be part of the 106, would need to be included in that, not a recommendation now.
It can be done as part of the negotiations within the 106. It's usually covered within the Section 278 agreements. We have to look at the scoots there to ensure that there is sufficient communication between junctions should it be required.
Thank you. And probably back to Mrs. de Vries. In your recommendations, just before recommendation 1, there's financial contribution for site highway works to allow for connectivity improvements. What exactly is that?
So in terms of the financial contribution for highways, part of it's financial contribution to Dumble. The other part is the financial contribution towards the public right-of-way improvements that were specified as part of the northern allocation. So 50% of the contribution towards those improvements are coming from this site because it's all one allocation.
Right, I didn't know if that might have been to do with cycleways at some point, because obviously there's no bus route going into this particular site. It's all going to be public transport, all private transport. There's no indication within the report as to where the nearest bus route is, or whether one's going to be laid on.
There's not proposed to be a bus route to serve this half of the allocation. There would be a bus route on the northern part of the allocation. So the nearest stop would be part of the northern allocation. So people would still have to cross the road to Signalised Junction. And the first bus stop, going from memory, I think is only about halfway up the main stretch into the northern side.
Yep. No. It isn't being looked at that this one is going to have its own bus stop within the 200 odd or 300 odd houses.
No.
Again, a bit of clarification. Are we saying that the county highways are taking into account 114 houses when they say that the Quantock Road is capable of taking the additional traffic with the Cokerhurst side? Or are we taking in to, as per slide 5, where it shows all of the development for the total amount of housing that the Quantock Road can take, all of that housing?
Who wants to take that, Mrs. de Vries or Mr. Sunderland?
My impression, but I'll get Ben to confirm, is that the capacity of the traffic light junction was considered for the allocation as a whole to ensure it could serve the allocation as a whole, including the primary and secondary school future uses. But Ben, if you could confirm that's the case.
Thank you, Dawn. Yes, that is correct. The signalised junction has taken into account everything as part of the hybrid application, although there are two aspects to this application, as has been laid out and mentioned. There's the outline and the full aspect. Both have been taken into consideration for the local road network and the capacity issues that some of the councillors have raised. Obviously, we haven't raised any, the Highway Authority haven't raised any objections to capacity issues, taking into account every aspect of this development.
Are we in a position where we can actually request with a recommendation or on a 106 that we do have cycleways, especially if we're going to have a pedestrian crossing there?
Mr. DeVries or Mr. Sunderland?
The condition we've got on the moment, there is a condition that says about, let me just see if I can find it. So there is a condition 21 that looks at cycleways and footpaths. I would guess in terms of the layout, maybe there's potential to upgrade this link to formally be a cycleway, but that would have to be looked at as part of discharge of condition 21. But if members were to highlight that, the agent is on the telephone call as we're debating it, so can hear the debate as it's going through.
I mean, all it is getting it so that I know that the highway route, the cycle route actually goes up through Cokerhurst and comes out on the Wemden Hill to go back out to join it down at Sanford Corner, and it just seems that we're not connecting anything in that respect from this quite a large estate on a major road.
The majority of the cycle network to the southern end of the northern part of the allocation, if you're still with me, on the opposite side of the road, is delivered at this end via pavements. So there are pavements that run throughout this application, so they could accommodate cyclists, but they're not wide enough as part of the detailed layout to specifically be allocated as cycleways, but there is a condition for cycleways and footpaths. So if members were keen to see a cycle link, I would suggest in terms of widths of highways, the bit that it could be accommodated on based on the current layout is the green space to the side, could provide a cycle link, but beyond that there are pavements that link up to the safe crossing, which would then subsequently give them access to the cycle routes through the northern side of the site.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of these things are actually decided by policy, as we all know, and policy D2 states quite clearly it seeks to achieve high quality design which responds positively to and reflects the most efficient use of land. The aerial view from the drone and the street views, as pointed out, actually do comply with all of that. And you could sit here arguing all day about small minor points, or other people can say big points. However, at some point a decision has to be made. And generally speaking, I'm okay with this, and I'd like to move the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mrs. DeVries, just from the discussion that members have had, obviously the issue of some form of cycle link, and also particularly re-emphasising the phasing of the highways access have been highlighted. Are you able just to outline how that could be, should members wish to, how that could be built into a recommendation to take those two into account, just to make sure that they are more solidly expressed, and that obviously officers and applicants can finalise those in the section 106, but how we can be assured that that would be the case?
Yeah, they are already covered by condition, but what I would suggest is we could make a note in the minutes. I'm the instructing officer from the SDC perspective. Ben Sunderland is the instructing officer from Highways perspective. So we've both been present for the debate, so aware of members' concerns. In terms of the cycleway, we can push for the upgrade of the link that shows through the green space as part of that condition, and we can ensure that there is sufficient robust detailing in the 106 to give members a bit more satisfaction in terms of the enforceability of condition 7, which was the access being delivered in accordance with the plans prior to first occupation. So I don't think it would change anything in the recommendation as you're currently being asked to make it, but it is something we are aware of and we can move forward on members' behalf.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. You've indicated.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've just been trying to do some little bit of research into condition 27, and I'm struggling to find the document drawing number 903 Rev A on the planning portal, which is that's where I was looking for that reassurance that was the condition, that what that document did contain the elements that I was concerned about. There is a similarly named document that talks about the visibility displays within the development. So I'm just concerned that the document reference is correct there. I do have an alternative wording for junction 27, which might I share in the chat, please?
Yeah. Ben, do you have any comments on the wording? Because obviously it's a county highway recommended condition.
Just for the avoidance of doubt, I'm assuming you're referring to the A39 as opposed to the A38 in this location.
Yes, well spotted.
Just make sure we get that one right.
And I think it should be in on the second to last sentence. Sorry, I have fat thumbs.
Could I just ask that could be read out, because I don't know about other members, but I'm not seeing it.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. The proposed four-arm junction on the A39 and the access shall be in accordance with details shown in the submitted plans and must be in place prior to first occupation. Once constructed, the access must be maintained in that condition at all times.
In terms of clarity, the only difference I would make is usually we specifically reference the plan that shows the arrangement. As I've got, the presentation open at the moment, I'm unable to open the plan that shows the four-arm junction, but just for absolute certainty, we tend to reference that particular plan number just to give that degree of certainty.
Indeed, and that's kind of why I went to the planning portal to look for that document to make sure that that's what I wanted to reference, and I couldn't find it, so I was a little bit stuck on that one. Sorry.
Yeah.
If we could build that into the actual recommendation, I'm sure we could add the plan reference, Mr. Sunderland.
Yes, certainly. We can look up and find the appropriate plan reference. The only other area I would look to include as part of the rewording here would be that the access shall be generally in accordance with the drawing. That's the only other amendment I'll make, but I will see if I can find quickly a drawing number that would replicate, or if Dawn has one to hand that would reference to it, that would be very helpful.
I've got Mrs. Lehman wanted to comment.
Thank you, Chairman. Can we just clarify which condition is going to be firmed up in relation to the cycle link?
The provision for cycleway and footpaths is condition 21.
So the recommendation will be to include the firming up of condition 21 to include reference to cycle links.
It already refers to cycle links. I think it may be playing with the wording to specifically reference the existing link that goes into the rectangle of open space adjoining the development, between the development and the cemetery.
Okay, so in effect, we're looking for the recommendation as was with conditions 21 and 27's wording amended. Could we? I mean, we've got the outline of what those wordings are. If members and officers are happy that we can just firm up the plan number and the actual detailed wording with chairman and vice chairman, as would normally be the case with these sort of conditions. I mean, it's difficult to do it sort of on the hoof, but could I come back to Councillor Hendry? Are you happy with that as to be part of your proposal?
Absolutely, yes, of course. Every part's fine. Yeah.
Councillor Evans, on that basis, are you happy?
I'm always happy, Mr. Chairman, but I'm content with the proposal.
Thank you very much. Councillor Grimes, I've got you next. Councillor Grimes? Is Councillor Grimes still with us?
Hello, sorry, I don't know what happened there. It suddenly went off. Yeah, very comprehensive presentation. Obviously elements of the design and safety that's not quite to my liking, but on balance, I don't believe there's sufficient reasons to refuse this application because of the reasons given by the officers. And I would like to second the recommendation with the certain conditions that have been mentioned. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other comments from anyone, although I have been having some trouble with the IT here. So if anyone is indicating anything that I am not seeing, please let me know now. If not, Mrs. Lehman.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just clarify also it's to do with the delegated authority in relation to the Highways England condition as part of those two proposals?
Yeah, certainly that I will double check with the proposer and seconder, but I think that was certainly what Mrs. De Vries outlined earlier on, that it would have to be the delegated. Just to confirm, Councillor Hendry, that it was delegated permission that you're moving?
Yes, thank you.
And
Yep.
Councillor Grimes, you're happy that that's what you've seconded?
Yes, most certainly. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. In which case, members, I think we will move to the vote on the recommendation, which is to grant permission on a delegated basis, subject to those amended conditions as outlined, and to be the final wording to be signed off by Chairman and Vice Chairman. If we start with Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, this was agreed by full council in 2018, and we've had a long debate on this one, and quite rightly so, that we've tied down quite a few things, and I am in favour of the recommendation, and I can confirm that I've been present through all the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Glassford.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the full debate. I am for the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole debate and I abstain.
And Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for. Thank you.
Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seen and heard everything, and I am for. Thank you.
Councillor Facey.
Yes, Chairman. Seen and heard the debate, Chairman. I support the officer's recommendation, along with all the belt and braces to go with it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole presentation, and I abstain.
And Councillor Evans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole debate, and I support the amended proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kingham.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, after a long debate, a lot of things been discussed. Feeling not in favour of, but I will support the application.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
I support the recommendation, Mr. Chairman, with all the amended conditions. Thank you very much.
And just to confirm, you were present throughout?
Well, definitely, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Present throughout the whole debate. I'm actually against this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for.
Thank you. And I've also seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm also for the amended recommendations. I think, Mr. Nicholson, that's all members who are present have voted.
Mr. Chairman, so that's 10 in support.
I think you may have your microphone up. We can't hear you very clearly.
Sorry, yes, I did.
Thank you.
Sorry, that's 10 in support, 1 against and 2 abstentions.
Thank you very much. That's why I concur. Mrs. Lehman, just to confirm, is that the numbers you've got?
Yes, I agree, Chairman. Thank you.
Excellent. In which case, permission is granted. I'm going to suggest that we take a short comfort break, just to allow members to get a drink or whatever. So if you take that break, and we'll restart again in about 5 minutes at 11:30. Right, can I welcome you all back to the Development Committee? Just quickly, we'll just go around the members just to make sure everyone is back in the room. So Councillor Granter. Councillor Glassford. Okay, Councillor Pearce. Is anybody back? Okay, Councillor Scott. Councillor Hendry.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Facey.
Yeah, present, correct, Chairman, with a mouthful of biscuit.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Yes, I'm here, Chairman, present and correct.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Yes, I'm back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Yes, just got back. Yes.
Councillor Bradford.
Here, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Bolt.
Present.
Councillor Grimes.
Yes, Chairman.
Right, I'm here. Councillor Granter again. Councillor Glassford.
Present, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Scott.
Yes, Chairman, I'm here, present and correct. Thank you.
Okay, and we still seem to be short of Councillors Granter and Councillor Pearce. Are
Present.
they?
Present, Chairman.
Oh, great. Thank you, Councillor Granter. And is Kathy back with us at the moment? Councillor Pearce? No, we seem to at the moment lost Councillor Pearce. Okay, I think we'll have to move on. But the next application we have is North Petherton. We're on page 42 of your papers. And we'll come to Mrs. De Vries again, please, if you'd like to introduce this one for us.
Thank you very much. Members should hopefully see the home slide.
Yep, we've got the page one cover sheet, yes.
Lovely, thank you. So the application's land east of Taunton Road, adjacent to Portman Drive in North Petherton, and its approval of reserve matters for the appearance, landscaping, layout and scale of 130 dwellings, the internal highway and drainage infrastructure, landscape and parking provision. So the applications before members as North Petherton Town Council have objected on the application due to the link road having not been established, the safety and proximity of the access to the adjoining development access, and that the development should comply with the highest standards of sustainability. So the main considerations for the application are principle of development, size, scale and design, impact on adjoining properties, impact on heritage assets, highway considerations, impact on ecology, flood risk and drainage, and climate change and sustainability. So in terms of principle of the development, the application forms the central part of the MP1 allocation, which is on this slide, and is proposed to accommodate for the strategic growth during the plan period. Outline planning permission has already been granted for 130 houses, which included its own access onto Taunton Road as a detailed matter at that point of consent. So this slide shows the allocation as a whole within the local plan, which indicated a singular access point, which upon completion was proposed to connect through to Newton Road, as indicated in this location here. The third land parcel has not yet been submitted to us as a planning application, but the layout of this application does indicate an onward connection, which would secure the future through route for the development. So the outline application was consented. This is the red outline, which consented the vehicular access onto Taunton Road. So again, this is the access detail that's already been consented for this site, which was approved as part of the outline application, and it was considered on its own merits and in conjunction with the adjoining development site to the south, County Highways during the outline application was satisfied that the access was adequate to serve the proposal, and in isolation and in culmination with the adjoining access, it wouldn't result in a highway safety issue. So this application does not propose any alterations to the access as consented. So the access into the site is not a consideration for this application. In terms of the detailed layout for the development, it does provide future potential vehicular and pedestrian connection points to the first phase of development, which are indicated with coloured arrows here, so blue for vehicular and red for pedestrian, and an onward connection point to the final phase of development that would allow for the through route when the final land parcel comes forward. So there is a local area of play located in the northeast end of the site, which is indicated on this slide by the yellow star. And there is a combined local area of play and local equipped area of play on the southern edge of the site, with a pedestrian footpath connecting to the existing public right-of-way to the south. This is all in accordance with the general parameter plans which were submitted as part of the outline. The submitted information also confirms provision of 30% affordable housing, which is 39 dwellings on this site, and they are also integrated with market housing in accordance with the original 106. The principle of development of this site is therefore accepted, and it's the layout and design that are subject to detailed consideration for this application. So in terms of context, the next few slides provides a view of the site. So this is the area proposed for the attenuation pond and the public open space looking northwest and southwest from the far east corner of the site. These are two views to the northeast over what would be the attenuation area, and along an area proposed for the development with the roof lines of the properties fronting Newton Road just available on the ridge lines. And this top image shows the rear elevations of properties within Portman Drive, and the bottom image shows a photo of the site and the existing established hedge boundary which divides this site from the phase 1 development which fronts onto the A Road. The top view again is the rear boundary of the properties in Portman Drive, and a view to the northeast over the existing hedge boundary where you can see the ridge line of the properties on Newton Road. The top view is from within the site looking east where the access is proposed, and the bottom image is from further south looking in a northern direction. So this view shows the end of the site and a view towards the eastern end of the site showing the adjoining listed building Spitgrove, which is on Newton Road. And again, a view of the eastern end of the site and the dwellings that adjoin the site fronting onto Newton Road. So the bottom image shows the location of Bat's Coach House that forms the boundary of the site. So in terms of layout, the site provides a spur option, so either a direct route onto the A Road or through the adjoining development, which enables the provision of a connecting route as per policy requirements for the final phase. The layout provides road frontage development and a good level of surveillance to the play spaces and over the attenuation pond to the south. In terms of legibility, the majority of the development is two-storey with single-storey garages. The exception of this is a flatted block, which is three-storey, shown here in orange, which fronts the primary access, providing a point of interest in the street scene. There are 11 different property styles with added variety in terms of flipping the designs and changing the material mix. This slide shows the variety in the street scene at the main entrance, which is street scene 1, the street scene that overlooks the attenuation pond, which is street scene 2, and on the route leading to the main play space, which is street scene 3. So the materials proposed are a mix of red buff brick and stone with a mixture of brown and grey slate tiles. Stone is also used to highlight gables and principal elevations in key locations within the site. The play spaces are shown on this slide in purple and in orange. The Parks and Gardens teams have confirmed that there's appropriate provision within the site for the scale of the development. The landscape officer has confirmed that the trees identified for removal are low quality and conditions are recommended to control additional planting, removal of the identified trees and protective fencing, and to ensure the health and longevity for the retained trees and hedgerows. So due to the location of the brook that runs down the southern element of the site, so this just runs in this direction here, there was concern raised in terms of pollution during construction. There is a condition on the outline that requires that controls the impact of this. So subject to the imposition of the recommended conditions in terms of landscaping, and the development is considered to be an appropriate size, scale and design. So moving on to impact on neighbours, plot 1, which is this unit here, is located closest to the rear boundaries of the properties in Portman Drive and Portman Road. There is a landscaped edge to the site and the property is set away from the boundary with a single-storey garage to the side. The garage is located 17.3 metres from the rear of the nearest dwelling, whilst the side elevation of plot 1 is 19.26 metres from the nearest residential property. First floor windows on the side elevation of this property are controlled by condition to be obscure glazed to prevent any adverse overlooking. So plot 130, which is this unit here, is orientated facing the access of the road, with the principal elevation being set 13.57 metres from the boundary of the site and 17.10 metres from the edge of the nearest residential dwelling. Landscaping of the northern boundary is secured through condition on the outline application. The remaining development on the southwest boundary are orientated into the site and present rear boundaries to the adjoining development. So plot 128, which is this unit down here, has a 9.34 rear boundary, which makes it 11.22 from the boundary of the site, and from rear to side, so from the rear elevation of this property to the side elevation of this property, is 18.10 metres. With the exception of this orientation, plot 112 is orientated, so this plot is orientated to overlook sort of the public green space and the play space, so would result in a side-to-side separation relative to the adjoining development. This results in a side-to-side separation of 11.1 metres, and again, obscure glazing will be conditioned. So based on the condition and given the distance, it's considered to be acceptable. To the south of the site, there's open land, and at distance, the rugby club. Given the gap between the development and the rugby club, there's not considered to be any adverse impact as a result of the proposal to the south. So plots 63 to 66, that's this block here. They're orientated to the northeast and will be located side onto and over 6.5 metres from the boundary. Plots 59 to 62, that's this terrace here, are orientated to the northwest, and these would have rear gardens 11.39 metres in length and are set 16 metres from the boundary. These are located to the northwest of Bat's Coach House, as previously seen in the photo, and given the distance, it's not considered to give rise to any adverse impact. Bat's Coach House and Bat's Mews join the southeast boundary of the application, so in this location here. And plot 58 is orientated side on to this boundary and set at a distance of 6.79 metres. There are no windows on the side elevation of this unit, and the roof is hipped to reduce the massing. The rear of these plots, 56 to 58, are located 12.7 metres from the northeast boundary, with a back-to-back distance of 22 metres to Berry Cottage. Denmer, which is this property, has a separation distance of 22 metres. April Cottage and Collington are similarly located but maintain a back-to-back position in excess of 22 metres, and Eastleigh and Gipicona Cottage have a minimum back-to-back distance of 25 metres at the closest point. So this, in addition to the 5-metre landscape buffer, ensures that there's no adverse impact. Permitted development rights have also been removed for these properties along this boundary to ensure that the impact isn't any greater than what's already been considered. In terms of setting, given the position of the development and the green buffers to the boundary, the development is not considered to result in an adverse impact on the setting of the adjoining listed buildings. So in terms of heritage, the proposal is in close proximity to 2 listed buildings at the eastern end of the site, but as a result of the layout, it provides a lower density of development in this location, and landscape buffers are maintained, and the Conservation Officer is satisfied that, subject to the condition controlling the materials, that the development would not result in an adverse impact on the setting of these buildings. In terms of highway impacts, Highways England have confirmed no comment on the application. The access into the site, including the slip lane and the proximity of this access to the adjoining development site, was considered and approved as part of the outline application. In terms of parking provision, highway safety and internal layout of the development, plans have been provided to show the tracking of refuse vehicles, visibility displays, Section 278 plans, and external works and engineering layouts. All of these have been reviewed and confirmed by County Highways as acceptable. The outline application was submitted with an archaeological impact assessment, which confirmed a net enhancement of biodiversity for this site. So the outline consent was also controlled with a number of conditions to ensure that this, which is currently in for consideration, there's been a number of discharge of condition applications submitted or are currently being considered. So the detailed layout of this scheme is in accordance with the approved details and would therefore comply with the outline. So during this application, a comment was received querying if this site impacted on nutrient loading as part of the Somerset Level and Moors Ramsar site. So supporting information was submitted by the applicant, confirming that the foul water for the site is being treated by Wessex, whose treatment plants do not fall within an outfall area that impacts on the catchment. So the application does not therefore need a habitats regulations assessment, and the proposal would not result in any impact on the Levels and Moors Ramsar site. In terms of drainage and flood risk, the southern edge of the site adjoins flood zone 3. The drainage strategy for the site was to attenuate surface water in the pond, as shown in yellow on this slide, prior to discharging into the existing watercourse. The principle of this is accepted by the Lead Local Flood Authority, although they have requested some further details. The outline permission included a condition for surface water drainage to be agreed ahead of the determination of any approval of reserved matters. A condition has subsequently been recommended by the Lead Local Flood Authority, which would enable this application to be determined, but detail is still required to be submitted prior to the commencement of development to confirm the drainage strategy for this site. The Environment Agency have confirmed no objection to the development and discharged conditions on the outline in respect of floor levels, and being satisfied that there's no risk to any future occupiers. A condition was also imposed on the outline application requiring a sustainability statement for each phase of development. As part of the submission, there is a list of sustainability measures that are proposed to be incorporated into the development and are detailed on page 54 of the report, looking to enable a fabric first approach to energy efficiency, range of internal fixtures and fittings that are proposed to reduce energy consumption for future occupiers, although some of these are outside of the control of the local authority. The agent has confirmed that the development will be compliant with current building regulations, and a site waste management plan is to be produced to maximise recycling and the reuse of materials. Based on this, officers are satisfied with the details that have been provided. So in conclusion, the principle of development and the vehicular access was established via the outline application for up to 130 dwellings. Officers are satisfied in terms of the layout, size, scale and design of the units as have been proposed and shown within the street scenes. The impact on neighbours has been run through for the benefit of members, and officers are satisfied that there's no direct impact on the amenities of the adjoining properties. Similarly, given the layout and the green buffers, officers are satisfied there's no adverse impact on the surrounding listed buildings or on any heritage assets. Internal highway considerations and parking provision is considered to be acceptable, and impact on ecology is being controlled by conditions through the outline application, which is currently in for review. Additional landscape conditions were proposed as part of the development and have been imposed as part of the recommendation. Flood risk and drainage, generally the statutory consultees are satisfied with the approach, but an alternative condition has been proposed by the Lead Local Flood Authority to enable the application to be determined, and climate change and sustainability measures have been set out within the report. So officers are recommending conditional approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, we have a couple of speakers on this application. The first one is Linda Hyde. If you could turn on your microphone, please, just confirm it's working for us.
Yes, thank you very much.
Excellent. And just to confirm, you're speaking on behalf of North Petherton Town Council today?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. We'll start when you're ready, and you'll hear the bell go when there's 1 minute of time left to go.
Thank you very much. As Dawn has explained, this is one of 3 adjoining proposed developments south of the main settlement of North Petherton, and a further 4th nearby development is already under construction. The Town Council's previous concerns have focused on local infrastructure issues, including lack of school places. We were successful in securing developer contributions towards a substantial improvement in the nearby Memorial Park. However, the Town Council's main concern throughout the history of this particular application has been about the road layout and the foreseeable further increase in traffic congestion on the A38 as it narrows through the bottleneck of the original village centre. We fully appreciate that the positioning of the access road onto the A38 was approved at outline planning stage and cannot now be revisited. However, I'd like to take this opportunity to stress that we are disappointed with the lack of any collaboration and joined up thinking by the different developers of this large site between Taunton Road and Newton Road. This has now already resulted in the agreement to 2 separate access roads onto the A38, positioned very close to each other. The Town Council's view is that a much better solution would have been one substantial access point, which could even have incorporated a roundabout. With all the new housing development north of Taunton and the housing and commercial development around Junction 24, the A38 through North Petherton has become increasingly congested. Of course, this is much worse when the motorway is closed, which frequently happens in the summer and usually on a Friday, of course. At these times, the A38 between the Rugby Club and Junction 24 already grinds to a halt. For many years, in the knowledge that more housing development would be coming to the area, the case has been made for a bypass. The local plan recognises these issues, and Policy NP1 makes provision for a link road from the A38 through these new developments to Newton Road, which could in turn allow for a further link northwards, thereby avoiding yet more congestion at the narrow unsatisfactory junction where Newton Road joins the A38. The Town Council is very encouraged that the Planning Officer's report for this application refers to the safeguarding of this new prospective link from the A38 through these new developments to Newton Road, according to Policy NP1. With regard to other aspects of this application, the Town Council was particularly reassured that previous concerns about drainage and flooding risk have been resolved. Also, nearby residents' concerns about overlooking have been addressed by some houses being sited further away from existing bungalows, the carefully positioning of windows or the use of frosted glass. Some outstanding ecology, landscaping and tree preservation issues have also been satisfactorily resolved. The Town Council trusts that in line with our respective commitments to climate change measures, the District Council will insist on the developers' adherence to sustainability issues, including materials used and giving due attention to energy efficiency throughout. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and very well timed. Thank you very much. If we move then to Chris Dolling, please. Could you again just confirm your microphone's working?
Good morning, Chair. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. So again, start when you're ready, and you've got 3 minutes. You'll hear the bell to ring when there's 1 minute to go.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair, members and members of the public. My name is Chris Dolling and I'm the Design and Planning Manager speaking on behalf of Barratt Homes Bristol Division. The Reserve Matters application under consideration today represents 130 new homes for the district. Our team have worked really hard to evolve a design of high quality that fosters key placemaking principles to create a great place with a sense of identity to live within. We're very proud of our final scheme and would like to thank the consultant design team and the various Sedgemoor District Council officers for all their hard work and effort injected into this scheme. As you know, the outline application for this site was granted at committee in January 2020, with the outline planning permission issued following the signing of the Section 106 legal agreement on the 18th of June 2020. The outline planning approved the access from Taunton Road and the principal development and fixed the governing parameter plans and conditions for a Reserve Matters application to then go and accord with. This subsequent Reserve Matters application in front of you today is in full accordance with the approved parameter plans and conditions. We'd like to thank officers for their recommendation for approval and their extensive collaboration since the RM application was submitted on the 7th of September 2020. This reserved matters application is for a total of 130 dwellings, and which will be a mix of 1, 2, 3 and 4 bed family homes. The scheme proposes 30% affordable housing, and these 39 affordable homes will comprise a 10-year mix of 20 affordable rented dwellings and 19 shared ownership dwellings. The mix will be a blend of 1-bed maisonettes, 2-bed apartments and 2, 3 and 4 bedroom homes. Through various discussions with officers, we made key improvements to this scheme during the course of the application. Collaboration with the council's planning officer and POS officer, Parks and Open Spaces, to refine the location of the LAP and the LEAP. These are the local area of play and the locally equipped area of play. These have been now moved and positioned to be integrated into the wider network of open space, with a second LAP within the centre of the scheme. We've also incorporated comments with regards to streets and spaces, and Somerset County Highways have confirmed acceptance of this scheme. The scheme provides a 19.59% bionet diversity gain, which exceeds the 10% increase stipulated in condition 27 of the outline planning permission. This is recognised by the 10% increase is what the government's 2019 environmental bill, but as you can see, with a 19% increase, this exceeds it dramatically. We're pleased to state this RM application is recommended for approval, and we'd hope to move into the delivery of these much needed new homes following the discharge of the final conditions. We do feel that this new scheme will contribute significantly towards the council's housing land supply, and we have a fundamental objective of creating a great place to live. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, and again, well timed. Members, any comments or questions, please? Councillor Evans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Dawn for her presentation and to the public speakers who I think made some excellent points. First of all, just I will say the opposite of what I said earlier. So pleased to see environmental credentials of the scheme S4 and S5 being reported on. So thank you very much, Dawn. It's very useful to have that in the reports that we see in advance. I'm really pleased to see that we have managed to secure the link between the Barratt and Persimmon sites with that road link there, and that was a question mark. I'm really pleased to see that. Could I ask about the location of the affordable housing within the plot, and ask about how that will be allocated, whether there'll be a local preference within that. My overall comment on this, though, is that I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity. I think, as Councillor Hyde was mentioning, there was hope that this might be used to provide some traffic relief in North Petherton, but we've got 2 more junctions onto the A38 rather than one, and we haven't yet got any detail on the link road through to Newton Road to try and alleviate some of the issues that are there. I do wonder if we didn't have plot 1 on this allocation. First of all, it would have provided a little bit more space between the Portman Drive houses, but also would have provided a straight access into and then out of onto Newton Road, which I think would have been a better highway solution. So a little bit of disappointment that we've not got the link that we would have aspired to, but very pleased to see the comments in the officer's report about that link being put forward. But I would ask, is there any funding coming from either of the 2 developments, either the Persimmon one or the Barratt one, towards a link onto Newton Road? Because my concern is that once we see a proposal for that one in the future, that the developer will cry foul that they can't make the development sustainable or viable with that link in place, so because of lack of funding. So that's my other anxious concern. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mrs. de Vries.
Thank you. So starting off with the link road, I think there was an earlier slide I had that showed the arrows that connect that one. Apologies. So there is a vehicular connection point to ensure that it does tie on to the Persimmon development at this point. And there is a pedestrian connection point as well, because there's a pedestrian connection link through here, which then also led on to the A road from Persimmon for this one. So it's trying to get the legibility and connectivity through the sites. In terms of the connection for the future phase, there's this route here. That is, as Persimmon's was and as these links are, secured through the outline planning permission. So there is a requirement for this site to link through into this area of land. This is the last land parcel to come forward for the MP1 allocation. It's in separate ownership to sort of these two land parcels, but we are commencing discussions with the landowner shortly in terms of the future development of this phase, and connection onto this site is a policy requirement under MP1, which will be made very, very clear to the potential landowner coming forward. So it's not anticipated that it will cause a problem, because it's a policy requirement for the connection, and the connection route is obviously there to connect onto and through to, and will be communicated for future development. In terms of affordable housing, if I go back to the slide we were just on, I think this one. So members will see the orange and pink dots. So these are the affordable housing proposed properties. So they're interspersed sort of throughout the development, and they've been agreed in terms of tenure with the affordable housing manager. In terms of how they get allocated, because North Petherton is meeting some of the strategic growth for the district, they are to meet the district's need rather than North Petherton specifically. So I don't believe there's a local sort of preference, because it's the strategic need for the district rather than local need for the district. But that's all agreed through the affordable housing manager. And funding for the link road, there won't be, because it will be a requirement for the additional land parcel coming forward to provide the appropriate infrastructure for their own development, as has been the case for this development, to provide their own sort of network connections, and as is the requirement for the Persimmon scheme to provide the network connection. So it's a development cost for the future land developer, but they will be made aware it's a policy requirement as opposed to the allocation. I think that covered everything, unless I've missed something off.
Yeah, I was. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your answer. It was the onward connection onto Newton Road that concerns me, particularly as I suspect that there will be highways requirements for further works beyond just the estate road on that parcel, and it concerns me that would be a get out for the developer of that land, and I just want the assurance that where your mouse is now and those two little bits of black arrow are noted.
Yeah, that's all of that falls under the final phase of this site that hasn't yet come forward, and it is in separate ownership to the current application, but we are engaging with them for future applications, so we will be discussing the requirement for that to link all the way through.
Thank you. I think I made reference in the previous application to needing to see the big picture of all the different applications put together into one allocation, and I think the same applies here with the 3 parcels of land in this that it's trying to get that big picture that I think is really important.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Dawn, for being so explicit. Thank you very much. And Councillor Evans has said an awful lot what I was going to say. He usually does. He's a local fellow, so he's got a lot of local knowledge within himself. And first of all, I want to congratulate Barrett on the quality of the houses they built. They've had a lot of awards in the last few years, and congratulations to you. And this is the quality of houses that North Petherton deserves. North Petherton's a wonderful place. And you're going to see a lot of these houses. You come in on the A38 from Taunton, because this development's pretty perched on a slope, and the minute you hit Beggar's Brook corner where the rugby club is, the houses are going to be right up on you. So you need to do good design, and they need to have plenty of green space. You're going to lose quite a few hedges there and some of the trees, and the impact has to be softened up by a bit of this, I think it has. Then I'm going to go to what I brought up my previous application, actually, the how complicated it is of district councillors and even people on the planning committee that we probably have 3 developments planned here in a very small area. Persimmon at the front one, adjacent A38, granted 18 months ago, and I'm quite surprised it hasn't progressed. And we've got another one probably coming in at some stage, Bats Farm, which is going to be the important one regarding the Newton Road delivery. I hope it does happen, because there's been a big project in the last 2 years created at the top Newton Road regarding the memorial playing field, and the car parking, the number of cars that exit through there is absolutely incredible. And also I'm going to bring up a development on the other side of the road, which involves Baymead Estate and Stafflin's Farm. There's a lot of cars that come out through that particular entrance at the moment, which wasn't called best suited for what it was at the time. And you need something to pick up that extra traffic. And with development planned at North Newton in quite a smaller way, you just need that escape on the A38 rather than near the Woodley Junction. But like I said, Councillor Evans did say an awful lot of what I really wanted to say. So really, I think North Petherton welcomes this. We all need affordable housing, and it's a growth area. In fact, everybody wants to come to the Petherton. We've got everything they want there at present. But I do think with the increased development, we're going to want a few extra things. You know, we keep increasing people. The schools stay the same size. The doctor's surgery stayed the same size. And everybody else has got to go to the centre of the village for shopping. And I just wonder sometime where something could be done or integrated in the next development to offset some of this. We just have to wait and see. So I'm going to listen to the rest of the debate before I cast my vote. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. De Vries, was there anything you wanted to respond to?
I think I'm quite happy for the debate to continue if
No
you're
problem.
happy.
Any other comments from members? I'm not seeing anyone at the moment, but if there are any other comments, if you'd like to indicate in the chat or raise your hand. Are there any other members who wish to comment? Yep, I have Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Councillor Alan Bradford has covered just about everything. I couldn't have worded it better. That's the honest truth. However, I would like to move the officer's recommendation as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I was going to do that, and I'm quite happy to second that. I think it's a good proposal. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Again, I'm just looking to see if there are any further comments or questions from members.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councillor Bradford.
Sorry, I know it's not part of this debate today, right? But that access at the top of the hill, so the top of a hill, that is the access from this particular development, right? And it wasn't greeted very well with local people and the town council that first came in, because down the bottom of the hill, Persimmon are going to have another one, if my facts are right, for their 70 development, and I just hope that all that traffic isn't packed into the top exit. I really do. You know, we've had to watch and see this space, but I'm just been a bit surprised that Persimmon hadn't got on with this one and it's completed. But there you go.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bradford.
But I think the point got to be taken into view. Okay.
Thank you for those.
Thank you very much for that.
But as you rightly said, obviously members can't get into the access today because, as you've said, and the officers, that was resolved at the outline stage. Members, then we have had a recommendation that's been moved and seconded, and I'm not seeing any further indications to wish to speak from members. That is to grant permission. I'll start this time for the vote with Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bolt.
It's seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for the officer's recommendation.
And Councillor Bradford.
Seen and heard the whole debate, Mr. Chairman, I am for.
And Councillor Kingham.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Seen and heard the whole debate, Mr. Chairman, and on balance, my vote's for.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Facey.
Seen and heard the whole debate, Chairman. I support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seen and heard everything, and yes, I am for. Thank you.
And Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for. Thank you.
And Councillor Pearce, are you with us? No. Okay, so we'll have absent. Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole debate and I am for.
And Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I confirm that I've seen and heard all of the debate, and I think it's a worthwhile application, and I'm very happy to move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. And I've also seen and heard the debate, and I'm also for the recommendation. I believe, Mrs. Nicholson, that's all members have voted.
Yes, Chairman, I can confirm that that's 12 in support and 1 lost connection.
Yep.
Not there.
Okay, that is clearly carried then, so permission is granted. Right, members, if we move to the next application on our agenda, which is on page, I believe, 59. And we're in Burnham and Highbridge. And Amelia Elvia, I believe you're presenting this one.
Hi, yes, thank you, Chairman. Hello, members. I'll just set my computer up. Okay, can you see that? Yeah.
Yeah, we've got the cover page.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, so this is a retrospective application for the erection of a garage that serves 33 Cunningham Road in Burnham-on-Sea. So here is a list of the relevant policies from the local plan, and Burnham also benefits from a neighbourhood plan. So here are the policies that are relevant. The main considerations are the visual amenity, the residential amenity, highway safety and flood risk. So the application site is situated within an established residential area of Burnham-on-Sea to the north of Love Lane. The garage itself is within an established parking area to the south of Beatty Way. The dwelling which the garage serves is to the east of the site, adjacent to Cunningham Road, and outlined here in blue. The application seeks retrospective consent for the erection of a detached garage within the established parking area. The parking area is mostly gravelled, however, there are some pre-existing structures present. The garage is currently not wholly within land under the ownership of the applicant. However, the application seeks to rectify this, and if granted, will result in the garage being moved to the correct space for number 33. So the garage is a single garage finished with render and timber cladding. The roof is monopitched and the height of the garage is approximately 2.4 metres at its tallest point. So that's the top of the parapet here. The garage externally measures approximately 2.5 metres by 4.8 metres and is served by an up and over door. So here are some additional views of the garage within the established parking area, showing the other garages and outbuildings and its setting within the wider view. So the garage is considered to be of an acceptable design and construction that is appropriate for its setting. The garage is sited within an established parking area that is at least 8 metres away from the closest neighbouring property. Due to the internal size of the garage, it is not considered adequately large enough to accommodate the parking of a vehicle, therefore resulting in the loss of an off-road parking space. However, the property which it serves is a 3-bedroom house in Zone B, where the parking strategy suggests a house of this size should be served by 2.5 off-road parking spaces. The property has another off-road parking area that can accommodate 2 vehicles, and it is considered that there is on-road parking available, and the loss of the parking space by placing the garage here would not result in a detrimental impact on highway safety. The application site lies within flood zone 3, however, flood risk assessment has been carried out and the garage is not considered to increase the risk of more vulnerable buildings such as the neighbouring dwellings. The site is an area of high archaeological potential, but Southwest Heritage have raised no objection. The concerns raised by some of the neighbours about the ownership of the land and the correct placing of the garage will be addressed by moving the garage to the correct location. I say correct, based on land ownership. If permission is granted, it will be conditioned to ensure that within 3 months of decision, the garage will be moved by approximately 700 millimetres. That should not be say meters. Sorry, that is a typo. 700 millimetres to the left as you look at the garage. As the development complies with the relevant policies of the local plan, the officer recommendation is to grant planning permission, conditioning the relocation of the garage within 3 months of the date of decision. And that's it. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions, please? Councillor Facey.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm going to use the phrase from my dear friend from North Petherton. Common sense prevails again, Chairman. Completely support the officer's recommendation. Can't see any problem with it whatsoever. Thank you, Chairman.
Could I just ask Councillor Facey, is that a proposal?
It is, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I actually did a drive-by this because I live in Burnham-on-Sea, and with the garage being moved, yeah, absolutely fine. I'm happy to second Councillor Facey. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
I was just going to second it.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from members? I'm not seeing any, so if we then move to the vote which has been proposed and seconded to grant permission, if we start with Councillor Facey.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Fully support the officer's recommendation. And I've been present throughout, Chairman, all 2 minutes.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've seen and heard everything, and yes, I fully support this. No problem at all. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Just turn myself off. Sorry. Yes, no problem. I've seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to check, is Councillor Pearce back? No. Okay. Councillor Glassford.
Yeah, sorry,
oh,
Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Pearce.
I was actually here for the last one, but I wouldn't have made any difference, so I let it go. But yeah, sorry, I don't know what happened there. I've seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for the officer's recommendation.
Terrific, thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Seen and heard all the debate, and I am for the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Yes, Chairman. Seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for.
Councillor Bolt.
Seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for.
Councillor Bradford.
Seen and heard the whole debate, Mr. Chairman, and I am for.
And Councillor Kingham.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm not sure why we got it here, but yes, I've seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for.
Councillor Evans.
Seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Murphy.
Seen, heard, and for.
Thank you. And I've also been present at the whole debate, and I'm also for. Mrs. Nicholson, is that all members present have voted?
Yes, Chairman, that's everybody. And it's unanimous.
Thank you. That's clearly carried, so permission is granted. Right, members, if you move to the next application on page 67, please. And we move to East Huntsville. And Shanta Parsons, I think you're introducing this one.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just trying to remember how to share my screen. Sorry, I won't keep you long. Could you confirm if you can see my screen?
Yeah, we've got the screen on. You haven't. Oh, it's gone again.
Oh, I'm
That's
sharing
back
the
in.
wrong screen. Do
Nope,
apologise. I should do this more often and I'd be more familiar.
that's right. We've got it, although we've got the sort of slides showing to the side as well. Whether you can actually run the slideshow.
Let's try again. Sorry about this. I'll stop sharing a minute. This is going to be so simple. Right. I was obviously sharing screen 2. Maybe I should have shared this screen. Can members see my screen?
We can see your screen.
Go up to
Lovely. No,
Shanta, go
yeah,
to the top.
I'm
That's
good
it.
now.
Yep.
That's
You're
good. Lovely. Okay. This is a planning application for a site in East Huntsville. It's an application for the erection of a double garage. As you can see, this is the site here. It's on the bend as you approach the village, and this road runs northwards up towards the village. This property was developed under the self-build scheme in 2017, and it's proposed to erect a garage here. There is an existing access into the site here, and there is also an existing access into the site at the bottom. And so the proposal is to use this access and to build a garage in this location. So this is the existing house, and it's proposed to build a garage of measurements which would be standard for a double garage, which would be 6.5 metres by 6.3 metres. This is another aerial just zoomed in to show the location of the proposed garage. As you can see to the north, there is the adjoining property here with a conservatory on the south elevation. This is the proposed garage. This is the front elevation of the existing house so that you can see it in context. The height of the garage is 4 metres. The eaves would be 2.5 metres. And this is the standard size for a double garage. Now, this is a view into the site that the agent has let me have. This is the existing property, so the garage would stand here. It would be a metre from the boundary with the neighbour, and you can just see the neighbour's conservatory. At the back of the site, there are some sheds that have been there some time. So, and this is a street view of the site before the property was developed, but this is the existing access here, but it does show the neighbouring property and its relationship to the site. And again, this is a street view from Google before the property was built, and it shows the existing access into the site. And while this hedge is quite overgrown here, this is highway land, and there is quite a substantial visibility splay in both directions from the access. And so therefore going back to the proposal. So the parish council have objected to the application in respect of their concerns on the neighbour. I've received no objections to the application other than the parish council. In terms of the location of the garage, it would be south of the neighbour's garden. Due to its position and its height, with the ridge being 4 metres, the eaves being 2.5 metres, it's not considered that it would result in undue visual domination, loss of light, and certainly no overlooking. And therefore, the recommendation is to grant consent. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from members, please? Any members wish to make a recommendation then, please? Yep, I've got Councillor Bolt.
Just to clarify, the neighbour that's got the conservatory there has not put in any objection at all to this.
No, correct.
No, I can't see a problem. I'm quite happy to propose this one.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
I was going to propose it, but as Councillor Bolt's already done that, I will second it. I have no problem at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
No problem at all with this, Mr. Chairman. I would have seconded it anyway, but thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other comments at the moment from members, so if we move to a vote, we have a recommendation proposed and seconded to grant permission. If we come first this time to Councillor Murphy. Is Councillor Murphy with us? Okay, we'll move on to Councillor Revens. I'll come back to Councillor Murphy. Councillor Revens.
Yeah, support the recommendation. Thank you. I've seen and heard the whole debate.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham.
Seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for.
Councillor Bradford.
Seen and heard the whole debate, Mr. Chairman. I am for.
Councillor Bolt.
Seen, heard, and for.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Seen and heard all the debate, and I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. I got cut off at the start of the presentation, and I just came in a couple of seconds ago, so I can't vote on this one.
Okay, we'll record you as absent. Councillor Pearce.
Yeah, I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Yes, I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Seen and heard everything, Mr. Chairman, and I'm absolutely for. Thank you.
And Councillor Facey.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, seen and heard, Chairman, and support the officer's recommendation.
Okay, and Councillor Murphy. I think we may have lost Councillor Murphy by the sounds of things. In which case, we'll put as absent. And I've seen and heard the debate, and I'm also for. Mrs. Nicholson, is that everybody has voted who we believe is present?
I obviously must have missed Councillor Grimes somewhere along the way.
Councillor Grimes, would you just like to reaffirm?
Yes, I've seen the whole debate, and I'm for.
Thank you. Okay, that's 11 in support and 2 that have lost connections.
Okay, so that
or
again
absent.
is clearly carried. Members, if you could turn in your papers to the reports that we have under agenda items 7.1, 2 and 3. And I believe we have with us Mr. Howlett. Are you presenting these?
Yes, I am, Chairman. Happy to have a role this morning. So I'll present the reports. I don't know, would you like me to share them? Is that easier if I share them?
If the link's there, that's fine. Yeah, go for it.
Go. So if you can let me know when you can see that.
It's on the screen, but if you can maximize it, that would be helpful.
Okay, I'll try and scroll it out a bit. Is that better?
Again, I don't know about other members, but the eyes are getting older, Mr. Howlett. If that's terrific. Thank you. Oh,
great. Okay.
I think Councillor Murphy may have just shared his screen as well.
Yes, I think he's probably taking me off.
Yeah. Councillor Murphy, if you can possibly stop share. That's terrific. Thank you. And we're back to Mr. Howlett. Yep.
I'll grapple it back. So there we go. Okay, so appeals received is the first report. So these are new appeals that are in. The first one is for a retrospective application for change of use of the property to an HMO for up to 9 people. This one came to committee, sorry, it's at 75 St John Street in Bridgewater. Came to committee back on the 18th of August 2020, so members may recall the debate. It was an officer recommendation to grant, but members had 2 specific concerns. One regarding the extent of the amenity area that was available, the amenity space available, given there was going to be 9 occupants. Although 8 out of the 9 bedrooms met the actual standards for an HMO, members were concerned that one of the spaces was under. So for that reason, raised an objection on amenity grounds. But also the lack of available off-street parking was an issue. Despite no objection from the Highways Authority, being as it is in the town centre, members were concerned enough to again raise that as an objection. So it was resolved to refuse on those 2 grounds. We haven't got the procedure yet, but I would imagine it's probably a reasonably straightforward written reps procedure in terms of exchange of statements. The next one below was a delegated decision. So this is at Holly Tree Farm, New Road, Stone Allerton, and the proposal was for the erection of a 2-storey extension. Delegated decision, as I say, so it didn't come in front of members, refused on 2 grounds. Firstly, design. The bulk of the extension was seen as detrimental to the street scene and quite visually intrusive. And also because of where the extension was going to be located, it would also impede an existing parking space. So again, there was a highway safety issue raised on those. So again, written reps probably in terms of procedure, and we'll see how that goes.
Thank you very much.
In
Before you
terms,
move on, just if we can just
yeah.
check with members, any comments or questions that members have on those? I'm not seeing anything. So again, Mr. Hallett, if you'd like to carry on.
Okay, so again, I'll move this one up. So this is appeals decided. So these are ones where we've had the decisions. Only one this time, and that was for an outline planning permission, which was refused at 44 Rodway, Cannington. Members, I'm sure will recall this one. It was one of our early discussions about self-build development in Cannington. Came in front of committee on the 19th of May last year, which I think was probably our first full-blown virtual meeting. A good early test, as I say, of the self-build policy and what constituted in particular infill development. Members will recall the site was located between two dwellings, but some distance from the settlement boundary, about 70 metres, I think, outside of the settlement boundary, and very much on the sort of northern extremes of the village of Cannington. It's quite a discussion. Again, members will recall, I'm sure, about whether the site's location was physically or visually detached from the built-up area of Cannington. And eventually, members did agree with the officer that the application should be refused. Quite an interesting inspector's decision, and one that I can send round if members are interested, which did highlight the distance of the site from the settlement boundary as being quite a key issue, and in particular the loose-knit character of the development, how the development sort of spreads out and becomes more physically detached to that location. And in particular, pointed out about the importance of topography. So as the site slips away from the ridgeline, which sort of contains Cannington, it became more obvious in the inspector's words that it was more physically separate from the village from that perspective. And again, it's an interesting case because it was actually within the village signage of Cannington. So although it's in the village signage of Cannington, the inspector hasn't given that any great weight given the physical separation, and therefore dismissed the appeal. To date, we've actually done reasonably well on the appeal decisions on self-build, and the inspector does seem to be placing quite a lot of weight on our guidance now as it's emerging. So that's quite positive, and it should provide us all with quite a bit of comfort that we are doing the right thing in terms of self-build schemes.
Thank you. I think if you are able to share that with members, I think that would be useful to have a look at that.
Okay, and then the final one, I take it there's no questions on that one.
I'm not seeing any. Councillor Scott's just raised the same issue about if you can share the appeal decision, that would be appreciated. Councillor Kingham, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, it's just a question really for Mr. Hallett regarding appeals. If a planning application goes to the committee and the decision is 4 for, 5 against, would that be grounds for a good appeal for somebody? If the reason was not sufficient?
Well, if the reason's not sufficient, then that would be good grounds for appeal. It doesn't matter how close the vote is. It matters about how strong the reason for the decision is. So effectively, you could have a split vote, which was chairman's vote, and if the planning reason for refusal was strong, then that would still carry as much weight as a unanimous decision to refuse on a less than robust reason.
No, there was just an application in Bristol, and they gave it as a carbuncle, and I thought that didn't sound very good.
We don't have carbuncles in Sedgemoor.
Mr. Hallett, do you want to carry on to 7.3?
Okay. And then this, just to finish off, is the certificate of lawfulnesses that we've granted. Only one this month, and that's for existing use rather than proposed use. And this relates to Meadow Farm out of Woolabington, where a certificate was sought to establish the existing use for storage and processing of logs. Again, a reasonably complex case that although we granted the certificate, we did dispute whether or not certain activities could be demonstrated in excess of 10 years, including retail sales from the unit. We amended the certificate and granted it, but it is quite narrow in its definition, so didn't get quite what they actually sought for, but they did get some comfort that the principle of the use of storage and processing of logs is established and therefore immune from enforcement action.
Okay, any comments or questions on that? I'm not seeing any, in which case I think that brings us to the end of the reports that we have before us today. Members, if we'll adjourn the meeting at that point, and we'll restart again at 2:30 for this afternoon's session. But thank you all very much.
Welcome to everybody to Sedgemoor District Council's Development Committee. It's requested that all participants of this meeting turn their mobile phones to off or silent. Hopefully those present will hear the meeting. However, in the event of a technical failure, the chairman will adjourn the meeting and set a new time to reinstate the meeting. Please note that the meeting is being recorded. All those present will remain muted until the chairman allows them to speak. Only members of the public that have registered to speak can make representation to the committee. The format of the meeting will be as per the agenda published, and a copy of the officer presentations can be found on the committee webpage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I also welcome you to the committee? I'm Councillor Filmer, Chairman of the committee. Just a couple of background pieces of information before we get on to the agenda itself. The format that will follow today is that we'll take each application in turn this afternoon. The officers will outline the details of the application, and then we'll have the public speaking time. The members will then debate and decide on the applications before us. Just a reminder to members of the committee, if you wish to speak, can you please indicate through the online chat, and then I will obviously call you in turn. During the debate, there'll be a proposer and a seconder, and for any resolution that comes forward. Members will then vote on this proposal in turn, confirming that they've been present throughout the application and debate, and will vote for, against, or abstain. The votes are then counted, and we will announce the result. I'll now ask the officers and councillors who are taking part in the meeting this afternoon to confirm that they can see and hear me, and to introduce themselves. So if we start with the planning officers, is Stuart Howlett present?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Yes, I'm present. I can see and hear everything. I'm Stuart Howlett. I'm the Head of Planning here at Sedgemoor. Thank you.
Thank you. And Adrian Noon?
Yes, thank you. My name is Adrian Noon. I'm the lead officer for the East. I will be presenting a couple of applications and supporting the presenting officer on the other applications, and I can see and hear you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Dean Titchener?
Yeah, hi there. My name is Dean Titchener. I'm Senior Planning Officer in the East team, and I can confirm I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Thank you. And from our housing team, I believe we have Duncan Harvey.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members. I'm Duncan Harvey, and I can see and hear everything, and I am the Council's Housing Development Manager.
Thank you. From our legal section, Dawn Lehman.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Dawn Lehman. I'm legal advisor to the committee, and I can confirm that I can see and hear you.
Thank you. And from Democratic Services, Leila Nicholson.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Leila Nicholson. Sorry, I've got beeps coming everywhere. Democratic Services Manager, and I can confirm that I can see and hear everyone.
Thank you. And then if we come to the members of the committee itself, so we'll start with Councillor Granter, please.
Yes, hello, Chairman. Good afternoon. Yes, I'm Graham Granter, representing the Fairfax ward in Bridgewater, and I can confirm that I can see and hear everything loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Good afternoon, Chairman. I'm Councillor Alec Glassford, representing Fairfax ward, and I can see and hear everything.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Good afternoon, Councillor Cathy Pearce, Westover ward, Bridgewater. I confirm I can see and hear everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Sedgemoor District Councillor Alistair Hendry for Burnham-on-Sea Central. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
and
you,
I can hear, sorry, I can see and hear everything. Sorry.
That's all right. Thank you. Councillor Facey.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman. Councillor Mike Facey, representing Burnham-on-Sea North, and I can confirm I can see and hear everything, Chairman.
Councillor Revens.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Councillor Bill Evans from North Petherton Ward, confirming I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Councillor Kingham.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, members. I'm Stuart Kingham. I represent the West Poldens, and I can hear and see everything at the moment.
Councillor Bradford.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon, officers. Councillor Alan Bradford representing the North Petherton Ward. I can see and hear everyone quite clearly.
Councillor Bolt.
Sorry, good afternoon. Brian Bolt, ward member for Carrington and Wemden. I can see and hear the meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Councillor Tony Grimes, Deputy Chairman, representing Barrow and Bream Ward. I can see and hear everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I said, I'm Councillor Filmer, I'm Chairman of the committee. And again, I've seen and heard all the members and officers. Just to also mention that we obviously have present with us other members and officers of the council who are here to listen to the meeting. And we also have members of the public who are present, some of whom are here to listen, others who are here to listen and to address us on various applications. We also have with us the portfolio holder for development, Mrs. Nicholson.
Chairman, sorry, can we just clarify, or not clarify, can we just make sure that all members of the committee should have their cameras on and their microphones off, and everybody else shouldn't have their cameras on until they're actually asked to speak. Okay. Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much. So as Mrs. Nicholson said, if all members who are members of the committee can make sure their cameras are on but their microphones are off at the moment, and if we could ask everyone else to just make sure everything, cameras and microphones are off, would be very helpful. Thank you. Right, members, if we move on to the agenda itself for this afternoon, the first item I have is apologies. Mrs. Nicholson, do we have any apologies, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I've received apologies from Councillor Gibson, Councillor Perry, Councillor Scott for the first, hopefully she'll join us later, and Councillor Murphy.
Thank you. And I think all other members are present. The next item on the agenda is any urgent business. I've not been advised there's any urgent business that isn't covered on our agenda for this afternoon. Item 4 is public speaking time for members of the public. For those of you who have registered to speak this afternoon, as I mentioned earlier, we'll take the applications in turn and you'll hear the officers give the background to the application. We'll then ask you to address the committee and we'll ask you to turn on your microphone just to then confirm that it's working to make sure that it's all okay. And then you have 3 minutes to address the committee. After 2 minutes has elapsed, you'll hear a bell which will be rung. Mrs. Nicholson. Thank you very much. That's the bell. So once you've heard that, there is 1 minute left to go. And if you can obviously try and wind your comments up within the 3 minutes, that would be very much appreciated. The next item on the agenda is declarations of interest. Are there any declarations that members have for this afternoon's applications, please? I'm not seeing anything on the hands or the chat. So there are no declarations of interest. For members of the public, it's just important that if members do have an interest that they declare it at the beginning of the meeting. It's then recorded, but in this case there have been no declarations made. If we move then on to the first application that we have before us this afternoon, which is on page 72 in the parish of Wedmore. And Mr. Titchener, I think you're introducing this one for us, please.
I am, yes, Chairman. Okay, I'll just get the presentation. Just let me know once you can see this.
Yeah, we have the front cover.
Okay. So it's an application for the erection of 38 dwellings with access, landscaping, parking, public open space, and associated works and off-site pedestrian improvements on Pilcorn Street. So it's at land north of Wedmore First School off the Blackford Road, Wedmore. So aerial view of Wedmore, just to get the context, we're out on the western side here. Here's the school, here's the Blackford Road coming in, and we're on this side here. And this is just a close-up, just to get a sense of where the site is. It's actually is proposed as an extension to this site, which you can see, which is building out currently on the aerials. So this is partly under construction, about 3/4 finished now, which is by the same applicant, got permission a couple of years ago, and the application is to provide an housing scheme to extend into the remaining part of this field and to these two narrow fields on its western side. So the red line indicates the scope of the application, coming down with just making use of the internal roads which already exist as part of or are being provided as part of the phase 1 scheme, and which bring out to the access onto Blackford Road here. So the proposal that we're looking at today is for 38 dwellings, comprising a mix of 1 2-storey properties, 23 for open market sale, 15 affordable and to be affordable rented dwellings. There's 2 areas of public open space, a larger area to incorporate an existing traditional orchard, which I'll show on the plans in due course, and then a smaller area of open space in the southwest corner of the site. Vehicular access will be from the existing access serving the phase 1 scheme that's already under construction to the south. So there's no new access required as part of the proposal. And then to go alongside that, there's a Section 106 package also proposed to secure a number of items. So that's to include securing the on-site provision of the 15 affordable dwellings subject to a local lettings policy, an off-site financial contribution equivalent to 0.2 of a dwelling, just to bring it up to a policy compliant 40% affordable housing provision, the delivery, management and ongoing maintenance of the areas of public open space, financial contribution of approximately 104,000 to contribute towards footpath improvement works on Pilcorn Street, and contribution towards measures to mitigate the impact of flying balls from the adjoining sports pitches on the amenity of future occupants. So this is the layout plans submitted of the scheme. So essentially, there's the 3 fields with their boundaries largely which are hedgerows and existing trees, largely retained in their existing form. So see here, parcelling up the site and hedgerows here. So those are largely being retained, just with gaps created to continue the existing internal roads that run through the phase 1 part of the site. Road here, looping around into the site, providing access to this eastern part, and then another access loop coming into the western part, looping up through the side here. The traditional orchard area is this part here, which is being retained and to provide an area of public open space with footpaths through, most of the trees retained, and then the other area of public open space is down in this southwestern corner here. The prevailing context, as I've mentioned, is the existing school is located to the south. A number of the football and sports pitches are on this western side, and in the fields here and down here. There's a number of other sports clubs that operate slightly further to the west of that. And then you've got existing contexts of existing properties along Quab Lane, a number of them here that have boundaries which adjoin the site. And in terms of the relationship there, I'll go into that in a bit of detail shortly. And then the rest of the site within the blue line is the site that's already consented and already under construction. And just some street scene pictures, just to get a sense of some of the housing types. I've got some other plans to show, just showing cross sections along part of the site there, cross section part of the site there, and again cross sections here. Slight rise across the site, as you can see from this cross section here. So the higher points being at this northern end and sloping down towards the road. Fairly gentle slope throughout. And just some example house types. Here's one of the properties. The design's very similar to what's been proposed and approved and being built out on the phase 1 site, and I've got some photos as context to show. So picking up some traditional design elements in some of the properties proposed. Rendered facades, roofs with some natural stone, majority rendered, with roofs of plain tiles and some slate. Again, some of the house types here similar. This house type also featured on the phase 1 scheme. One of the properties proposed with natural stone. Some of the smaller properties on the site, again, similar in design to that previously approved. And there's also a small number of bungalows proposed. So these, some of these are on the eastern boundary, which I'll go to also in a bit of detail in terms of the relationship and how they relate to properties on Quab Lane. And just some photographs, just to get a sense of the context. So these photographs are taken from the top of the larger field. So this is all one field, which was partly consented for housing. So this is stood looking back down where you can see the existing rear boundary of the construction compound as these properties here are being built, and with some of the properties on Quab Lane visible. As you can see, it's only a very gentle slope. It's not particularly perceivable from the photographs. It is there, fairly limited in its grade. Here, photographs taken from within the compound, looking back across the edge. So you can see, looking back towards Quab Lane, you can see the existing boundaries here. A lot of mature trees, hedgerows, and then this photograph at the bottom, looking back up, so this is the edge of Quab Lane, so quite a mature boundary in part, mature trees at the end, defining the boundary with the road here. Looking back down the middle field, we mentioned that there's a traditional orchard, and there are a number of existing trees. Traditional orchards, the designation from Natural England, undertaken by aerial mapping that they've designated where they believe there to be orchards. So there are a number of orchard trees here, and you can see them from this photograph as it looks down from the top end, looking back down, some of these trees spaced throughout the site. And again, some of the orchard trees here. Similar boundaries defining the edge of the site. Hedgerows provide the boundary of almost all the fields. Again, looking down through, you get a sense of some of the orchard trees, fairly well spaced. Not too many, but enough for Natural England to have designated it as a traditional orchard. Finally, the most westerly of the fields. This is just open pasture, again with the hedgerow boundaries, some trees within the boundary, and some of the sports provision and buildings beyond this boundary. Don't get particularly big glimpses of it beyond the boundary, but some of that provision is just down there to its western side. Now, in terms of the principal development, proposal site is outside of the settlement boundary for Wedmore, but it does lie adjacent to it. So the extent of the built environment goes up to and includes Quab Lane, and this site sits adjoining. Wedmore is designated as a Tier 2 settlement in Sedgemoor's local plan, and these are considered to be some of the most sustainable rural settlements. Wedmore also has a neighbourhood plan, which notes that Wedmore is the most sustainable settlement in the parish where any growth should be focused. Most growth should be focused, with a smaller role for Blackford. Now, local plan policy for Tier 2 settlements, the starting one is policy T2A for housing proposals. So Tier 2s are noted that they will accommodate a proportion of district-wide growth, so growth for the whole of Sedgemoor, with a target of dwellings to be provided over the plan period accordingly. Now, for Wedmore, that target was 116 homes, and that target for district-wide growth has been met for existing commitments. So there's some schemes which are under construction in the main, or existing commitments such as Cross Farm, Holdenhurst, and the existing Strongbox phase that this site knits into, and another Strongbox scheme called Westholm Farm, which is on the south side of Blackford Road. So those sites are meeting the T2A requirement for those number of dwellings. Now there's a secondary policy, policy T2B, which sets a basis where in settlements such as Wedmore and any other tier 2, where there is unmet local housing need for affordable housing, then there is a policy basis for bringing sites forward in order to meet that need. So whilst district needs may be met, where there are local people who cannot access any housing provision within a settlement with a strong local connection, then there's a policy provision to be able to bring sites forward to meet that need. In order to do so, the policies require that any proposals must fulfil an identified local housing need for affordable housing, and that must be as identified by an up-to-date assessment of local housing needs. So such evidence of local housing needs is typically gathered through a housing needs assessment. Now, the most recent H&A had been from 2018, and that had recommended an affordable housing need of 66 households with a confirmed strong local connection. And that was to be that was recommending a mix of rented properties, so affordable rented, and shared ownership, so both falling within the bracket of affordable housing. There's also other evidence which would indicate local need, and that is the council's local housing register, and that's identified separately a local housing need of 51 households with a local connection, so as evidence to back up the need for affordable housing within the locality. Wedmore's neighbourhood plan noted the difficulties of the Wedmore housing market, that it was dominated by larger homes for sale, and that entry-level prices were in excess of 300,000. So it was considered out of reach of many people trying to get into the market, and there was a need for for smaller and less expensive properties for sale and rent. So whilst there have been schemes consented, and that's acknowledged, and which sought to provide affordable housing, so 38 dwellings, there remained a residual need for 1 and 2 bedroom dwellings over and above what had already been provided through those consented schemes. Now, concern had been expressed through the course of this planning application by the Parish Council and by residents about the age of the housing needs assessment, the 2018 assessment, and the reliability of data within, considered by those that level of recent local house building, allocation of affordable properties since that the housing needs assessment no longer provided an up-to-date picture of need in Wedmore. Now, in comments provided on the application, Council's Affordable Housing Manager, Duncan Harvey, who's also here to provide any and answer any queries if necessary, had confirmed that the housing needs assessment will only ever be a snapshot in time in terms of when it's taken, but that such surveys are generally considered to have a shelf life to be valid for a period of about 3 to 5 years, so would still be in date. Notwithstanding that, the council has agreed to and funded an update to the housing needs assessment, just to refresh the data and sense check the recommendations within and the level of affordable housing need that still exists in light of those consented schemes. And that surveying was undertaken whilst this planning application has been live. It was undertaken across December of last year, January of this year. Survey was finalised and the new data has now been made available. So the updated housing needs assessment confirmed that there remains affordable housing need in Wedmore, and that which will not be met in full by the consented schemes that have already been granted. That there's a residual need of affordable housing in excess of the 15 affordable homes that are proposed by this application. Now, the housing needs assessment confirmed that there had been interest in some households in a shared ownership project, but the findings of the survey was that the cost of this is beyond the affordability of many people in Wedmore. Shared ownership is part rent, part buy, and the part buy element is benchmarked on house prices in the locality. So one of the findings of the updated housing needs assessment was a local need for affordable rented properties. That's greater emphasis on that, and that is a notable difference from the findings of the 2018 housing needs assessment. So, based on the updated housing needs assessment, the applicant, I should say applicant, not application, the applicant agreed to revise the tenure of units that they were proposing. So originally it was going to be a mix of shared ownership and affordable rented on the scheme. The housing needs assessment indicates actually the need is solely for affordable rent, and so the mix was updated as a result to be directly in correlation to the evidence of the HNA. In providing updated comments on the application, the Council's Affordable Housing Manager stated that in light of those changes, the unit types, the tenure and sizes are acceptable in matching local housing needs as identified through the housing needs assessment. So on the basis of that, it's considered that the proposal does fulfil an identified local housing need, which is a requirement of policy T2B, and by extension, and the policies that make reference to it in the Wedmore Neighbourhood Plan being WED 2 and WED 3. I mentioned just in the introduction about the policy. There's a policy requirement for 40% affordable housing, and that there is going to be a financial contribution because when you take 15 dwellings, that only equates to 39.5%. So that shortfall will be made up to 40% by a financial contribution, which is standard practice. Now, the affordable housing units are well integrated with the market housing on site. That's another policy requirement, and they will be subject to a local lettings policy to ensure that they are being allocated to people with that local connection to directly meet the need identified in the housing needs assessment. So overall, it's considered that the proposal does meet an identified need and complies with those relevant policies of the local and neighbourhood plan. Just moving on to other aspects of the scheme, the policy D2, Sedgemoor's plan requires high quality design that positively responds to local character. Wedmore's neighbourhood plan, the WNP policy, WED 5 has a similar thrust, high quality design sympathetic to the traditional built character of the village. Now there are landscape policies that also have that also come into play. D19 states proposals should enhance landscape quality and ensure no significant adverse impacts. WED 4, the neighbourhood plan states proposals should protect and enhance the natural environment. As I stated, the scheme is designed to act as an extension to the adjoining phase 1 scheme, and so not be perceived as any different, just a logical extension to that. So the roads will continue, and the built form will continue along those roads into the remaining undeveloped parts of the site. There is residential development to the east and south sides, the school and playing field, so there's quite an existing context for it to be fit within. And the views of the council's landscape officer were sought on the application, and they noted that the proposal will inevitably bring change to the character of the fields and orchard, which are undeveloped at present. However, their view states the proposal is adjacent to the village, and it's well contained by landform, by existing vegetation, and relates well to the existing development against which it's to be positioned. She noted that it does not extend the development onto the higher valley sides, and those valley sides are quite characteristic of Wedmore, the settlement being very much nestled between some fairly high hills, and this only, whilst there is a slight slope, it's contained within it. She welcomes that the existing orchard is to be retained, and that the hedgerows and trees are to be incorporated into the scheme that are located within the boundaries. She notes the inclusion of significant landscape planting will mitigate for any loss of vegetation, and so concluded that the impact on the local environment would be low. In their view, it was considered the proposal would only have a minimal impact on the wider landscape, so it was considered in compliance with design and landscape policies. I've mentioned here that it's very much an extension of the Phase 1 scheme, with the roads continuing to the site. Properties will continue to front the roads, providing sort of an active street scene. The traditional orchard, as I've mentioned, will be made a bit of a focal point of this western part of the site, with the road looping up round it, and then providing means for residents and users of the site to access, to walk through, if needs be, other parts of the site. Now, the dwelling designs, some of which I've already shown, are appropriate mix of traditional form, some modern design elements. Materials comprise render and subtle shades. There are some stone dwellings, and these have been focused on key positions, visual points that are being more prominent within the site. Roofs are plain and profile tiles and some slate. Traditional fenestration with some detailing. Boundaries for properties are to be a mix of low hedges, amenity planting, rendered walls and panel fencing, fairly similar to what was proposed in Phase 1. And the style of dwellings is similar to that in Phase 1 too. And it was noted that in Phase 1, the types of dwellings that were approved at that point had reference to the village design statement in their when they were being drawn. Approval of materials would be secured by condition, as was a requirement of the first scheme. Overall, it's quite a low density. It's only 16 dwellings per hectare. That's low. We consider that appropriate for a village location, sort of up to about 20 to 25 can be okay for village locations. This is fairly low. It's not dissimilar to what was proposed on the Phase 1 scheme. And just in terms of some of those dwelling designs, because the existing scheme is part built, you can see that some of the houses are a continuation of what's already been proposed there. This is one of the houses that fronts onto Blackford Road. You can see here the similarity in design, same type of house. Some of the affordable units were proposed as part of the existing scheme and picked up here, similar designs again. In terms of amenity impacts, in terms of the dwellings themselves and their gardens are well proportioned. They provide an acceptable level of amenity for future occupants. I had mentioned that there are existing properties on Quab Lane here, and these are the properties that are in closest proximity to the site. They undoubtedly will be affected by the development. They benefit from views over the field at the moment, and there will be no doubt a change in outlook as a result. That's accepted. And concern had been raised by some of those residents about the impact on their amenity, their privacy. So the applicant has tried to treat this boundary particularly sensitively, and the way they've sought to do that is this property here. So these are both bungalows. So these are only going to be single stories. So there won't be any intervisibility, any overlooking that would arise from them. And that's probably an appropriate choice along there. There's only two other properties that are located with windows that would be oriented towards that boundary. Now, the separation is from window to window is 27 metres. So 20 metres we would see as a minimal rule of thumb. So it's quite in excess of that minimum requirement. So it's an acceptable relationship. What the applicant has also sought to do is, members may be able to see the little circles within the existing boundary here. So that's new trees that are proposed to be planted within the boundary. So they will, over time, once they get established, help to sort of filter out some of the views and any residual intervisibility between properties on either side of the boundary, and that will just help soften it as time goes on. But overall, it's considered that the separation distances are well in excess of minimum standards anyway, so it's considered to be an acceptable relationship. I've mentioned that there are existing sports clubs that operate on the western side of the site, and the ones that are in the sort of larger field on the western side of the site are two football pitches, one up here, and a cricket pitch that's located here. So, so the development will be extending into the site here. And some concern had been expressed by representative on behalf of the sports group about access they benefit from into the site at the moment to retrieve balls, and the potential for future conflict with homeowners about any balls entering the application site from any of the sports pitches. Discussions have been underway between the applicant, ourselves, and the sports pitches about how to address this. Agreement has now been reached with the sports clubs for the applicant to make a financial contribution towards 3 ball stop nets, the costs of submitting a planning application for those nets. So one net for each football pitch and 1 net down here for the cricket pitch, and a financial contribution of 28,000, which will be secured via Section 106 agreement to provide for the cost of putting up those. So those are based on benchmark figures that the sports clubs provided about other nets that they'd had to secure and the likely cost of an application, and those organisations are satisfied with that. So that will be secured through the Section 106 agreement. There will be other controls on conditions about construction management, contaminated land. We've got standard conditions that need to be discharged. But overall, in terms of amenity, it's considered that the scheme achieves and or retains acceptable level of amenity to ensure compliance with local plan policies. In terms of highways, parking, and the improvements, the footway improvements that have been discussed. So all internal roads will connect to the existing phase 1 roads. So, and all vehicular traffic through the site will join the public highway via the existing constructed access serving phase 1. So there's no other connections to the public highway proposed. That access is already constructed, as you can see from that photograph shown there. So the Highway Authority consulted on the application, they commented, and they considered the existing junction, as shown in the photograph, to operate within capacity with the additional development, and that it would operate with negligible queues and delay. They considered the level of trip generation to be generated by the proposal, considered it to be acceptable. 101 parking spaces are proposed across the site, including the provision of 5 visitor bays. Highways said that they were satisfied with the level of this level of provision, which they considered to be in accordance with the county parking strategy. There were some modest changes they requested, I have to say fairly small tweaks in the grand scheme of things, requested by their estates teams, just to ensure bin lorries and etc. and the overhangs over verges and things. So they tweaked a couple of verges, margins, turning heads. Very, very modest amendments were made through the application process, and these were to the satisfaction of the Highway Authority. So there's no objection overall from the Highway Authority, and standard conditions to secure a construction management plan, provision of roads and footways to a base course prior to any occupation, implementation of a travel plan would all be attached to the permission. Now, Wedmore Neighbourhood Plan has a policy to deliver footway improvements along Pilgrim Street. So Pilgrim Street is the road effectively that Blackford Road turns into from the west. So essentially from the application site, the road along the south of the application site into the centre of the village, that's Pilgrim Street. It has some footway along sections, some sections where it has no footway, where residents walking to the school or any of the provisions of walking to the town centre from this end of the town would have to walk in the highway. So there's an ambition within the neighbourhood plan to provide improvements, to provide footway in some of those places where there is none. So now the applicant proposed financial contribution towards the objective of delivering footway improvements, taking note of the aspiration in the neighbourhood plan. Now, likely this would be used towards the delivery of approximately 70 metres of footway from Saxon Way to adjoining a property called 6 council houses via alterations to existing verge and some partial excavation of a bank. So that's one section. A secondary footpath further east nearer a property called Shepherd's Cottage was also mooted and was put forward as a possible option for additional funding from the applicant partway through the scheme, but through the consultation that element did not have parish council support, did not have local support, and so that part was no longer proposed by the applicant. Now, the Highway Authority have said they've no objection to footpath improvements. They've seen the indicative plan. As usual with any such improvements, there would be the safety and technical audits that would take place, after permission is granted. That's a sort of standard part of the process. But the contribution will be taken through the Section 106. It's approximately 104,000 to be delivered towards improvements on Pilcorn Street. So overall, just wrapping up in terms of the highways section, they've raised no objection to the scheme, and it's considered acceptable on highway safety grounds. Just picking up on a couple of other issues come up. So in terms of flood risk drainage, it's in flood zone 1, the area of least flood risk. The foul and surface water will be drained and connected to provision in phase 1. So you can see the coloured lines running down following the lines of the road. Those will be the principal drainage connections, some attenuation in this southern part here, and then connecting into the existing provision that runs down through the site. There's to be some upgrading of some of the provision in the existing site just to ensure it can accommodate the additional flows arising through this extension of the development. The lead local flood authority are the primary consultee on these matters. They raised a number of clarifications as is standard practice, particularly on these larger schemes, but ultimately they've approved, once the clarification was made, have approved the drainage scheme. So a condition would still be imposed to secure the detailed, very detailed maintenance arrangements of the scheme, but in principle the scheme as proposed is acceptable. Some comments had come in during the consultation process about the impact of the proposal on existing wells or springs that are in the gardens, on properties on the eastern boundary, and regarding historic flooding on Blackford Road. Advice was sought from the applicant's drainage engineer. They've confirmed that all hard surfaces, roofs, roads, hard standings, proposed as part of the application drain and direct drainage towards within the site. So they're not directing it outside of the site, they're directing it internally. In the event of an exceedance event, so a very significant rainfall event, water will be channeled along the internal roads, so not towards the eastern boundary, so away from those areas. The proposal also includes restricts runoff rates up to a 1 in 100 year event, plus 40% for climate change. So in terms of runoff, that's greenfield rates plus climate change. So it should be running off at a slower rate than under its existing greenfield rate. And that's so as to mitigate against any flooding on Blackford Road. So it's there to hold back water. In terms of ecology, trees, open space, so ecology surveys came in with the application. They noted the use of the site by certain bat species, particularly on the hedgerows. Hedgerows are useful for bats for commuting. And a biodiversity net gain report was also submitted. So the proposal includes measures to retain and enhance the habitat on site. So the hedgerows are all primarily being retained. So the only sort of real breaks in the hedgerows are just to provide for some of the internal access roads. The hedgerows are otherwise being retained as is throughout on all boundaries. The traditional orchard has been retained as a habitat. Some of the hedgerows, despite there being openings made, are being gapped up just to close up some of the where they are thin at present. And to improve their ecological value. So there'll be the orchard itself will provide 1.39 hectares of habitat. The measures, these landscape measures and ecological measures will be secured via landscape and ecological management plan attached to condition. There are a number of other conditions to mitigate species impacts. There'll be a requirement for protected species licensing and some controls regarding timing of works. Various enhancements would be secured in terms of bats and bird boxes, so 17 bird boxes, 5 bee bricks. Ecologists want to secure hedgehog-friendly fencing, so that's fences with some little gaps at the bottom to allow movement of hedgehogs as part of those biodiversity enhancements. Just to confirm, in terms of habitat regulations assessment, because obviously issues such as phosphates and the impact on the Somerset levels. Ramsar site is a particular issue affecting many schemes across the wider Somerset area. The county ecologists confirm that that is not an issue for this site. Is not the drainage in this area does not drain into the Ramsar, so there's no requirement for a habitat regulations assessment. And similarly, they also have to make an assessment about whether there's impact on the North Somerset Amended Bat Special Area Conservation, and they said no habitat regulations assessment was required in that regard either. Now, there are various existing trees, as you've seen from the some of the photographs of the existing orchard through the site. Now, with the exception of the orchard, most of those trees are contained within existing hedge boundaries. There is possibly one of the most significant trees is up here, so there's some quite large trees in this northern boundary. All these are being retained. One's considered to be a veteran tree, so it has more than just has some ecological value given its age and prominence. In terms of tree loss, 4 of the orchard trees are being removed to facilitate the development. 4 more to be pruned. There's a small tree group of 1 ash and 1 field maple to be removed down where when the accesses come into this field. Now, the landscape officer reviewed the tree impact reports came in with the application. They noted that any trees to be lost were of poor condition, poor quality. The ash and field maple were growing very close together, would only have limited lifespan. The landscape officer is satisfied that remaining trees, or the best trees, are being retained. They're being protected, so the conditions regarding their protection. As way of mitigation and additional planting, the applicant is proposing a landscape planting scheme that includes 108 new trees to be planted across the site. Members will see, as I alluded to, the little circles with the dot in. So these are all new trees being located throughout various parts of the site, down through the boundaries, in areas of public open space, throughout the orchard. Some will be new apple varieties to supplement the orchard. Some will be focal trees, including species such as English oak, generally a wide range of species, but significant numbers to offset the limited loss of some trees to facilitate this development. In terms of open space and play provision, the existing consented site, just phase 1 here, contains pretty much in the location where my cursor is, a local equipped area play, so that's a larger play area. And so the council open spaces team confirmed there was no requirement for additional provision on the application site. However, the orchard is being incorporated into the proposal, and that will be which is a large area of accessible green space and will be crossed with footpaths, as you can see here. The applicant is also proposing to include play features within that, including stepping logs, timber beams, the type of which quite informal little features that might have been provided in a local area play, so a lap, one of those smaller areas of play you sometimes get on schemes. The Council's Parks and Open Space Officer considers that provision to be acceptable, and through the Section 106 agreement, the ongoing arrangements for the provision of those features and their management and maintenance would be secured. Just on touching on climate change, proposal includes a range of measures to contribute towards the fight against climate change. These include the installation of electric vehicle charging points to be secured via condition, the provision of photovoltaic panels sufficient to provide a 20% reduction over current building control regulations, again to be secured via condition. I've already mentioned the improvements in footpath provision in the wider area in the village. Those will enable greater opportunities for active travel, better connections to the village, so make it a more attractive walking route and has the potential to reduce reliance on private vehicles. And there's obviously the significant tree planting, so over 100 new trees proposed across the application site. So all these measures are in addition to energy efficiency standards that the applicant has to meet, which will be imposed through building regulations. Just by way of updates, only one update. It's fairly minor. There is centrally within the site, there has to be a small electricity substation. The applicant has very recently provided amended plans just to make some modest changes to the roof. So you can see what was originally proposed is just up here. So it's the same footprint, essentially. It just looks a little bit more different. So just some slight design changes in the roof. It's a very modest structure, and overall, it's considered to have minor impact in the wider context, and not something that we've raised any concern about. So I appreciate it has been a very long presentation. It is quite a lot to cover. In summary, though, it will provide affordable housing to deliver against unmet local housing needs, as evidenced by an up-to-date assessment. We do not consider there's any other matters which cannot be satisfactorily addressed by a condition. So the recommendation is grant permission subject to the agreement of Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, as you see, can I ask? Yeah, thank you. Members, you'll see we've got a number of speakers on this application. So if I could ask Keith Boulnoir to start with, if you could turn your microphone on, please.
Yes, I'm just on audio.
That's fine. We can hear you perfectly well. So
I wasn't able to access the meeting via video for some reason, which is a pity.
Okay, understood. We'll certainly we can hear your presentation. You'll hear the bell go when there is 1 minute of your 3 minutes to go. So please start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm the planning secretary for the Isle of Wedmore Society, and I'm speaking on behalf of its members. Our mission as a society is to promote interest in and care for the conservation, beauty and attractive features of the parish of Wedmore. As this application sits outside of the development boundary, it can only succeed if it complies with policy T2B in the local plan, and we contend that it does not comply with that policy. The policy states that support will be given to an application only if it fulfills an identified local housing need, as evidenced by an up-to-date survey. Your own survey, which is only 3 weeks old, provides the critical evidence of need against which this application must be judged. As it fails to fulfill this need, this application fails the test against policy T2B. The application aims to provide 15 affordable units, where the identified need is for 18. On the face of it, that seems not too bad, but I urge councillors to pay particular attention to the housing mix and how that fails to meet the identified need. There is no evidence of need in your housing assessment for 8 one-bedroom units as proposed. There is no evidence of need for 6 two-bedroom units as proposed. There is evidence of need for 6 three-bedroom units, but this application provides none. 6 are needed, but none are provided. There is evidence of need for 4 four-bed units, and this application provides only 1. So 4 have been identified as in need, and only 1 is provided. Thus, from your own evidence, 9 families in Wedmore will fail to have their needs met, while there is an oversupply of smaller homes. In other words, 50% of those families that you have identified in your own survey will fail to have their needs met by this application. You cannot therefore support this application when it so clearly fails to meet your own evidence base. In summary, the application does not fulfill the identified need. The housing mix is wrong and must be rebalanced to meet the affordable housing need as identified and evidenced in your own survey. Please send this application back for amendment until it genuinely satisfies the need that you yourselves have identified. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and well timed. Our next speaker is Sue Worrell. Can we just confirm that your microphone is working, please? Is Sue Worrell with us? Can I just check, is Sue Worrell present? Mrs. Nicholson, do you know whether she is with us?
She's connected and it shows that her microphone is off. On, even.
I'm not hearing anything. I don't know whether we want to give Mrs. Worrell the opportunity to log out and log back in again to try and see if we can get her to connect. I think if we could do that, is it possible that, as I say, if Mr. Worrell, if you can log out and try and log back in again, and we'll see if we can get your microphone working. Mrs. Nicholson, do we have Mrs. Worrell's presentation if she isn't able to address us personally? Mrs. Nicholson?
Yeah, I'm just sorry.
Sorry.
I'm just having a look at my folder. I think I
Yep.
have, but
Okay.
did get quite a lot.
Well, if we just pause for a minute or two while we just see if we can get Mrs. Worrell able to address us. If not, then I will ask you to read it if we do have it. Has Mrs. Worrell logged out now? If I can just ask members of the public just to bear with us for 2 minutes. Obviously, it's best if we can get members of the public to address us if it's technically possible, but we are struggling slightly at the moment.
Chairman, I'm just going to have a quick look. I can't see that I've been sent it, so I just want to double check.
Okay.
Let's see, we should come back in again now.
Mrs. Worrell, are you back with us and able to address us this time? No, it's showing that you've rejoined the meeting, but we're not hearing anything. Mrs. Nicholson, are we aware that we don't appear to have a written submission?
I can't see one.
Okay, I think the best thing I'll do at the moment is I'll move on to Councillor Human. If Mrs. Worrell is either able to get back in and can address us, or alternatively, if it's possible for her to forward her comments to you, then we'll take her comments slightly out of turn, but at least I think it would make sense to just go with Councillor Human next, while that gives a few minutes for the technicalities to be sorted if they possibly can. So, Councillor Human, are you with us?
I am with you. Can you
Excellent.
hear me?
We can, and that's progress. Again, as everyone else, if as you know, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee. You'll hear the bell when there's 1 minute to go. So please start when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, councillors. Very pleased to be able to talk to you this afternoon. As we've heard, Wedmore has already undertaken 119 new builds in the last year or two, ever since their neighbourhood plan was passed, whereby they committed to provide space for new houses for the area over and above the small amounts that were going to be built. So there's 119 already. This new extra part, 38, would represent another 30% on top of that. And when you take that all into consideration, if you were to build the equivalent amount in Bridgewater, you'd be talking about 1,000 new homes being imposed on what is actually a very small area. We know, and if you know Wedmore, you know the infrastructure just won't be able to cope with too many more new homes. The roads through it are very, very tight. There is huge amount of congestion, a lot of traffic, and where these houses are going to spill out onto on the Blackford Road, you'll be very well aware, is a very small road indeed. On to the actual affordable housing. let's not forget, which 23 new homes to be sold, part of the 38, and 15 affordable dwellings. From the housing needs survey, we've already heard that they do not meet the housing needs survey as we've conducted it. But let's face it, how accurate are these housing needs surveys anyway? I can give you a very good example. In Mark, we had a housing needs survey, 35 new homes were identified, 13 were built, and 5 were actually occupied by local residents. The houses that they're going to put for affordable housing are not needed. We're talking about sucking in another 38 new families to the area, in an area where already the school is full, the surgery is full, and there isn't the infrastructure. There are no local services that can accommodate the extra people. And of course, then you will have new housing needs after these 38 new families are sucked in from elsewhere. I go back to the example in Mark. We even had families who came in from places such as Wedmore and Bridgewater to live there. So we're actually increasing the population, not just redistributing the population, because unfortunately, Wedmore is more of a dormitory and agricultural village. It is not a town where people can find employment. And the young people we expect to stay in those places will have to commute out of the village to places such as Weston, Bristol, Bridgewater, Taunton to find their work. And of course, all the associated traffic that goes with it. I think I made enough of a point to give you a very clear steer that this particular extra doubling of the existing site should be turned down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and again, well timed. If we come back to, is Sue Worrell now with us and able to address us? Oh, wonderful. We can hear you, but yes, we can. There's a bit of an echo back. But
Okay.
I think you may just, if you can just pause for 1 minute, I think you may have 2 microphones open at the same time because we're getting a lot of feedback.
Okay. Okay, is that better?
That's fantastic. That's great.
No.
No, you're there. We can hear you.
Hello.
Yep, we can hear you. So don't worry. Just to remind you, you've still got 3 minutes to address the committee. You'll have a minute to go when you hear the bell.
I'm doing it on my phone now, so.
That's fine. And just to confirm before you start that you're speaking today on behalf of the parish council. Is that correct?
I am. Yes,
Excellent.
Yes, I am.
Okay, start whenever you're ready.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, eventually, ladies and gentlemen. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of Wedmore Parish Council to ask you to reject this application for the following reasons. Firstly, whatever the housing needs assessment says, the actual demand for affordable housing from Wedmore residents has been insufficient to date. The units have not all been taken up, or more to the point, have not even come on stream. On this basis, with 21 units yet to allocate, there is not a current unmet need in Wedmore. So the exception policy, T2B, is not triggered, not even close. This makes the application contrary to the local plan and the neighbourhood plan, which the parish of Wedmore fully supports and is behind. The prudent approach for committee members would be to refuse this application and see what the take-up of the unallocated affordable housing that is yet to come on stream is before committing to more affordable housing with no proven need. The 21 units will meet Wedmore's needs for at least the next 5 years. Maybe it would be better if it was changed to be more rented units than the ones for part by part rent. Once all these units have been taken up by Wedmore Parish residents, Wedmore PC could refresh its neighbourhood plan and decide whether further sites are needed. This would be a decision by the local community and not by developers, with vested interests. We run the real risk of a self-fulfilling process of building more homes than we need, and the next housing needs assessment being done before what currently is in the pipeline has been allocated. Wedmore Parish Council would urge the committee to see this and adopt a common sense approach and reject this planning as not needed and not an exception of policy T2B. Also, the people of Wedmore have 4 ongoing major sites in the village, and it is distressing for many. So I urge you to reject this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and well timed, and thank you for bearing with us with the technical issues.
It's okay, no problem.
Right, we come to our next speaker, who is Bill Richardson.
Thank you, Chair.
Terrific, we can hear you, and just obviously you can hear us. So just a reminder, you'll hear the bell go when there is 1 minute of your time left to go. So please start when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee. I'm speaking today as planning manager for Strongbox Homes. We are a small Taunton-based company that takes pride in providing well-considered layouts and designs that reflect the local character of the places we build. We are different to the standard off-the-shelf designs that are more familiar to the PLC house builders, and we're currently building and selling on a number of developments across Somerset. We have almost completed our site on land to the south of this proposed development, our Wedmore Grange development, which has attracted considerable praise for the quality and design of the homes, particularly the materials used and the way the development successfully fronts onto Blackford Road. I can say that without exception, all of the completed affordable homes at Wedmore Grange, all of the completed houses, have been sold either under shared ownership arrangements or as affordable rentals to local people who live in the village or have a working connection within the parish. This is a fact that Strongbox are proud of, and we look forward to providing further opportunities for local people in need through this development. As the case officer has pointed out, the principle of development is accepted under policy T2B of the local plan. The recently updated affordable housing needs assessment reconfirms that there remains a need for further affordable homes. And your affordable housing manager has confirmed that our proposed mix and tenure is and will help to achieve this. We have worked closely with your officers since pre-application discussions were held early last year. We've engaged with local residents at Quab Lane, as set out by Mr. Titchener, and have reduced the number of houses, particularly on the Quab Lane boundary, and to include more lower story bungalows. We are pleased to present an overall well-considered high-quality design and layout. This confirms, I can confirm there are no outstanding technical objections, landscape impact is minimal, the County Council is satisfied on drainage and highways matters, ecology impacts are mitigated, with the development providing an overall biodiversity net gain. In addition, open space provision is generous, with significant new orchard tree planting to complement the existing. Furthermore, Strongbox is committed to a significant contribution of 104,000 to be held by the district towards future improvements along the nearby Pilgorn Street. This is in line with neighbourhood plan objectives to improve cycling and walking conditions. We're also providing full electric vehicle charging infrastructure across the entire site, together with the provision of solar renewable energy to help further reduce the carbon impact of the scheme above local plan and building control requirements. I thank you for your attention and hope that you are able to favourably consider the proposal in front of you.
Thank you very much, and again, well timed. Members, before I'll come to members for comments and questions shortly, but I think obviously all the speakers have made reference to the housing needs survey and the housing mix. So I think it would be useful to come to Mr. Harvey first for a bit of background in terms of that. So, Mr. Harvey, are you there?
I am here, Mr. Chairman. I'm having a few problems with my camera, so can people hear me?
Well, yeah, we can hear you.
I'm going to see if I can get it back, but it's just for whatever reason it doesn't seem to be showing up. I think everybody has commented on the fact that this application is seeking planning permission under. Oh, I might have got it back. Can you see me now?
Yes,
Brilliant. Obviously, all the speakers and Mr. Titchener have all referenced the fact that this development is seeking to secure planning permission by exception on the basis of it's seeking to address the shortfall of affordable housing for local people with a connection with the Wedmore area. If you can just indulge me for a few moments, I need to set the scene. I think it might be useful for the members of the committee to get a flavour of what the Housing Needs Survey is all about, just to set that in context. I mean, from our point of view, our sole role has been to carry out an assessment of what potential housing need might still exist in the Wedmore area, and we are acutely aware that the Housing Needs Survey took place during a period where there is significant development taking place in the village, and that's very unusual to see in a lot of our rural communities. Normally, most housing needs surveys are set against the context of no development taking place, and there's been a shortage of development in that particular locality. Wedmore is unique in the sense that they've got four significant developments. Obviously, the housing needs assessment was carried out by my team, and that includes housing professionals of a number of years standing. The conclusions of the housing needs survey, or the 2021 housing needs survey, have been followed and followed a very robust assessment process and methodology, and it's the same methodology that the previous 2018 housing needs survey followed. It's exactly the same methodology, the same methodology and the same housing needs survey that the parish council and the neighbourhood plan group actually used to inform their thinking previously. So we haven't changed the process. We've used the same approach. I think members need to remember that any housing needs investigation merely offers a snapshot in time into the potential immediate needs of that parish. So if we were to run this exercise again in 12 months' time, and I'm not suggesting we would, then the level of need would look different again, I would suspect. But we need to remember that this sort of exercise is not an exact science. It is designed to give an indication of what evidence might be there. Just in terms of some context for committee really and members, and for people listening, we need to get a feel for what Wedmore, what is life like for people that want to live or are currently living in Wedmore. I mean, Wedmore has just over 1,300 properties. Obviously, there are further properties under construction as we speak. As of the census in 2011, 85% of all homes in Wedmore were owner occupied. That's significantly higher than the average for Sedgemoor itself. There were just over 100 private rented units, accounting for about 8.2% of the total housing stock. And disappointingly, only 5.5% of the total housing stock in Wedmore could be classed as affordable housing, which again is significantly less than most settlements and communities that we're working in. And I think it's important to note that the Wedmore Neighbourhood Plan even acknowledges the fact that statistically Wedmore Parish is characterised by large, expensive owner-occupied houses with relatively few smaller, cheap homes to buy privately or through the housing associations. So even the neighbourhood plan is acknowledging the fact that there is a shortage of certain types of housing within the parish of Wedmore. And in fact, only at the weekend, Somerset Live, the online report, described Wedmore as Somerset's poshest village. Not my words. That was what was reported, where the average house price is more than £500,000. So at the moment, and it said that it's over 547,000 was the average price in Wedmore for a property. if we look at what we would call entry level housing in Wedmore, and I'm going to use the 2-bedroom shared ownership properties as an example, even they are being marketed at £230,000. So that is what you would call the entry level, the basic opportunity for someone to buy something in the village. And even the shared ownership properties, if they're being marketed at a 35% share, just to simply buy that property, housing costs, so rent and mortgage, you're talking about just short of £800 per calendar month. And that doesn't include any running cost or anything else. And the 3-bedroom shared ownership properties are being marketed at 345,000, and you would need a disposable income of about £1,100 per calendar month simply to cover the rent and the sort of mortgage. So it's a real challenge for people to access that type of property. So what has changed since we did the previous 2018 housing needs survey is the 2018 survey was advocating that there was potential demand for a broader mix or a fairer split between shared ownership, part buy, part rent, and the rented accommodation. What the current housing needs survey has highlighted is that even the shared ownership properties are largely unaffordable to the vast majority of people that responded to the survey. In terms of, I think in terms of comments around local residents not taking up the properties, the existing affordable housing properties, there is an element of that is true, only in the sense that there are, of the 16 properties, affordable homes that have been allocated or sold to date. So there are 41 consented affordable housing units, 16 have been sold or allocated, which leaves a further 25 to either be sold or rented out to local people. Of the 16, 9 have definitely gone to people with an obvious local connection with Wedmore. A further 4, mainly shared ownership properties, I hasten to add, we can't confirm whether they have or they haven't, because the housing association haven't shared that information with us, and the remaining 3 have gone to people that are living in neighbouring parishes. So at the end of the day, they are going to local people, not necessarily people that are necessarily living in Wedmore itself, but they do have an affinity with the broad area that Wedmore serves. Just in terms of the mix, and somebody's raised that particular question. Again, there's the gross affordable housing need from people with a connection with Wedmore, just arising from the housing needs survey, is 43 families. Now, for ease of calculation, what we have done is we have simply deducted the remaining 25 properties that are unallocated or sold, and that leaves us with a net figure of 18. So Mr. Titchener referred to it as in excess of 15. What we have found, though, is, as I said earlier, there are a number of the 25 that remain to be filled are shared ownership properties. What our fears are, and what the Housing Needs Survey has told us, is it is unlikely that some of those shared ownership units will be taken up by local people. The report is quite clear on that. So when the mix was raised, and the argument around, do we need 8 one-bed flats, 6 two-bedroom houses, and 1 4-bedroom rented home? In crude figures, one could argue that there is a slight disconnect with the mix and what's being proposed. But if you look at the net figure of the people that want shared ownership but really can't afford that shared ownership, the actual demand for 1-bedroom rented accommodation is actually 7. So 8 is in the right ballpark area, bearing in mind that there were 20 families or individuals who failed to respond to the housing needs survey, who are on the housing register, that we haven't counted in this report, and many of them told us that they weren't prepared to take part in the survey, or they felt that their needs were going to be sorted out as a result of the existing requirement or what's being consented. So in terms of the mix, you know, the need for rented accommodation, affordable rented accommodation, what we're suggesting is there is still a requirement for 7 rented 1-bedroom units. There is still a requirement for 8 2-bedroom rented units, and there is a requirement for 4 4-bedroom units. So in terms of what Strongbox are proposing, we feel on balance that is a reasonable offer, and we think that will help address the shortage of affordable rented accommodation in the area. And as I say, this is a net figure, and the chances are we hope they will go to local people, but we can't guarantee it. So I'm happy to leave it there, Chairman, and obviously if members do have any further questions, I'm happy to come back to you.
Thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions, please, if you can indicate in the chat, please. I've got Councillor Hendry to start with. Councillor Hendry?
Chairman, yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we can, thanks.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you to the case officer again, as always, for a very, very detailed and comprehensive display. I just want to talk about affordable homes just for a moment before anything else. Affordable homes is a requirement in perpetuity. We all know that. I'm all for affordable homes without any question about it. The HNA is not a policy, it's more a statement of intent. And especially here, it should be well considered, absolutely without question. I would like to ask either Duncan Harvey or Dean Titchener, who decides whether they want 1, 2, 3 or 4-bedroom units? Okay, who actually decides that? And is the building company who's going to make the development, are they consulted about that, or does the building company decide how many units are going to be made? I'm a bit curious about this, who actually decides that? And the last thing also, if they need wheelchair access for any specific properties, again, would the housing manager or somebody like that, or the case officer, would they actually speak to the building company and say, look, we need 2 that may have wheelchair access, or do they just wait till they get the units and then do something about it, say we need somebody here, so they have to start rearranging the property to suit?
I think probably it's best if I come to Mr. Harvey first.
Yeah, Councillor Henry raises some interesting questions. In terms of who decides what mix is required, that is something that the housing development team at Sedgemoor District Council will determine from the survey results. So what we often find from survey results, the question we ask is, does anybody feel that they have an unmet housing need? We don't use the word affordable. We say, do you think you've got an unmet housing need? And what will happen is we will ask people a set of questions, some of which is their preference, some of which is around facts and information from which we then can assess whether they're in actual housing need or not. So in reality, what we tend to find is we will find people will say, you know, I'm a family with 1 child, I want a 3-bedroom house. What we will do is our default position will be that actually your minimum requirement is for a 2-bedroom property, therefore our recommendation will be for a 2-bedroom property. And that's just a default position that we take, because obviously at that particular junction in time, that's all they require. So we're not going with the preference. We're mindful of it, but it's not the factor that determines it. In terms of the mix that a developer comes forward to, Mr. Titchener's report does highlight the fact that originally, when Strongbox submitted its application before this latest housing needs survey was completed, there was a different mix of property, both in terms of property type and tenure. And Strongbox have responded to the survey and have said actually we've picked up what's being said, and they are responding to what we're telling them is the most critical demand as we see it from that housing needs survey. And in terms of if we could identify a disabled or a mobility problem, then that's another issue that the applicant or the respondent would tell us about. And where we can identify that type of requirement, we will negotiate with the developer to get that built in as part of the wider development. And a good example of that is exactly what we did over at East Huntsville. We had a specific person there who required a specifically adapted property, and we were able to accommodate that as part of the build out of the project. So it's very much about the need survey, the local authority as the housing service driving that debate with the developer.
Thank you for that. Well, until we hear the rest of the debate, I'm actually for this application because I think it's very fruitful and very good. So I'm okay with this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. If I could just check with Mr. Titchener, was there anything you wanted to come back on at all at that point, or are you happy that I carry on with other members?
I didn't have. I think Mr. Harvey covered off all the points there. To be honest. Thank
Okay,
you.
no problem at all. In which case, I now have Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just start with a question to Mr. Titchener. Whether I was asleep or not, but during your presentation, did you say there was a number of 3-bedroom bungalows? Because on the report it just says one.
So there are bungalows. If I can get back to the site plan. Yeah, there's more than one bungalow because they're located along the eastern boundary.
Yeah, because on the report we've got in front of us, it says 1 3-bedroom bungalow.
Check the report.
So where is the numbers? That means the number of houses are different then.
I'll double check the report because certainly those properties along that eastern boundary are the bungalows proposed.
Yeah. Okay. My other concern is obviously you're going to put a number of affordable properties there, small properties for families. But again, I think as it's been reported as one of the reports from people against there, to say that about employment, if you're living in these places, you've got to go out of the area to actually work, and not sure Wedmore is the right place for allocate too many of these affordable houses of that nature. But I reserve my vote and I'll come back later.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions from members while we're just looking up that information? If you could indicate in the chat so we can get you lined up. Mr. Noon, I think you wanted to come in.
Yes, I think I may have spotted the discrepancy with the numbers. If Dean can verify that. The slide he's showing at the moment says 2 bungalows. On the first page of his report, he says 1 bungalow out of the 23 open market houses, but I think that's the typo. 6 + 1 + 15 is 22. So I think it's a missing bungalow there. Maybe the error. So 2 bungalows altogether. And I'm assuming they're both 3 beds. Just on the point that Councillor Kingham raises there about where people would work, the overall level of growth for Wedmore as per policy, as per T2 policy T2A, allowing for up to 116 houses, I think was the figure there. That sort of level of growth has been designated to Wedmore through the local plan process, reflecting its status in the hierarchy. It's tier 2 because it doesn't have a wide range of everything. So that's why the number is where it is there. What we then have is that, just simply a provision to provide additional housing over and above that number based on local affordable need. Now, that is just simply to ensure that we can provide local needs housing in the right place. That is never envisaged as delivering significantly more than the policy number, the overall number, and that will naturally be just reflect the status within the settlement of hierarchy. So yes, we accept that Wedmore is somewhere where people will probably commute out of to work, and that's why it's not earmarked for a significant level of development in the local plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Titchener, do we have any update on the property numbers?
Just bear with me, Chairman. I'm just trying to log through some of my documents just to find it. I think it is, as Mr. Noon has indicated, but I just want to be sure to give the right. So it might just take a couple minutes.
Okay. Right, we have a couple of other councillors have indicated. If you can just bear with us one moment, I've got Councillors Hendry and then Councillor Pearce.
Do you want me to speak, Mr. Chairman?
If you would, Councillor Hendry.
Yeah, of course, of course. Councillor Stuart Kingham said something. With all due respect, I'm just making a point here. He mentioned that perhaps that Wedmore was not the right place for that amount of affordable housing. I disagree with that totally. You could bring that comment into play with anywhere at all. Wedmore's exactly the same as anywhere else, whether it be Barrow, Burnham-on-Sea, or then the affordable housing need is everywhere. It's absolutely, it's up and down the country. It's all over the place, and everybody who has these houses has every entitlement as anybody else to live in villages, towns, whatever the case is. So on that basis, I disagree with that comment. And the number of affordable homes, I think, is only 15, something like that. Absolutely fine. It suits the size of the village, no problem at all with that. And yes, I on that basis, as I said before, I'm actually all for this, but we'll come back to it after the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. What I would just say also is if I could just ask members of the public and councillors just to remind you that the chat is only there for indicating that you wish to speak as members. If I could ask, I know members of the public are trying to be helpful by putting information in the chat, but it would be helpful not to. We can only take that information from the officers once the meeting is running. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. On the face of it, this development is very attractive, and normally this development contains all the elements I'm usually asking for on other developments in terms of sustainable housing and green space, retention of trees and more trees. But both sides have made very compelling cases. So it seems to boil down to the demand for affordable housing, and this development seeking to address a deficit in the affordable rented accommodation. Can I just, is this, because Wedmore has absorbed a lot of additional housing recently, is this the final development that this village will be expected to absorb? Because it seems to be still a gap in affordable accommodation, if I've understood it correctly, and partially because some previous houses which were shared ownership have not actually been taken up. I may have misunderstood, but if that is the case, is it not possible to change the tenure, for the want of a better word, of that accommodation? But ultimately, my question is this the final development for this village, or are there more in the pipeline? I know we have to judge it on each individual criteria, but is this coming down to the need for the affordable housing, which is perplexing at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, if I can start maybe with Mr. Harvey in terms of the need and the tenure, and then I'll come to Mr. Noon, who's indicated as well. So we'll start with Mr. Harvey and then Mr. Noon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Pearce. I mean, I think there's two issues. One, there is a deficit, accrued deficit in figures. So in other words, even if all the remaining 25 units that have yet to be allocated or sold, the affordable units, were to go to 25 people that responded to the survey, there would still be a deficit of 18 people on that survey who would miss out. We've been quite open in the report and said it seems highly unlikely that all 25 will go to local people. And I can say that with some degree of certainty because, one, we know that shared ownership is people's aspiration for shared ownership isn't being met by the reality of their ability to buy it, which is one thing. And secondly, of course, not all the developments in Wedmore come with a strict local lettings plan which gives priority to local people, particularly the schemes that were secured consent under policy 2TA, so a district growth allocation, which is slightly different to what we're talking about today. Nevertheless, we have got a sensitive local allocation policy. So we've got the issue of there is a crew shortage, but we've also, as you rightly said earlier, we have got a disconnect between the tenure mix now. So we've got, of that 25, there is shared ownership proposed, and our fear is they will not be taken up by local people because what they're telling us is they want it, but they can't afford it because of the prices I talked about earlier, which is a bit of an issue. So at the moment, you asked the question, could we convert the shared ownership properties that haven't yet gone into rented accommodation? I'm afraid that's not in my gift, unfortunately. That is something for the two housing associations and the developers with whom they've got a deal. Now, I suspect the argument might be they would consider it, but today I can't say with any certainty, one, they would entertain it, or two, it would even be possible because it would affect the financial dynamics of the whole scheme. So the issue for me is there is a crew shortage and there is a definite shortage of rented accommodation because obviously this ambition for shared ownership isn't being taken up by locals because of their inability. And we've got to remember the cross farm development, we had 80% rented, 20% shared ownership roughly, but that was subsequently changed to 50% shared ownership, 50% rented at the request of the local community because there was a perception that shared ownership was the desired tenure. But of course at that time we didn't have live developments on which to make a more accurate assessment. So yes, we will explore changing the tenancy, but I'm not hopeful, Councillor Pearce. As to is this the last development, that's probably not, I'm not best suited to comment on that, I'm afraid.
Mr. Noon?
Yes, thank you. I think just to come on from that point is if there is outstanding need, then a developer can put forward a scheme citing that as a justification under policy T2B. So I think, just in simple mathematics, we have a need of at least 18, of which this development would meet 15 of those expressions of need. So there is a residual of 3. A subsequent review of how the outstanding 25 affordable houses, how the allocation of that goes, because they will have cascade clauses in their section 106 is to say in the first instance locally, and then it goes out to adjoining parishes, and maybe there may be a bit further. It may be that those go out a bit further and eventually satisfy the terms of section 106, but as a result of that, as Mr. Harvey says, there may then be a resurfacing of some people who didn't get that because they couldn't afford it or for whatever reason, and are maintaining that they still have an affordable need. So that residual of 3 may then creep up, and at that point a developer would be entitled to say, I've got some land, I think I could develop it in an acceptable manner and I could meet that need. So I'm afraid we can't say never on this situation. If the evidence is there and the developer is matching their houses to that evidence need, then they can put forward a good argument in favour of their application. So that's how T2 is intended, T2B is intended to work.
Thank you very much. Mr. Titchener, do we have any progress on the number of bungalows?
Yes, apologies, there is a typo, as Mr. Noon had indicated. My report should state there are 2 bungalows. They are the 2 that I indicated on the plans that are along that boundary, so there is a typo there. I apologise for that oversight.
No problem. If you could just again, possibly while I think it's on the screen at the moment, if you could just indicate where those 2 bungalows are on that border.
Yeah, it's this property here,
and you can see a similar form, this property here, which is the point I was making about the relationship of the properties here, just about having the developer had specifically put lower properties, lower ridge height properties where they were nearest to existing residents.
Thank you very much. I think next on the list I've got is Councillor Bradford and then Councillor Hendry. So Councillor Bradford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be frank, I'm starting to lose the plot. There's so many figures being chucked about. I really am getting a bit confused. And I might make the decision in a minute to defer this for 6 months until something happens regarding selling off some of the others and bring it back again. But I am, being honest, I am totally confused. I wouldn't be able to vote with any real conviction. But all I'm going to say is I know this area very well. I play cricket there against Wedmore. And what they've done is a very attractive development, I think it is. Most of the things you'd want for affordable housing, you've got in this development. The only problem is a lot of people really don't want it. They don't want Wedmore to change, I don't think, judging by the number of people who's listening on this meeting today. So really, I wouldn't be able to vote with any confidence today. I have to be frank. That's why I'm here. If I'm sat, so really, whatever happens, I don't think I should change my mind. So I'm going to make a decision to defer this application for 6 months. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's not much more I can say here than hasn't been said by the case officer. He put forward a very full and a good display, more than good. So I can't add anything to that, other than to say I'm happy with everything on the screen. Everything's been said, the mix of affordable, etc. And on that basis, Mr. Chairman, I wish to put forward the case officer's recommendation.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yep, thank you. I've got Mr. Noon, and then I'm going to come to Councillor Granter. Mr. Noon.
Yeah, apologies to anyone who's sort of feeling a little overwhelmed by figures. I think just to restate those, the residual need for additional affordable housing, according to the latest survey that Mr. Harvey's team have carried out, concluding in January this year, is 18 further properties. This scheme proposes 15 of those. So in those pure numerical terms, there is a match. In terms of the type of property within that 15, Mr. Harvey said that there's a need for 7 one-bedroom properties. This scheme provides 8. Mr. Harvey has said that he has every confidence that there is that the one over provision there is not an unacceptable over provision. He is confident that that need would fall out of the numbers he expects to increase as a result of the gradual allocation of the 25 properties, affordable properties, that are waiting to be filled on previously approved development. So he's saying that sort of on paper over provision, 8 rather than 7, is not a problem in his opinion. That is his advice to the committee. In terms of the other affordable units here, we've got 1 4-bedroom house. The need, I think, is for more than that. We don't dispute that there is a need for a 4-bedroom affordable house, or that there is need for the 6 2-bedroom houses. So there's a slight mismatch on the 1-bedroom units, but I think Mr. Duncan has explained how he views that. So on that basis, I would hope that we provided reasonable assurance that the overall number and the individual mix of the 15 affordable housing is commensurate and in line with the latest housing needs assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Granter, then Councillor Glassford. So Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the affordable housing team and Strongbox to come up with a deal that to change this to 15 rented accommodations. Obviously, the need for affordable rented accommodation in Wedmore is non-existent at the moment. And it's been explained that some of the affordable right to buy shared ownerships are out of people's reach. I think this development and how they've gone about it. It is an excellent development, and with anything that you could wish for, the green credentials and lots of open space and everything else. And I think it's a very, very good development. And I personally would like to second the proposal from Councillor Hendry that we accept the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've then got Councillor Glassford.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Councillor Granter beat me to it. I was going to second it. Thank you.
Thank you. At the moment, I'm not seeing any other members indicating that they wish to speak or to ask a question. In which case, I have obviously one proposal in front of me which has been both proposed and seconded, which is to grant permission as per the officer's recommendation. So I'll come to members for their votes then, please. And we'll start, if we may, with Councillor Granter.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I am in total agreement with the officer's recommendation, and I can confirm that I have been present throughout this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the presentation. I am for this application.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm for this, and if it goes ahead, I wish all the people in affordable homes a happy life. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Facey.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Been present throughout, Chairman, and I'm supporting the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Revans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I indicated earlier, I may have to step out of the meeting. I did have to step out, and so I'm unable to vote.
No problem. We'll record you as absent from the vote. Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, well, I've been present throughout the whole debate. I like the scheme overall. There might be some things against it, but I will go in favour of the proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard the whole debate and I'm going to abstain. I don't like abstaining, but I just got a bit bogged down with figures and I can't vote clearly, so I'm abstaining. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Yeah, I heard the whole debate and been present throughout. For.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've seen and heard the whole debate and I'm for.
Thank you. I've also seen and heard the whole debate and I'm also for. Mrs. Nicholson, could you just confirm, is that all okay? I've just been asked to confirm. Councillor Hendry, just to confirm you were present throughout the whole of the debate?
Yes, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to say that, Mr. Chairman.
That's all right, I forgot to remind you as well.
I should file it under old age or something, but thank you, yes.
Mrs. Nicholson, is that all members present have voted?
Yes, Chairman, there's 9 in support and 1 abstention. Councillor Evans had actually left the meeting and he told us he was leaving the meeting, so I'm not even
okay, that's fine.
him in.
So that is 9 votes in favour, 1 vote of abstention, so that is clearly carried, so permission is granted. I'm going to suggest, members, that we take a short break at the moment, just for 5 minutes, so we'll restart at roughly just before 25 past, so 5-minute comfort break. Welcome back, everybody. We'll make a start again. If I can just very quickly come round to member, just for you to confirm that you're back in the room. So Councillor Granter. Yeah, I can see Councillor Granter's back. Councillor Glassford.
Yes.
Councillor Glassford.
Present.
Great. Councillor Pearce.
Yep, present.
Councillor Hendry.
I can see and hear everything, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm here and I can see and hear everything. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Facey.
Yeah, on board, Chairman.
Councillor Evans.
I'm present.
Councillor Kingham.
Present.
Councillor Bradford.
Yeah, just back on the planet, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
Councillor Bolt.
Present.
Councillor Grimes.
Present.
And I'm here as well. I heard everybody, so that's fine. So I think that's everybody here who hasn't given apologies. So if members, you move to the next application that we have this afternoon, which is on page 107. And we're in Bridgewater Without at Plum Lane. So I'm just trying to think, is it Mr. Noon, I think, presenting this one?
Yes, it is. If I could arrow chart, I shall just bring up the slide. And is that presenting?
It is, but it's very small.
Ah, apologies. Let me just see what.
Are you still with us, Mr. Noon? It's gone very quiet. Mrs. Nicholson, is it possible we've lost Mr. Noon?
I could respond, but I'm not going to.
You've gone the same place I went half an hour ago, Mr. Chairman.
I think we might have actually. I think you perhaps just. I think he was disconnected actually earlier. So.
Okay, if we can just bear with us for one moment, members, and members of the public will hopefully get Mr. Noon back into the meeting. Oh, he's back.
Yeah, he's back.
I'm sorry, the system had disconnected me, which enabled me to continue listening and participating through Teams, but wasn't able to present. I think I've solved it now.
Okay, do you want to try again then, Mr. Noon?
Let me just try this again. Apologies.
If the presentation is a major problem, I believe Mrs. Nicholson was saying she may well be able to present if you can speak to it, but
is that
certainly on my screen? It's only a postage stamp size, so I don't understand why. But
nor do I. I'm afraid. Apologies. I will just.
I think if both you and Mrs. Nicholson are in agreement, I think it might be best to go with Mrs. Nicholson to do the presentation. Are you okay with that, Layla?
Yes. Apologies.
I think if you're talking to us, Layla, you're on mute.
It's probably a good job that I was on mute.
Okay.
Bear
All
with
right.
me 1 minute and I'll
I can
try
see the
and.
lips moving, but
Yeah, it's probably best. Bear with me 1 minute. Let me see if I can.
Right.
Is that happening?
We do. We have a cover sheet.
Okay.
Okay.
Just.
Yep. Thank you, Layla. Apologies for that, Chairman. Okay, so an application retrospectively for a storeroom which has been erected at the front of the property against the boundary wall and a freestanding summer room in the rear garden. If you have the next slide. Here is the site just on the north side of the river, off Plum Lane, which is a sort of row of small properties between the road and the river. If we go to the next slide.
Mr. Noon.
Oh, apologies. Yeah, no, just jumped on 2 slides there. 3 slides, in fact. So this shows the layout of the site with the 2 buildings are subject to the application, one at the front, one at the rear. If we go to the next slide.
Appears to be the elevations of the summer room.
Apologies, the slides have gone backwards at my end.
Okay, just
the red line site.
Okay, just if we stick with the slide we're on at the moment, I think you're just time delayed behind us at the moment. So we're, as I say, we have what is headed summer room elevations and floor plan.
Apologies. So this is the building to the rear. The patio doors that you can see on the top left would face the house. the blank rear elevation towards the river. And you can see the top right drawing, that faces the neighbours. There were some French doors there that were felt sort of be unfortunate in terms of potential overlooking. Those have now been removed. So we just got the main doors opening and a small window on the other side. There are sort of steps shown up to the entrance. The ones to the side no longer needed and wouldn't be there. To go to the next slide.
Yeah, we now have one that said headed plans.
Yes, this is as seen from the road. You can just see there on the right hand side the building just behind the gate post. That's the one in the front, a flat roof structure, just simply to provide a store in the front garden. If we go to the next slide.
There's a photograph.
Yeah, so taken from the road, you can see there's the wall just behind the tree there. That's the boundary. And then this structure, which has yet to be completed, this is enforcement generated, this one, when we investigated and the applicant agreed to make the application, they stopped all works. This wouldn't be the finish of it. So if we could just go to the next slide. And then just a bit back along the lane, you can see just there is the side elevation of it, and the opening would be on the left hand side of that building facing the house. Next slide. This is the garden room prior to the removal of the windows. You can see those there. It's a little bit raised, just set up on blocks just to get it off the ground, and then those side windows those felt to be an issue there given the proximity of the neighbour's boundary, so those have been removed. If we could go to the next slide. Just really to show how close to the boundary those ones were. There was a degree of concern there. The next slide, please. And there we can see the removal of those doors there. You can just see them actually propped up against it on the left hand side of that picture, so that they're not going to be retained. And next slide, please. And then just really to show the relationship between the house and this garden room. It is just supposed, it is intended as additional space for the occupiers of the house. It's one void on the inside, so just really a garden room for to provide just a bit of recreational space as opposed to habitable accommodation, which we are suggesting it should not be by condition. And then I think the final slide now, please, Layla.
Is key issues.
So in terms of the key issues here, the visual amenity was a concern about how close it was to the neighbour, the garden room to the neighbour. We feel that the separation as shown on that slide is sufficient there for not to be any undue visual impact from the neighbour. The store at the front is on the boundary. The neighbour on the other side of the boundary has some structures. So whilst it is forward of the building line, it is with other similar structures also forward of the building line. And in terms of residential amenity, with the removal of those French doors from the side of the garden room, it is not considered that this is it would have any inappropriate impact, and accordingly the recommendation is one of approval subject to the conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have one speaker on this application, R. Davies. Can I just confirm that your microphone is working, please?
Chairman, I don't think he's actually with us today. He's not listed.
Okay, so if do we have a written copy of these what was due to be spoken?
No.
Right. Okay. In which case we'll come at that. Mr. Noon.
Yes, sorry, Chairman. I believe R. Davies may be the chairman of the parish council.
Yes.
I don't know if anyone can confirm that. I think he was here intending to sort of reiterate the concerns that they had made, if that helps clarify what might have been said.
Yeah, certainly they're down as speaking on behalf of the parish council. So, but if not present, then we will have to move on to members to ask any questions or any comments, please, on this application. Councillor Kingham.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Obviously, again, I'm not a lover of retrospective planning. This garden room, obviously they've removed the doors at the end, but what is the proposed final finish of the building? I mean, at the moment it's just a timber frame with a vapor barrier tacked to it. Is not looking very attractive. Presumably it's going to be clad in something.
Mr.
Yeah,
Noon.
I believe it is to be timber clad.
And on a similar vein, could you just confirm what the finish is to the store at the front?
The store is to be rendered. It's got a sort of flat plastic, sort of fiberglass type roof. The just to clarify, the garden room, it's actually composite cladding, but the timber effect, so grey timber effect composite cladding, and that's felt to be appropriate. So colour not dissimilar to what you see there. It's just to be finished.
Okay, Councillor Kingham, did you want to carry on, or?
Yes, please. Regarding the garden room, will there be sort of will we have conditions on it that it can only be used as a garden room and not live-in accommodation?
Mr. Noon.
Yes, we're suggesting condition number 2 as a garden room to the existing dwelling and not converted to additional habitable accommodation. So they would need planning permission if they wanted to turn it into a bedroom or any other such accommodation, but just as a room in the garden, that's what we're saying, that this would allow them.
Yes, with that condition in place, then I would like to propose we approve the application.
Thank you, Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just looking at the parish council's objection, I noticed it's policy D25. The structure is overbearing and imposing and not in keeping with the area due to visual dominance. Could you just explain to me what's going on with the neighbouring buildings and why the parish council think that? I know it's difficult without the parish council spokesman being online, but I'm just trying to understand what the objection is and why it's before us. Thank you.
Mr. Noon.
Well, just from the photographs, I don't know if Layla could bring up the photographs. I don't know if I've managed to capture that previous one to that. I think just looking across the frontage, it's an area of predominantly sort of small, low buildings, mostly bungalows. They are of a variety of types. There are all manner of little outbuildings dotted around. I think you would be hard put to sort of say that there is a prevailing character that needs to be respected, or that there is any risk that something a bit out of the ordinary would have a jarring effect in terms of an incongruous form of development. I would accept that the garden room is probably the only one of its type along here, but equally I suspect the house is the only one of its type as well. It is a very unique area with a variety of styles, and I just think our view is that one of these sort of relatively modern flat roof garden rooms, which are increasingly common, would not be so out of character as to merit refusal here. And if it were a bit smaller, it might even be permitted development. Although that, we acknowledge that there is a fallback position, but we are saying that the building as proposed, it would not be unacceptable visually, given the wide variety of outbuildings and indeed types of property along here.
Councillor Evans.
Yeah, can you just clarify on the plan what the building is to it'll be east, I suppose. I can't read the name of it. I think it begins with V. So that's that area there.
Yes. Apologies, that's quite small text. That's just the adjoining property, I think it's just the property name, Vilenda. It is a, I believe that is a bungalow as well.
And the structure that's the outline there is the neighbouring property.
Yes, quite a sprawling, large footprint.
Okay, and that's right up to the boundary line.
Yes, if we just the photograph, Layla, if you could go to the one that shows. Yes, that's the one there. You can see there's its eaves, and as you can see, slightly raised, which is why there was the concern about the windows to the side.
But those windows on the side have been removed.
That's correct.
Okay, so there's no loss of privacy.
Nope.
And the parish council's concerned that that's overbearing.
Yeah, which is not one that we share. I think the separation there and the heights.
Okay, involved. Yeah, I would concur, and I would like to second the proposal.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hendry.
I was about to do that anyway, Mr. Chairman. Don't have any problem with this. Absolutely, and I was going to second it anyway. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other comments from members at the moment. So if there are no further comments or questions, we'll move to a vote. No, I'm not seeing anything, so we'll move to that. We have the recommendation that's been moved and seconded to grant permission. If we start with Councillor Revens.
Yeah, I support the proposal, and I've been present throughout the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Kingham.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I've been present throughout the whole debate, and I'm for.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have my hand raised to speak, but there you go. One of them days. I'm going to abstain. Thank you very much. I heard everything. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that, Councillor Bradford. It didn't show up at my end here.
Don't worry, Bob. Don't worry.
Councillor Bolt.
Yeah, I've been present for the whole debate. I'm for.
Thank you, Councillor Grimes.
Yes, Chairman, present for the whole debate, and I'm for.
Thank you. I think Councillor Granter left us earlier on. Is that correct? Okay. So Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. Was present for the whole debate, and I am for.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce.
Yep, I've seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for.
Thank you, Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hendry.
Seen and heard everything, Mr. Chairman, and I'm for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Facey.
Yes, Chairman, seen and heard everything, Chairman, and I'm for.
Okay, and I've also seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm also for. Mrs. Nicholson, is that all the members who can vote have voted?
Yes, Chairman, that's 10 in support and 1 abstention.
And Mrs. Lehman, do you confirm?
I do, Chairman.
Excellent. So that's clearly carried. That's granted. If members, you can turn to the next application where we have a speaker present, which is on page 112.
Adrian, do you want me to do this one as well?
I will just simply, I will try one last time.
Okay.
I am being presented with, unfortunately, a bewildering selection of slide screens to present, and I will pick one. I'm guessing that's the wrong one.
Yeah, it's different. We've got one relatively small picture and one very, very small picture.
Okay, I'll try. I'll just pick a different one. Does that?
No, we're back to our stamp again. So I think it's
sorry.
going to have to be.
We'll bail out on this one. Apologies.
Okay, so if you want to introduce this one, which again is Bridgewater Without.
Okay.
Ooh. That's different. All your slides on one page. I think you might need to hand back the screen, Adrian.
How's that?
No, somehow you're still in control of the screen at the moment. You need to stop sharing.
Yep, sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay.
Mrs. Nicholson,
I'll have a go now, shall I?
please do. See what other variations we can get on this theme.
Okay.
Right.
We all happy?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. The application for the siting of 3 mobile homes for a temporary period, just to enable there is a dwelling approved at the front part of the site for the duration of the construction of that house. These are on the rear part of the site. Go to the next slide. It's the old railway line at the end of Horsey Lane here. The house has been approved on the front part. If we could just go next slide. Here we go, slightly closer details. So the old railway line where we've agreed a house under, we felt it was essentially previously used land that related well to the existing layout. So that house was approved. And then to the rear, if we just go to the next slide, just will show here, really, you have a sort of staggered row of existing houses to the southeast, and then this is all old railway line, which we have accepted as brownfield land. The next slide. So they're just sort of break up of the site with the house at the front, and then 3 mobile homes that have been sited to the rear for the family who intend to occupy the house and some workers who are going to be building the house for them. The next slide. This is just a view. It's going to sort of pan across from, this is the front of the site, the neighbouring bungalow you can just see the gable end of. You can see a structure covered in scaffolding. That's the garage being built for the house. And then next slide just pans, if we could, pans around a bit further. You can see there's one of the mobile homes. And the next slide, panning around a bit further, there's 2 of the mobile homes. The third one is behind that tree. So they're just in a row at the rear of the site. Next slide, please. So just looking into the site, they are sort of essentially hidden down the caravans. You just about see them down at the far end there behind the garage that is under construction. And then we have the construction site in the foreground. The next slide. Then just sort of zooming in as one of the construction vehicles. And one more, please. And then just right down at the far end of the site, looking back up towards the entrance, the new boundary fence going on the left-hand side. And then you can see the mobile homes and their parking area just next to it. And next slide. Just coming a bit closer there, you can just sort of see the relationship between each mobile home. And then there's the garage being built just a little bit further up. And then one more, please. And then that's just turned around, really just stood roughly at the boundary between the construction site and the caravans. And you can just see there they are there, looking down to the end towards the trees at the far end of the site. And next, please. The site has been, is identified at high risk. These caravans are for a temporary period only. They are raised. We have accepted that the site is defended and that the house can be accommodated subject to appropriate floor levels being achieved. For a temporary period, these raised caravans to house workers is not considered to constitute such undue risk that a flood risk reason for refusal would be warranted in this instance. In terms of the visual impact, they are contained at the rear of the site, behind the construction site. There's a partial glimpse looking down through the access to the site, and then obviously a wider view of it as you go on past the site on the lane and look back at it. Yes, you can see them, but they're not felt to be such a jarring visual impact that for a temporary period to facilitate the construction of the houses, that refusal could be justified. In terms of residential amenity, there are some issues. There would certainly be issues if these were proposed as permanent accommodation, but for short-term construction workers, there would be adequate amenity on site for construction workers, and without adverse impact on any existing neighbour. So from that point of view, for a temporary period up until the end of February next year, or within they'd have to be removed by end of February next year, or in the event the house is complete before that, then they would need to be removed within a month of the occupation of the house. And then the condition I'm suggesting would also require the detail of putting the site back to its original condition to be agreed along with timescales at that point, so that we are sure that the site would be restored once the caravans are removed. Subject to that, recommendation is one of approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, we had our Davies down to speak, so I'm assuming they're still not present. So our other speaker is Larissa Jennings. Can I just confirm your microphone's working, please?
Hi, Chairman. Yes, my speaker's now on.
Excellent. We can hear you. So if you'd like to address the committee, again, reminding you, you'll hear the bell go when there's 1 minute left to go. So please start when you're ready.
Thank you. I just wanted to assure the committee that the application has been submitted to assure locals and concerns raised by the parish council that the mobile homes are purely to house the applicant and his family and workers during the development phase. As we know, planning permission isn't always required for this, as it can be time limited. However, it can also be conditioned, and we have therefore submitted an application for consideration by the committee. The mobile homes are set to the rear of the site, so fairly well screened away from public view. They are not used by anyone else other than the family and direct dependents, meaning his small children. And I would therefore request that the committee seek to approve the application subject to the relevant conditions, obviously just discussed with Mr. Noon. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions, please? Councillor Hendry and then Councillor Bolt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is absolutely no problem at all with this application. These mobile homes are not staying there, going to be there forevermore, as it's been discussed. I don't have to go over that. There's no problem at all with this. Absolutely 100% okay with me. Thank you.
So are you making a proposal?
Yes, I would do that. I would have waited for other people to speak if they wanted to, so I didn't jump in. But yes, I'm quite happy to move the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
A couple of very quick ones. Was this as a result of enforcement? And if that's the case, have they, just to reassure the complaint which has come in through, I think, Councillor Betty, that the actual occupants of the caravans, apart from the family, are actually workers on the site? It's just this referral to the fact that they go off in the morning and come back in the evenings.
Mr. Noon.
Yes, on the first point, this was, an application was requested following reports of unauthorised caravans on site. I have no reason to doubt the agent's assertions that the workers are solely here for this site. Clearly, yes, they will go off in the morning to go and get building materials and this, that, and the other. I have no reason to assume that they are working anywhere else. Thank you.
With those two questions answered, I'm quite happy to second it.
Thank you very much. Then got Councillor Kingham.
I'll have to abstain on this one, Chairman. I lost connection for a while, so I didn't get Mrs. Jennings's report.
Okay, we'll record you as absent on that one when we get to the vote. Any other comments or questions from members? Mr. Noon.
I understand again that the speaker who hasn't been able to join us this afternoon was with the parish council. My understanding was that one of the things the parish wanted to clarify, and I did get an email from the clerk to this effect, is they wanted to make it clear that they did not object to this application. They did in fact support it. They were surprised that it was at committee, and I said I would update them, but then having spoken to the chair, I understood he was going to. Now I realise he's not here, so I do that update on their behalf.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Going on from what Councillor Betty said, he mentioned that nobody was consulted about the caravans being there. I think, is it possible to have an update on that, please?
Yep, Mr. Noon.
Certainly, we have had correspondence from locals to say, that they, engaged with the planning application. Yet, as far as I'm aware, yes, all the consultations were done. Sometime, I think they might have been done in the run up to Christmas. There's a possibility that some things go missing in the post, but certainly the parish are aware. Certainly, the adjoining property is aware of the application. So I have no reason to assume that consultations have been wanting on this one.
Mrs. Lehman, you've indicated, and also Mr. Howlett. So, Mrs. Lehman first.
Sorry, Chairman. I didn't indicate. I'm having problems with my screen actually, so if my hand's gone up.
No, it was something came up in the chat from you. So,
I think Councillor Hendry came in, said his screen went off for 3 minutes before the presentation started, so I said you didn't miss anything.
Yep.
So I had no issue there.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Howlett.
Well, I was going to say, I did look this up when I saw Councillor Betty's comments. We consulted 13 different addresses, which, given we're on the edge of the sort of urban rural area, seems quite a lot to me. So that consultation did take place.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that clarification. Right, members, if there are no further comments or questions, we'll come to members for their votes, please. So we'll start this time, if we might, with, say, Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I've seen and heard the whole presentation and I'm for.
Thank you. And Councillor Bolt.
Seen and heard the whole presentation. For.
Councillor Bradford.
Seen and heard the whole presentation. For.
Thank you. Councillor Kingham was absent for a technical connection. So Councillor Revans.
Yeah, seen and heard the whole presentation. My vote is for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Facey.
Yes, seen and heard the presentation, Chairman, and my vote is for.
Thank you. Councillor Hendry.
Seen and heard everything, Mr. Chairman, and I am for. Thank you.
And Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've seen and heard the whole presentation and I'm for. Thank you.
And Councillor Pearce.
Yeah, I've seen and heard the whole presentation and I'm for.
And Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. Seen and heard the whole presentation and I'm for.
Thank you. I've also seen and heard the whole presentation. I'm also for. Okay, Mrs. Nicholson, is that all members present have voted?
Yes, Chairman, that's 10 in support and 1 with lost connection.
Thank you very much. That's clearly carried, so permission is granted. Right, members, you turn to the final application we have before us today on page 118, and we're in West Stoughton, and we've got Mr. Titchener. I think you're presenting this one, please.
I am, yes, yes, Chairman.
And it's on the screen, and it's
the right size.
Readable. It is.
Excellent. Right, okay. Okay, so the application before us is an outline application with some matters reserved for the erection of 2 self-built dwellings with associated details for the access and landscaping. We're at Stoughton Road, West Stoughton, which is a village in the Wedmore parish. High-level aerial plan to orient us. Most people may well be familiar with it, but this is Wedmore, sort of the lower part. West Stoughton's up here, one of these sort of small settlements. There's sort of 3 of them, sort of middle of Stoughton and some Stoughton Cross, relatively small within the Wedmore parish area. This is sort of West Stoughton, and the application site relates to this field here. So the settlement has sort of houses sort of sporadically sort of along its length. So you've got some down in this lower part here, a few off the sort of the road that goes crossways. Most sort of dwellings that form part of the settlement, albeit it is very small, are sort of on this sort of north-south axis road here. The blue line indicates land owned by the applicant. The red line is where the proposal site is proposed to be situated. So the dwellings would be in here, as one of the next plans would show. Just more zoomed in of the existing layout. What you have is an existing dwelling on the southern side, property opposite, field to the north, beyond which is an agricultural building. There's another dwelling further north, and then some other properties heading further south. Hedgerow boundaries at present, small field access here,
hedgerow boundary along the road, hedgerow boundary along the south. So this is the submitted layout. It is indicative because this is an outline application. So the only details we're really looking at are principle of development, principle of 2 dwellings, the details of the access and the landscaping. So the layout is just for otherwise just for indicative purposes. So they are plans. This is sort of submitted just to show that in principle you can accommodate 2 dwellings broadly on site. So they're showing them here with the access centrally within the site, emerging through the hedgerow. Landscaping to the rear, so it's quite a large site and they're putting quite a bit of landscaping at the back, wildflower meadow, etc. There is an existing public right-of-way which cuts across the site following sort of the northern part of the site, and they're proposing that is retained but enclosed within hedgerow that runs along the northern part of the site. So you can see this shaded area here would be the route of the public right-of-way. There is an existing septic tank which I'll come on to in a bit, which is related to, which serves one of the existing properties on the other side of the road. So I'll touch on that shortly. But broadly speaking, that's where the development would be situated within the site. Photographs, just for context. So the top photograph stood not far off the existing access, just looking across. So it's a flat site. West Stoughton's slightly elevated. But the site itself is flat, and you can see the mature hedgerows that form its boundary. This lower picture is just slightly more directly south, to looking towards the garage of the property on the southern side, Willow Farm, and you can just see the chimneys a bit beyond. Then there's a hedgerow boundary forming frontage here. Looking sort of west, but along the northern boundary, so this is where the public right-of-way effectively would be enclosed along this boundary, heading out in that direction. You can see the mature hedgerow boundary here. Another photograph looking in that direction, so you get a sense that it's just a very large, open and well-contained field. Again, looking out, it's not no development beyond on this side, so extensive views. The lower picture is looking back towards the road, so you get a sense of some of the buildings here, just the other side of the little field access. So that's the dwelling opposite, tree in there. And then just looking, so this one's looking up the road. So the existing field access is sort of in here where the vehicles are parked. The proposed access was emerged through the hedgerow. So that's the nearest property opposite, and then looking back down the road, so with the access that would emerge out of the hedgerow here, that's the property on its southern side. So that those are effectively the 2 nearest neighbouring dwellings. Local plan seeks to direct development to the most sustainable locations. The application site is located on land designated as countryside, so West Stoughton is all countryside, so local plan would say that new residential development is strictly controlled in such locations. We have relatively new policy CO2 within the local plan to allow open-field housing in the countryside. Members will be now familiar with the number of applications that have come before them on this matter. So it's an exceptions basis policy because countryside is said to be the least sustainable. It's the area with the most protections. So schemes can come forward subject to a list of criteria. And some of these criteria may now start to become quite familiar, but dwellings should only be permitted within countryside or villages or hamlets that have a clearly defined nucleus of existing dwellings. And in terms of that nucleated, this should amount to a tightly knit built up area and typically be of at least 10 dwellings, as the supporting text identifies. This presents challenges for a place like West Stoughton because it's a settlement that it has a largely dispersed, in our view, largely dispersed settlement pattern. It's very spread out. There's not that many dwellings across the whole settlement, very much spread across across Stoughton Road, some on the road that grows perpendicular to that, a smaller number. You're kind of forming and I'll come back to some of the aerial plans so we can sort of look at that in maybe a bit more detail, but there's forms of a couple of small groupings around which maybe houses are rather than a sort of a nucleus. So to the southern part of the site, there's one grouping which it's about 8 to 9 dwellings. That's sort of the closest part. That includes some dwellings on the opposite side of the road. As I said, to the north so we have the field where the application is proposed. Then to the north of that is another field, beyond which is a barn, and then further north, on the other side of that, so it's a bit of an outlier from not part of the rest of the settlement, is another dwelling. I think that was granted as an agricultural workers dwelling many years prior. So the settlement doesn't really have a centre. It has no obvious historic core, certainly. It doesn't, and it wouldn't, therefore, we would conclude, have a nucleus. There's many gaps between parts of the village. Sometimes these gaps are so extensive as to be fields in size, and they separate out the dwellings that currently form its settlement pattern and character. So it's very loose nature of built form, as I said, quite sporadically along that Stoughton Road and the road that cuts across being Aston Road, Eastfield Lane. That's quite, in our view, quite defining of the character of the place, this loose grouping. The fact that there are gaps and quite extensive gaps between properties contributes to its character. So it's different from, you would read it differently from a settlement that has a really tightly knit nucleated cluster where there's a lot of dwellings grouped together. So whilst there are 8 to 9 dwellings nearby, the settlement is not nucleated, and in that sense it's excluded from complying with the policy. The policy is seeking to provide development only within nucleated settlements, so we would consider that it does not comply with the policy. The next criterion is that proposal must amount to infilling of the existing built form, so it must be a genuine infill opportunity. So it must be taking a relatively small gap between existing built development and infilling it. And the extension of that, the policy said it should not extend the settlement into open countryside. So as I stated, there is a dwelling to the south, there's another on the opposite side of the road to the east. The proposal would extend the settlement, however, into this large open field to the north. So the settlement will effectively grow northwards along Stoughton Road. Now the gap to the next dwelling to the north would be 90 metres. So that's to the nearest built form. So that's quite a substantial gap still beyond. I do remember discussions from previous applications that we had at committee about whether a gap of 20 metres, I think it was at the application at Crickham, was near enough to constitute infill. Now here we're talking about a gap of 90 metres to the property to the north. So even with the dwellings constructed, so even if those 2 dwellings were constructed, there would still remain a field's width to the nearest built form to the northern side, which would be that barn. And we would consider that, unfortunately, to be too extensive to amount to a genuine infill opportunity. And the policy states, as mentioned, that it should not extend into open countryside. So this is a large undeveloped field measuring 1 hectare in size. That's the whole field. So about half of the field is going to change to residential use. And that's a field that contributes to the character of the settlement, is enjoyed by people making use of the public right of way. It's proposed is going to represent quite a large extension of the built form into that part of the countryside. And therefore we would unfortunately consider that to be contrary to what the policy is trying to achieve in limiting any growth between existing built forms and not eating away into bits of countryside around settlements. I thought it was also relevant just to refer to a recent appeal decision, because this is fairly hot off the press. The decision was made in January 2021. It was based a decision of a committee refusal of permission at 44 Rodway, Cannington. Some members will be familiar. The inspector concluded in their appeal decision letter that they said, even if a case was to be made that the appeal site forms part of a separate loosely knit hamlet to the north of Cannington, it lacks a clearly defined nucleus of existing dwellings, and the proposed development could not be regarded as infilling of an existing main built-up area. We consider that is the principles of what's been said there could be applied here. There isn't that tightly defined defined nucleus of existing dwellings that's being infilled, and therefore we feel that there's a parallel there and a consistency with that appeal that was dismissed. Some representations have been made. The Parish Council sort of alluded to it in their comment, and also by members of the public, about the precedent for further development in the village should the permission be granted. Each scheme is always considered on its own merits, but there could be challenges for the planning department if permission is granted, because partly why that would be is it would effectively be taking a decision about West Oughton being nucleated, that the group next to it is a nucleated cluster, and that it's not a dispersed settlement pattern, and therefore could you allow if we're saying that infills are acceptable in principle in West Oughton, could it lead to other infills in some of those other gaps? I guess that's some of the concern that we're bringing forward. It might be difficult to resist such schemes if the principle is established here. And just a couple of slides here I just wanted to show up just for context, really, because when the policy team were drafting policy CO2, the thinking behind it was that the previous local plan, our old core strategy, didn't have any kind of basis really for bringing forward sites outside of designated settlements. So if you had a small gap in somewhere like Birtle or Chapel Allerton, then the old local plan would have not provided a basis of which it could have been granted. Now, unfortunately, so a slightly more flexible approach was considered, but still to allow infill development where there were these small opportunities, and committee granted one scheme in Birtle a couple of years ago when the policy was just in its infancy with this little gap here. Now this is very much so this, where my cursor is, between two properties. This is called East of Swallow's Nest. So that's just one example where that's a very obvious info opportunity within a nucleated settlement. So you've got a defined settlement, clear defined extent of built environment, and with modest gaps. Chapel Allerton, similar clearly defined nucleus. So that the policy was drafted to be a slightly more flexible to do that, where you're not going to be extending into the countryside, eating into the countryside around it, but there'll be opportunities to bring some sites forward. This is the settlement pattern of West Oughton. So the site we're talking about is here, and this is where there are sort of grouping of about 8 or 9. So this is as close to any grouping of properties you would get in West Oughton, with some others here, 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 and here. But it's a very different type of settlement pattern, and very dispersed, very spread out along this road, and so that's why we feel that actually it's not what the policy was trying to achieve, and that's why we don't feel it complies with those policy requirements about being genuine infill, about not extending to the countryside, which unfortunately it would do by eating into about half of this field here. So whilst we accept that the scheme meets other requirements of the policy about it being self-build, so people need to have an appropriate local connection. So we do appreciate that there is some people trying to provide, for their family within the parish. That's acknowledged, but that's only one criteria, and it doesn't change the conclusions. Unfortunately, that we don't consider this to be a nucleated settlement. We don't consider it to be genuine infill, and it does extend into open countryside. Just coming on to a couple of other points. So that's the principle of development, and that's the principle of our concerns. Policy D2 states proposals should reinforce local context distinctiveness of place. And the Wedmore Neighbour Plan covers this area as well. It says a development should be sympathetic to the traditional built character of villages. Now, it's an outline application, so we don't have detail of the appearance or the form of the dwellings proposed. That would come through at reserve matters if permission was granted. Now, such designs could pick up on local materials, form of dwellings, scale, so look at examples of properties within to try and design something that they felt would be appropriate. And that's, we don't deny that, but character, and the policy talks about character, distinctiveness, and sense of place, and we would really see that as being entwined with a pattern of development. That's how you understand a place, if you go to a place, look at it, say what do we understand about West Stoughton? Well, it's very spread out. There's properties, half a mile up the road from where one ends, quite a few gaps in between. The filling in of the fields or the large gaps between these dispersed properties does have the potential to erode some of these distinctive characteristics which we consider define West Stoughton. You start to erode some of those aspects that make it what it currently is, and therefore even the design policies would still raise concerns, because design picks up on distinctiveness, character, sense of place. Now, in terms of amenity, it's an outline scheme, so we don't have the details of the size of dwellings nor their relationship with the nearest existing properties. But that said, it's a very generous plot. There's no reason to think that the dwellings won't be suitably proportioned to provide for acceptable amenity for future occupants, and that can achieve an acceptable relationship with any of the nearest properties. I don't think we would ever doubt that. I did mention about the septic tanks. The comments have been received by the neighbour on the opposite side of the road about the septic tank, and state that proposals would make maintenance and emptying difficult, and it would affect the amenity of occupants. So this was the septic tank as shown here in the ground, and the indicative plan showing one of the dwellings here. So it's perhaps in a slightly unusual situation, if permission was granted, that there will be this septic tank here, just sort of reflective of how things have, developments taken place over time. But to be honest, access and maintenance of the septic tank would be fairly infrequent. And it's not going to take particularly long to maintain that each individual occurrence. So we think it would only cause minimal interference for the amenity of any future occupants. There would be easements to cover rights of access maintenance for the current users of the septic tank. So we don't consider, despite the fact we have other concerns about the application, that it would merit refusal on amenity grounds. Just on highways, so policy state proposals should enhance road and personal safety and be compatible with the road network. Now, so there's a new access proposed to serve the dwelling. So the existing field gate in the northeast corner is to be stopped up. So the applicant proposes visibility displays of 48 metres to north and 50 to south. Now, the Highway Authority were consulting the application, and they referred it to standing advice. Now, it's an unrestricted area, so the speed limit is 60 miles per hour. Now, visibility displays for a 60 mile an hour zone are 215 metres in either direction. So 215 metres is likely to be excessive for this location. I don't think we deny that, but the displays proposed at 48 and 50 are significantly below the standing advice requirement. Now, to justify the short displays, the applicant did undertake a speed survey at the site, which they submitted with their application. That was based on a 1 hour survey in September of last year between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock. It recorded 16 movements south, 18 to the north, and they used those speeds using standard highway methodologies to define the length of display. The concern we have is about a 1 hour window provides only a very limited picture of local highway use. It would normally be expected that several recordings across different days, inclusive of peak hours, would be undertaken to provide a representative picture of what speeds are when we're going to vary from standing advice. This is probably even more important during COVID pandemic, as traffic movements have been noted generally to have been lower, and so that any surveys undertaken may not be fully representative. So, notwithstanding the principal concerns, it's considered that the survey evidence is insufficient to justify a decrease in the display when compared with the 215 metres set out in the standing advice requirements. So we don't feel that compliance with the highway policies D13 and D14 can be proved as a result. And just finally, on to other matters. County Colleges hasn't objected. They have requested some controls, which, if permission was granted, would be secured via conditions and relevant informatives about lighting design for bats, some informatives about legal protection for badgers, installation of biodiversity enhancements. I've mentioned there's an existing public right-of-way that runs across the north part of the site, and the indicative plans that have shown have that realigned along the northern boundary. County rights of way do not raise an objection. They would say that if permission was granted, that there should be a condition to secure the rerouting of the footpath through a diversion order, and that could be attached to the permission if members felt they wanted to grant. The summary, though, is the local plan is seeking to direct development away from countryside locations to the most sustainable locations in order to protect the character of the countryside. It is a countryside site. We don't feel it's a nucleated settlement. We don't feel it's a genuine infill opportunity. It does extend into a larger area of open countryside. We have concerns about the adequacy of the highway information just to demonstrate the acceptability of the displays. So on principle and highway grounds, we are recommending that permission is refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a couple of speakers on this application, so if I could ask first of all Oliver Marigold, please, if you could turn on your microphone and just confirm it's working.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Thank you. Again, just a reminder, you'll hear the bell go when there's a minute of the 3 to go, so please start when you're ready.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. I represent Mr. and Mrs. Bewley of West Stoughton Farm. They live immediately opposite the site. We are pleased to see that your professional officers have recommended refusal of the application. We entirely agree with their recommendation. The parish council have also raised significant concerns as well. As you've heard, they say that if the application is granted, it would make it difficult for the council to resist similar applications, and the small hamlet in the rural community would be subject to urbanisation and further development of greenfield sites. The council's policy CO2 only permits proposals on sites that can be described as infill, and as you've heard, the site can't be considered infill in any sense of the term. The gap between the two dwellings either side is at least 90 metres, and one of those is an outlier agricultural dwelling. The proposal would physically extend the built form of the settlement into the countryside, something which the policy specifically prohibits. CO2 also only permits development within settlement with a clearly defined core or centre. West Stoughton has neither of these. Instead, it's a small settlement with a loose-knit character and dwellings sporadically dispersed along Stoughton Road. It has no centre. So as far as we can see, it's clearly contrary to planning policies. As you've also heard, there are highway safety concerns. To quote the advice of the planning officer, the access would fall below the standard set by the County Council's Highway Authority and significantly below those, and it's less than the displays that were required when Willow Barn was approved next door. So we do sympathise with the family, the difficulty the family have in accessing local housing, although we know that they have a dwelling nearby already. But that need isn't a reason in these circumstances to justify development that's clearly harmful and clearly contrary to the council's countryside and landscape protection policies. These same circumstances could be repeated dozens of times, and in the village as well. It would effectively be permitting further development in the village, in the hamlet. So we strongly believe the application must be refused. It would physically extend the built form of the settlement into the countryside. It would not infill a gap, and it would risk highway safety. So we fully support the planning officer's recommendation of refusal and the concerns of the parish council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dan Foster. Mr. Foster, if you could just turn your microphone on and just confirm it's working for us, please.
Yes, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So again, if you'd like to address the committee, and you'll hear the bell go when there's 1 minute left. Please start.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. The applicants have a strong local connection, having lived in the parish since 1996 and in West Stoughton since 2007. The applicants wish to downsize into a highly sustainable self-built home for themselves and at the same time help their grown-up daughter get on the housing ladder. Their daughter works for EDF at Hinkley Point and currently lives with them in a barn conversion next to the application site. The development would therefore allow the applicant's daughter to acquire her first home, without which she is likely to be forced to move away because house prices locally are so high, as you heard earlier on an earlier application. As a reflection of the applicant's commitment to delivering sustainable development, they are already proposing to construct a new wildflower meadow and wildlife pond adjacent to new dwellings. and the houses will be entirely in keeping with the character of West Stoughton. The local plan supports self-build homes in hamlets such as this to meet local need. The policy says that the settlement should have a nucleus of at least 10 homes, and hopefully councillors will have seen the map we circulated last week showing that West Stoughton complies with this requirement with at least 11 existing dwellings adjacent to the application site in a compact group. With regards to the question of infill, we noted the planning committee's careful consideration and approval last month of the application for a self-build dwelling at the end of a row of 10 houses in Mill Lane, also outside of Wedmore. We think that approval is very similar to this development, which would see the rounding off of West Stoughton with houses directly opposite, immediately to the south, and a short distance to the north. In fact, the gap here to the nearest house to the north is 40 metres less than was approved at Mill Lane last month. We've also looked at the appeal the planning officer refers to it near Cannington, and we think those circumstances are completely different, not least because there were only 4 or so houses adjacent that appeal site, rather than the 11 that exist here. Turning to highway safety matters, the applicants have lived in West Stoughton for the past 14 years and have used the road daily. The road is not busy or dangerous, and people drive through West Stoughton in a manner that reflects their existing houses and accesses nearby. The records show there have been no accidents recorded here in the last 20 years. Planning permission was also granted for dwellings to the north and south of the site in the last 10 years with similar visibility displays. We have undertaken a traffic speed survey that showed that most people drive between 30 and 40 miles an hour, and we think that is a fair reflection of speed on the road. However, if councillors would like us to undertake another survey, we will be willing to do so, and the application could be deferred for this. In summary, the applicants respect that some neighbours would rather the site was not developed, but hope you will see that the proposal represents sustainable small-scale growth to meet specific local need without any material harm. Of course, each application is to be considered on its own merits, and you're not setting a precedent for other sites. The applicants are grateful for the support of their ward councillor, Councillor Polly Costello, and hope you'll be able to support the scheme too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any comments or questions, please? Councillor Kingham.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, being a Birtleite, living in Birtle, I know all about Greenfield, and obviously, but like Mr. Sixner said, one was agreed, but it was an infill. Applications have been tried outside of the village, and as being consistent, they've been refused. And again, I think here we have to be consistent with our planning. As much as I would like to improve self-builds, I think we have to go along with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. I think we've got Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sorry, but I can't support this application. I cannot accept that this is an infill in any stretch of the imagination. Haven't really got a lot more to say on that. I don't think it complies with policy at all, and I'm going to move the officer's recommendation for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments or questions from members, please? If there are no further comments or questions, I'm then looking for, at the moment I have a proposition, but I have no second. Thank you. And I'm Councillor Bradford and then Councillor Revens. Councillor Bradford. Councillor Bradford.
Sorry, I'm a bit late, Mr. Chairman. Right,
That's okay.
No problem. I think we have to be steadfast in some of these things. And there's two developers, not one, two. You know, just a bit much really, and we have to be consistent. It is totally against planning policy. So really, Councillor Grimes got it right, I think. Right. So that's all I want to say, really. Thank you.
Councillor Revens.
Which is merely going to formally second the proposition.
Thank you very much. That is seconded then. I think I saw Councillor Kingham put his hand back up, but was that simply to second?
That was correct, Chairman.
Okay. I'm then just checking if there's any further final comments or questions that members have on this application before we move to a vote. I'm not seeing any other hands up apart from Councillor Kingham, who I think has already spoken. So in which case we will move to the vote. And we'll start this time, if we might, with Councillor Facey.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Been present throughout, Chairman, and I support the officer's recommendation to refuse permission, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm rather undecided about this one, so I will abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairman. Yep, I was present for the whole debate and I support the officer's recommendation for refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Glassford.
Thank you, Chairman. Present for the whole debate and I support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, seen and heard the whole debate, and I'm for the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Bolt.
Seen and heard the whole debate for the officer's recommendation.
And Councillor Bradford.
Heard the whole debate and I support the officer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Kingham.
Thank you. Yep, I've been present through the whole debate, heard everything, and being consistent, I have to support the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Revens.
Been present throughout the debate and support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. I've also been present throughout the debate, and I will also vote in favour of the recommendation. Mrs. Nicholson, is that all members present who are able to vote have voted?
Yeah, just confirmation that Councillor Hendry had lost connection, so he wasn't. He isn't part of the vote, so that's fine. Bear with me 1 minute.
No problem.
So that's 9 in support of the officer's recommendation, 1 lost connection and 1 abstention.
Thank you. And Mr. Lehman, do you
I
concur?
agree. I agree, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. That is clearly carried, so permission is refused on that application. Members, that brings us to the end of the applications before us today. It has been a long day with some very complex applications to deal with and some interesting IT issues as well. So thank you all for bearing with us, and we will close the meeting. Thank you.